Time to go racing here in KA100 Masters. Adam Kreppen, with what's been good pace for him all year long and all weekend long, puts himself on the pole position starting on the inside alongside Vomir. You go back to Nate Coelho, Klemek, Heeman, Lefite, Williams, Vorpego, and Britton. Your 9 drivers getting set to take the green flag all the way up to turn 2.
Coming up turn 2 to take the green flag, Adam Kreppen, Christian Vomir.
And you see how much battling there for the second spot, how that's given Kreppen a whole lot of breathing room here. That's over half a second now here, Kyle, that Kreppen and Coelho have been separated. Back to Vomir in the 3rd spot, Klemek as well in 4th on the EOS kart, and then Heeman back in 5th. Still, I think a lot closer than what we saw yesterday. From here on out, it almost seems like a battle for second, and it's really just kind of getting yourself in a mutual agreement, right, for Coelho and Vomir to push each other along, work together, try and close down the gap to Adam Kreppen. You can't let him run away like he did in heat race number 1, all right, because we know he's not going to put a foot wrong.
Yeah, you kind of make that decision on, you know, who's quicker. It looks like last time by, Vomir a little bit quicker than Coelho. Coelho ran a 50 flat, Vomir at a 49.9. So at some point, the decision's going to have to be made for Vomir to get around as he's going to look inside, makes the move on Nicky Coelho, gets it done. Christian Vomir to P2. Let's see if he can get in line and catch Adam Kreppen.
Vomir definitely had to work for that one there a couple of times. Asked for it a couple of times and was finally able to get himself through. But again, looking throughout the years, Kreppen's been one of the drivers that we've seen well inside of the top 5. Over at the United States Pro Kart Series, racing in that Masters class. As well here when we come to route.
Immediately, Christian Vomir goes purple. A few tenths quicker than Kreppen. Gets the gap under a second to 8 tenths. So Christian Vomir is on his way to catching Adam Kreppen. Let's see. He can actually get the move done.
And again, 15 lap heat races here in heat race number 2. They are progressive, so wherever you finish that first heat race, that's where you start in heat race number 2, which is kind of why we saw a change in positions for a couple of these drivers throughout the field. But still single file. Britton just at the end of it. Brad Britton in the 417 EOS machine sits in 5th. Working with Klemek. Try and stay on the rear bumper there of Nicky Coelho, and Britton sliding out of line. Look to go for a move. And just thought better of it. Was really going to have to send it deep on the brakes here in a turn 2 to try to make the move, and I think that would have hurt his race, and I think Klemek's race more than it would have probably benefited there.
Meanwhile, as you can see on screen, Vomir's getting closer. Gone purple last lap. Another 2/10 out of the gap of Adam Kreppen. He improved about a 1/10 on his lap from the lap before. Now down to 6/10. Let's see what he does this time across the line. Purple once again improved that lap. Went down from a 49.5 to a 49.3. So Christian Vomir is flying right now.
Look at this. The gap for the lead closing in to about a car length. That Techno Kart, whatever they figured out overnight, whatever they did to go to work, they were here pretty late still into the cornhole tournament for the entire Techno Kart team, and they were just hard at work on Vomir's kart, on Dramalev's kart, as well as a couple of others that were here with them this weekend, and I think they found it, right? They've been on it, hard at work, chasing either setup or engine or anything in between to try and get closer to the race leader and really the championship leader coming to the weekend. The opening round didn't go his way as far as the main event results, but definitely got the most points out of anybody else. Here we go. On the inside, turn number 2. He tried it in Heat 1, didn't get a shot after that in the rest of the race, and now he got it done in turn number 2 for Vomir. Kreppen going to look to go back, but going to have to wait a little bit. Going to have to bide his time from here on out.
Yeah, now we get to find out if Kreppen was just kind of saving his stuff, kind of just being patient up front. Let's see if he has anything to respond to Christian Vomir.
Yeah, nothing yet. I mean, we have seen Vomir's lap times be, improving lap by lap. And his pace has been good. I mean, we saw him kind of struggle a little bit throughout that opening lap, lost the spot to Coelho. And I think more than anything, just being stuck on the outside, maybe low, not enough heat into those tires. Couldn't get the grip down in the first couple of laps, but he's definitely coming to life as this race continues. But so has Kreppen, who's not losing any time here. Kyle hasn't faded at all.
He hasn't lost anything at all with 5.5 laps to go. Still right on the back bumper of Vomir. This could get exciting as Kreppen, I think he lost a couple tenths in that last lap, but I think he knew it was go time, and it could have been tire pressures, whatever. He's just still there at the end of the race to see. We're watching on Nicky Coelho. Nicky Coelho goes purple that time. Does he have something to say to make this a 3-car race?
I think for Coelho, just going to need a move out of your leaders, as we saw a pass back for 4th. Clemec and Britton just continuing to go back and forth. I think Britton was the driver who was able to go by on Clemec. 4:17, and indeed it was. There's Coelho. I think he's going to need some help here from Vomir and Kreppen. And I think as this race goes on, he's going to get it. He just has to be sure to keep himself within good range to be able to strike like we saw yesterday with a couple of the other young drivers. Just keep yourself close enough, right? Whenever your 2 leaders start to fight, just be there to close down that gap whenever it matters most. This time by starting lap number 12 here for Kreppen and Vomir.
Kreppen faster than Vomir by just under a tenth. Nicky Coelho actually dropped off a little bit that last lap, lost a tenth as Kreppen drops a wheel out of turn 3. Coming down the hill, at what point, if you're Vomir and Kreppen's been so dominant yesterday, do you think about maybe backing Kreppen up into Coelho and maybe turning it into a 3-car race on purpose? Because I know that's a tactic that we've seen before.
No, I mean, I really think, especially in the Masters class, these guys are racers that hard. I don't think we'd see anything like that, right? Moving forward, I think, if anything, right, going to that last lap, I'd kind of be surprised. Vomir has a really good gap here, so I think naturally, play the nature of the game, right? You're going to have to defend for position, because if not, stuff like this can happen as Kreppen gets a nose down low. A little bit of contact in between the two for the lead of the race. And even then, like I was saying, naturally, with the battling for first and second, Coelho's going to get himself there either way, right? Don't put another driver in the variable when you can do it mano-a-mano fight.
That was almost textbook. I think Vomir kind of saw him coming, you know, squeezed him a little bit. Not really a squeeze, but just a little contact in the left front to the right side pod of Vomir there. Just got him out of shape a little, just enough. And yeah.
Here we go into turn 2. This time by Adam Kreppen is your leader. Vomir in second. We talked about Coelho's gap continually closing in. Klimek took back the 4th spot. Britton fell back to 5th. And your 2 leaders. It's a matter of time, right? This is the closest we've seen Vomir be to Adam Kreppen, and you know, you don't want to let this opportunity slip away from your hands. We saw him try in heat race number 1, right? He went for the move there and then just couldn't make it stick and couldn't really stay on pace, right, with the lap times that Kreppen had.
See the white flag. Kreppen actually just went purple, but it looks like he's going to defend a little bit here into 2, which is brought Coelho back into the frame. You see him in our shot. Just went a little defensive into turn number 2 there. And I think Vomir's still going to be there. It's going to be an interesting final few corners, Caleb.
Final couple of corners here for Adam Kreppen. Vomir, I was saying, right? You got to take advantage of the opportunity when it presents itself. See if Vomir get himself closer. Kreppen fades a little low here as well. I think the last corner is probably going to be the best shot for Kreppen to have a surprise on the inside. Not enough. Kreppen holds on. Vomir close to the line, and it's stolen by Nicky Coelho to finish second. Vomir, Klimek, and Britton, your top 5 in KA Masters.
Yeah, I mean, Vomir is going to remember that pass into turn 3 when it comes to the final, I think. You know, just a little bit of contact. You know, once one guy touches the side pod a little bit, then it becomes fair game. So, I mean, yeah, I think that was, man, that was a lot more competitive than it was yesterday, that's for sure. And it's Adam Kreppen, Nicky Coelho, and Christian Vomir, the top 3.
Yeah, good to see Vomir get closer, keep it interesting for us here in the trailer. But nonetheless, more racing action. 206 Sportsman is coming up next.
Florida Kart race.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Preston.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man. Get set to go green here with 206 Sportsman. Will Feidinger and Dominic Gaddis on row number 1. McKay and Taylor on row number 2. Styles and Camila Canache on row number 3. You go back to Carter and Johnson on row number 4. Leash and Barr on row number 5. Wickham, Daniels, Gross, Thomas, Daly, Maxwell, Demaria, Reynolds, Wyatt, Marsh, and Moore take the green flag. And 206 Sportsman, we go racing. And Wolf Feidinger, that's a good start on the inside. He goes up to lead of the race. McKay up to second. Dominic Gaddis looking to go back for second. He gets clear. It's going to be side by side down the hill.
Dominic Gaddis getting back around McKay. McKay had a decent start, but now it's Will Feidinger and Dominic Gaddis 1-2. But it looks like Henrik McKay and Austin Taylor, Clayton Stiles, excuse me, are still there. Stiles looks to the inside of McKay. Gets right into the back bumper of Dominic Gaddis. See if Henrik McKay and Clayton Stiles can push their way to the 2 MPG Academy carts of Will Feidinger and Dominic Gaddis.
Here we go this time, single file. Clayton Stiles, talked about him, his performance he had out in the state of Texas not too long ago. He's looking to go for second. Faded low on the inside. Clayton Stiles gets clear for second. Dominic Gaddis to third. McKay to the 214 of Cole Carter, who's been closing down his gap a little sideways. I think Carter just got into the rear bumper there of McKay, sent him a little sideways. But again, just let him stay ahead. Arm no foul. Camila Canache closing in for Austin Taylor in the 204 as well. Starting to find some pace here in this race.
Yeah, Henry McKay just getting a little loose there and maintains P4. See Cole Carter. Evan Leash actually going with the fastest lap of the race so far, in 8th that lap on closing lap number 2.
What a move there by Clayton Stiles. Got to the lead of the race there in turn 2. And for the first time this weekend, we have a new leader that's not under the red and black livery here this weekend, Kyle.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the difference between Heat 1 yesterday and Heat 2 today, where it looks like, you know, they've kind of organized a little bit better, and they know what they did yesterday. They know they can't let Feidinger and Gaddis get away, and they know they have to really fight. Feidinger trying to get around the inside of Stiles, doesn't have the advantage here and isn't able to get around him, but as he gets underneath him out of the final corner, Feidinger under Stiles, they're side by side up the front straight. Going here into turn number 2. Henrik McKay is going to get to the inside. This is a full pack race, gets a push from behind, and McKay takes the lead.
What a move there by McKay. Again, Feidinger was setting up his move for quite some time. Look at the amount of drivers that are starting to close in. Gaddis has a fade down low. Touches the rear tire of his teammate in Feidinger, but everybody single file. Look at Camila Canache looking on the inside there as well of Taylor. 3 wide with Clayton Stiles. This race has definitely blown up here from 3rd on back, 4th on back, almost 5th on back, where Clayton Stiles now finds himself. The driver was in the lead of this race to start lap number 4, now finds himself all the way down in the 5th spot with Austin Taylor just right behind him. Camila Canache sits there in 7th. This time where we cross the stripe, huge turnaround. And now for the first time this weekend, the 271 of McKay gonna lead us away with Cole Carter.
McKay, the leader, with Cole Carter in 2nd. Will Feidinger, Dominic Gaddis. It looks like the top 4 have now finally broken away, and it looks like you know, the fastest lap of the race earlier coming from P9. That just shows you how much battling was going on up front. The competition has really been ramping up here in Heat number 2 as Cole Carter gets a little bit loose over the curbing there. Loses a little bit as Dominic Gaddis gets inside of Will Feidinger there. Gets Feidinger a little bit loose, and that brings Clayton Stiles back into the fold. That top 4 breakaway I mentioned at the beginning of the lap is now all but dusted, and now Cole Carter, Will Feidinger, Dominic Gaddis, and Clayton Stiles, who just went purple that last lap, are now right back into the mix as Feitinger looks inside of Carter. Gets it done, gets it complete. Will Feitinger to second.
Now from this point forward, right, just got to be careful. Push each other up to McKay, who again has a good lap, but we almost missed this yesterday, right? Whenever you watch 206 racing anywhere in the nation, you love seeing, you know, the draft factor, the train factor of swapping positions, planning moves. Almost, you know, I always like to call it like a high-speed chess match, right? Whenever you're going back and forth, pushing each other along in a train. That's so characteristic about this class. And then you have moves like this that kind of opens up the gap a little bit. And Taylor still looking on Clayton Stiles. Can't go back and try it again in 11. Taylor on the inside. He gets clear. Stiles going to lose one more. Camila Canache now looking on the inside. She's not going to have a good enough run, but it seems like everybody overnight figured either gear or figured something out to be this close to each other now. Gaddis goes up to third. And I tell you what, the battle for the lead here, Kyle, in between Feitinger and between McKay, that's looking a lot closer than what it did before. Stiles going back on Taylor into turn 3. Didn't have the run that he would have wanted.
Yeah, Feitinger really starting to close the gap on Hedrick McKay for the lead as we see the battle between Austin Taylor and Clayton Stiles. Cole Carter starting to get away. Stiles looks like he's going to try the inside of Taylor. Just got on the curb, got a little loose into Austin Taylor as Camila Canache gets by Stiles now as we look to the lead. There's Hendrick McKay, there's Will Feitinger. Let's see what the gap is this time. Last lap it was 7/10, now it's down to a 10th. Will Feitinger is right there on the back of Hendrick McKay. Let's see if he goes for the move this time, thinks better of it, stays in line, pushes Hendrick McKay, and I think we haven't seen the end of this, but I think he realizes, hey, let's not bring Dominic Gaddis and Cole Carter and the rest of the group back into this.
I think more than anything as well, right, for Feitinger to kind of be patient. Sit here in second, right? You did all the work to get yourself for the battle for the lead of the race, so now take advantage of it. Be in second, stay in second for a little bit, learn a little bit about, you know, McKay, who's out there in the lead. Get yourself forward and don't really give an opportunity for drivers further back to try and close down their gap from here on out. So that's kind of the biggest thing that we saw, right? With the amount of battling that we saw for the lead of the race early on, Kyle, you saw more drivers come into the mix. And now it's a matter of, all right, settle in, get in the groove, hit your marks for about 2 or 3 laps. And then when we get to the closing stage of the race, to your lap 13, to maybe 14 even, to start surprising, look for a move, plan the move. But nonetheless, be patient. Be patient throughout it all. And again, more moves. Stiles, you saw him go through on Camila Canache. That was for the 6th spot.
Yeah, Stiles has been shuffled around this entire race. He went purple a couple of laps this session. He's obviously got the pace, but he's just got to have everything work out for him and be able to get through the field and to get everybody organized so that they can get back to the front. Obviously still heat number 2. I think at this point it's just to stop the bleeding as they get around Austin Taylor and Stiles, get around Cole Carter coming here through the final corner.
Yeah, it's the power of 2 karts over 1 there. You saw that perfectly with Austin Taylor, with Cole Carter. Now Carter's going to have a look there as well, but how about this? Talked about planning, thought about it for a lap, went right on by, and here goes McKay. And this is definitely, we're going to have a race on our hands here. I think Gaddis is going to, you know, see this and start to push that little bit more to get closer to the drivers in first and second of McKay and Will Feitinger. We saw Feitinger again try it in 2. He went right back on him, slotted in the line. And now he's going to plan.
You can already see Dominic Gaddis coming into frame in our screen. Last lap he was 1.8 seconds back. Let's see what he is this time by. Senator McKay still your leader. Dominic Gaddis about 3/10 back that lap. See Feitinger. McKay actually goes defensive here. Feitinger on the outside. Can't get it done. Surely that didn't gain any time. As Feitinger swings wide, he's going to try to get underneath McKay. He definitely has the momentum. McKay blocks again, goes low, swings back out.
And you saw Feidinger there just look back at the gap to Dominic Gaddis in the 3rd spot. I think he's just kind of managing it, right? How much do you want to fight? Because also not too far back, you look at Clayton Stiles and his group of, you know, Feidinger, of Taylor there, sorry. Another one of the MPG Academy boys. Of Cole Carter in the 214. We saw them have pace, right? We saw Stiles in the lead of this race at one point. We've seen Taylor work his way through the field. So it's just a matter of, you know, not bringing more of these drivers into the mix. And when you have battling for 1st and 2nd, Stiles and company are going to be pushing with everything they got to be there, as well as lap traffic coming their way here shortly. McKay goes to the lead of the race. Feidinger to the outside, trying the over-under again. And arriving on the scene now, Dominic Gaddis about to arrive on the rear bumper of Will Feidinger here with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, gained about 6/10 that last lap. The gap is now under a second. And as we're about to approach lap traffic here, the leader McKay gets around him. Feidinger has an issue and Gaddis gets alongside of him. Gaddis to P2 through the lap traffic. What a tough break for Will Feidinger.
They're trying to get by on Diesel Maxwell and just caught him at the wrong time there. But this time, Austin Taylor went by on Clayton Stiles. Wants to be the first one to arrive on the scene to try and help his teammates out a little bit. McKay fades low. Gaddis around the outside. Looking to set it up. That's McKay's not going to have the best momentum. Here we go. Around the outside for Gaddis. We saw Feidinger try it the lap prior. Didn't work. It didn't work for Gaddis that time either. And I think the amount of speed that McKay's holding on that inside to have, I guess, a more narrow arc, but even then to be able to carry the speed, that's showing it's all that difficult to kind of set up that over-under in turn number 3, Kyle.
Yeah, it's very difficult to make it happen. McKay still leading 3/10 over Dominic Gaddis now. I think the MPG carts, as we get down to the front straightaway here going into turn 1, they're going to be able to probably close into McKay as we see the 2 to go flags, the 2 to go signal now.
And a battle for the lead. Gaddis, Feidinger almost 3 wide into the braking zone of turn number 2. Here we go, around the outside once again for Gaddis. And we've seen McKay just be able to have good momentum on that inside line and get there. How about Clayton Stiles? How about Austin Taylor and Cole Carter starting to get closer and closer, inch by inch, corner by corner, closing down their gap the more that our leaders have continued to fight. Camila Canache as well, just in 7th. Here we go for the lead of the race. Dominic Gaddis on the inside. He gets clear into turn number 9.
Yeah, let's see if they can form up. It looks like McKay has been going defensive into turn number 2, and that's brought back Stiles and Taylor and Carter. That last time by, the gap now 1.2 seconds to the second group. As you see McKay and Feidinger going with McKay around the outside.
Whoa, got a little bit too close for comfort there for McKay, who just hit the brakes. Didn't want to go too wide into the chicane. And that ruined the run that he had going on the straightaway. Side by side for the back, Carter, Canache. Carter looking on the inside. He's going to hold on over Camila Canache in the 226. But what a last lap display. Last 2 laps, really, in between Gaddis, McKay, Feidinger. Again, very, very impressive to the end of this race. White flag was in the air last time by. Had a fight for it. Wasn't as easy as it was earlier on in the weekend, but Dominic Gaddis wins heat race number 2 in 206 Sportsman. issues for one driver here, working our way up. But that being said, it's time to go racing in KA100 Sr here at Road America. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska, Cal Cuthbertson, Simon Sykes. Alongside me here in the booth, Hayden Jones, Mick Gabriel on row number 1, Caleb Gaffera, and Brandon Lemke on row number 2.
Tristan Farber on the inside of row number 3 with Charles Ropke, Braden Zerves, and Cale Zimmerman on row number 4.
Quentin McPherson and Mason Surgener rounding out your top 10 here in KA100 Sr. Eli Warren and Wyatt Leslie on row number 6. Clayton Slifer, Cash Perkins, row number 7.
Adam Maxwell, talked to him a little bit yesterday. He said he was working on the front end to his OTK, AMAX machine. Lane Gibbs. You go back to Charles Royale, Jamie Siraki, Nathan Trapp, and Oliver Gaffer. Your top 10 rows, your top 20 starters. And look at this. Austin Olds starting from the back of the field here today. Find your favorite driver and keep an eye on him. You're not going to want to miss it. We talked about Alexander Kardashian as well with issues yesterday. Look for him to work his way through the field, but this time for Hayden Jones, for Mick Gabriel, it's time to go racing again in KA Senior. And that's a great jump for Hayden Jones. Gabriel very busy on the steering wheel in turn 2. Everybody makes it on by.
Big jump there for Hayden Jones. Caleb Gaffera slots into second with Mick Gabriel. Everyone clean through turn number 3 now. As everyone kind of singles out going into 3 down the hill.
This time we talked about the different braking zones, especially with the change of elevation, and that's been one of the biggest things that some of the drivers have kind of talked about. But even then, for the return of the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex here this weekend, KA Senior has been one of the classes that's definitely kept us on our toes here, Simon.
Certainly, and a good start here in K100 Senior. It's Hayden Jones out to the early lead, looking good on cold tires. Gaffard just trying to work some heat and pressure into his as he has McGabriel right behind him for some extra assistance down this long straight into the chicane. He'll gain a kart length on Hayden Jones, but not enough to get there and make a move quite yet, as Lemke will go down the inside and take over third spot from McGabriel.
Issues for one of the AEM machines. That's the 925. That's out of this one early. One of the Burrell Arts as well, the 943. 2 drivers out of this race early on. But up front, we saw Caleb G drop a tire just on the exit of turn 2, going up to turn 3, and get no harm, no foul. Gets himself that little bit closer to Hayden Jones. Brandon Lemke gets in the mix. And how about Quentin McPherson? We talked about him having to work his way from further back after issues in heat race number 1. He finds himself working his way through. Eli Warren goes side by side. Cash Perkins in the mix. Close racing.
Austin Olds already up 10 spots in the back. Just an update on him, back from 27th. As we see a little argy-bargy there through turn number 2.
Mason Surgener dicing it out, going to lose out 1 spot there, but that group of 3 still fighting inside the top 10 just at the tail end of it. Austin Olds still with an impressive start here out at the front. It's kind of spread out just a little bit here, and more of the pack racing in the mid-pack. The top 5 or so out, each with about a healthy gap of near half a second to the kart in front of them.
What a move there by Adam Maxwell to turn 9. Looking to go on Jamie Siraki that time by as well. He gets clear on the team owner here this weekend. They're just a little bit ways back, inside of the top 15, I believe. Chasing down his driver and Cash Perkins for Jamie here in this race. And again, they find themselves working their way through, but this is the battle just outside of the top 15. The battle for the lead hasn't started just yet with Hayden Jones, Caleb G, Lemke, Tristan Farber, who again's been out of the seat for about a year since we were in Dowson, Wisconsin for the United States Pro Kart Series in 2024. He's back here this year. There's Austin Olds working his way through, making up another spot in the process.
Up to 25th for Austin Olds. Up about 11 or 12 spots now. We'll keep an eye on him as he carves through the field. Not quite sure why he had to start from the rear, but making his way through the field is Gaffera. Looks like he's closing in a bit on Hayden Jones as he drops a wheel again. He's definitely out there pushing in that red, white, and blue Chuck Gafera suit. I believe that might be his father's.
A lot of history in that suit. From what he said, it's back from the late 1900s. Not sure the exact year, but you know, I know it's pretty old. Pretty old for that suit. Not sure on the exact year. Again, not gonna specify because I'm probably gonna get it wrong. But been in the family for quite some time.
It looks like the top three have started to distance themselves from the rest of the field. Mick Gabriel not quite having the pace early in this one to stay with your leaders. Hayden Jones leading the early pace yesterday, getting that victory in Heat 1. No one quite able to get to his rear bumper. It looked like Gafara may have had a chance, but today certainly closer already, only 0.3 of a second behind, and Brandon Lemke lurking there in third, waiting to pick up the pieces.
How about Tristan Farber, still within the top 5? Yesterday, a solid run for him this weekend. You know, my football coach used to tell us, you know, throughout an event or when you're trying to get through something, you just take one more rung up the ladder. And if Tristan Farber can get another top 5, that's just another step up the ladder to really completing a really solid weekend.
Yeah, right. It's step by step, and it's definitely going to be a process throughout the weekend to put yourself within a good spot later on today in the main event, right? We talked about, you know, progressive heats. We talk about points as well that you accumulate after Heat 1 and after Heat 2. And even after qualifying, I mean, to get yourself within the best starting spot right now, it's going to go the way of Hayden Jones, who's, you know, been flawless so far this weekend, hasn't put a foot wrong. He's at a track that, you know, he's, you know, been really, really comfortable in, and in the state that he's calling home for the summer here this year. But, you know, that being said, Kyle, Simon, what are you kind of seeing, you know, from an outside perspective on the racetrack? I don't know if you've raced here before. What are you kind of seeing this year, you know, different than in years past?
It certainly looks like we have a bit of raceability, but these races have spread out more than I've anticipated. And as I say that, Gafara down to the inside. He'll take over the lead from Hayden Jones, the first lead change that we've seen in quite a minute here in the KA100 Sr field. Not a whole lot of it yesterday, but Gafara back out to the point. He'll take that lead, and that'll let Brandon Lemke inch closer to the back end of Hayden Jones. So Gafara, new leader here on lap number 8.
I'll go back to the point you made, right? Kind of on a track that's, you know, very fast-paced and very, I guess, draft-dependent. You know, seeing stuff like this throughout the midfield is definitely going to see, but the separation as well, I think, has been what's kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, while being a very draftable track, in my opinion, where you have some of these longer straights, there's also a lot of switchbacks, a couple of chicanes where you can really use your driving to make a difference, create those gaps. We saw that Austin Olds is working his way through the field. It just took one corner to space out 3 kart lengths to the cars behind him. So the driving really makes a difference, especially in the latter half of the circuit here at Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. When you get down through these sweepers and into the last couple of corners, definitely a lot of driving aspects to maximize and a lot of places to make the difference from behind the wheel rather than just having a faster go-kart.
Update on Austin Olds, P23. Last time by, still making up spots as he looks to make another here. You see the 916 of Oliver Gaffer and the 924 of Shane Reddy as well. On your screen is Austin Olds. There he goes, another one, P22 for Austin.
Hey, Austin Olds makes up another spot. They're up front. More movers. Just right behind Adam Maxwell. Throughout that, I believe Trapp was the driver looking to make moves. And indeed, they're going to continue to fight here. Just in the midfield battle, Jamie Siraki just right there. That's the group that Austin Olds is closing in on. Of Siraki, Reddy, and more here. So that could be 4 spots in the process there for Austin Olds as he continues to close in. We talked about Tristan Farber as well. The kids right behind him and Charles Ropke, Cale Zimmerman, 5th and 6th. I mean, what a showing for the two of them as Olds goes by on Shane Reddy, looking to go on Siraki as well on the inside. A little bit of contact in between the two. See Siraki just not too happy there.
He's the first one that's put up any kind of defense towards Austin Olds. Austin expecting him to just fully jump out of the way, but that was not the case. Olds still able to get the move done, but to the disdain of Siraki. As we see back here with the battles around Austin Olds. Still cutting his way through the field in the early 20s now, looking to work his way into the teens, get himself a better points position going into heat number 3.
There goes there goes Austin Olds on Nathan Trapp. It looked like Lane Gibbs, the 944, the driver, the teammate of Austin Olds here this weekend. They're shuffling for position. Gibbs able to hold on. Trapp there as well. But some improvements. Braden Zerves just improved. Alexander Kardashian as well. You talked about his drive through the field, up to 13th for Kardashian here in this one. And Siraki's into the pits early. That's going to end his race. You see him visibly upset, I think, possibly with Austin Olds. And just elbows out racing throughout that mid-pack. Nonetheless, but yeah, I talked about Kardashian's drive up the field all the way from almost the last row to 13th. That's a massive, massive drive here for Alexander Kardashian, looking to come away with some good championship points here this weekend. Caleb G still leads us away. Hayden Jones to Lemke and Mick Gabriel, the top 4.
Lemke closing the gap just a little bit on your 2 leaders, as well as Mick Gabriel. The top 4 have really distanced themselves from 5th on back, so the battle heating up front. Hayden Jones all over that rear bumper of Caleb Gafara, not going for a pass back yet. He led the early stages of this race, won heat number 1 yesterday, and he will wait until maybe the last lap to go for a decisive move, working lap number 14 of 15, so sticks in the air that time by 2 to go. When are we going to see the action start to heat up even more?
We're just going to see these two kind of be patient with each other, right? They, I mean, talk about 3 or 4, if not, of the most experienced drivers in, you know, in the field here this weekend, with, you know, being in the seat as much as they have been. I mean, not for Hayden Jones, or I would say even Mick, as much in recent time, but I mean, they've been up there, up at the front, put themselves in situations where they're so fresh to it all and kind of know what to expect, know what to do, know when to do it as well. And coming to the last lap, I think, is going to be time for Hayden Jones. If you've got anything left, it's time to show it here as we go up to turn number 2.
Let's see if Hayden Jones back to the lead. There he goes. Caleb Gafar going to look underneath now. They're going to be side by side heading into turn number 4. Let's see who comes out on top. Hayden Jones. Gafara lets him go. Let's see if he can get another run, make another switchback here.
You say Lemke's getting closer as well. Himself and Mick Gabriel, we're going back and forth a little bit. I think they're not going to have enough time, but here goes Caleb G. A very wide arc around the outside. Not enough room for the 2 to go side by side. That time, though, Jones fades low. Gafara looks to set up the over-under. It's going to be close to the line, but it's Hayden Jones with the heat race victory in heat race number 2. To Caleb G, to Brandon Lemke, Mick Gabriel. And what a drive as well up the field for Quentin McPherson to get himself inside of your top 5.
Cale Zimmerman, Wyatt Leslie, Charles Ropke. Tristan Farber falls back to P9, but still in the top 10. Impressive regardless. And Braden Zerves rounds out your top 10.
Go back to Eli Warren, Mason Surgeon, Alexander Kardashian. That's a good recovery drive to get up to 13th. Adam Maxwell and Clayton Slifer, your top 15. Cash Perkins, Austin Olds, Chaz Royale, Shane Reddy, and Nathan Trapp, your top 20 finishers. 206 Junior coming your way next.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
.206 Jr. getting set to go green. Brady Shad and Braden Domont on row number 1. Gavin Dyer and Ethan Leroy on row number 2. Jack Fieber and Pearson Golseth on row number 3.
Viewer Gaffer, Gianna Lunsky on row number 4. Jude Lunsky and Colin Eddy on row number 5.
You go back to the 11th spot with Isaac Rotho, Evan Benoit, Alyssa Eddy, Porter Trudell, Evan Patton, Clara Mosley, Tyler Catera, Martin Mosley, J.C. Mueller, Case Rath. that's your field here. Back to Bartels Baczynski. I definitely got that wrong. Let me know at lunch. I'll be sitting down over at the cafe eating something, so just let me know. Joseph Wilson and Callum Siaglia. Your field here today in 206 Junior. We get ready to get going here once again. See Chad there on the inside. He's going to set the pace. Domon on the outside. He's going to look to go for the lead here. You see Chad telling Domon to slow her down just a little bit more. But here we go. Time to go racing. Green flag in the air. And I tell you what, Domon got a good start, but not good enough. He slots to second. Brady Shad, your leader, moves further back. Dyer looked on the inside on Leroy. He got clear.
Big jump there for Shad and Domont, just like yesterday. As it looks like Dyer, we got one card off. That was the 312 of Pearson Gulseth.
Yeah.
All four wheels in there. Did a little dirt track in there. Ooh, a little contact again. That's a 397 of Jude Lunsky getting underneath of Gulseth.
You have side-by-side Colin Eddy there, stuck on the outside. Alyssa Eddy looking to get herself well into the mix there. Benoit Rothel, 322. All putting themselves well in the fight. And speaking of Colin and Alyssa's dad a little bit yesterday, he was saying they just missed a little bit on gear. Looked to figure it out today over the curb. For Leroy, able to hold on to it. They're going to get passed on the inside. Feber, 381, able to get clear. Up front, Shad, Domont, Dyer pull away. And look at this pack further back here, guys.
Yeah, big pack forming here behind them. Few battles there. You see the 389 and 322. The 329 now getting underneath the 300.
That's Porter Trudell. Porter Trudell there on Alyssa Eddy. This time by sort of lap number 4, but again, we're starting to see a lot closer racing, I think, compared to what we saw yesterday, and you're seeing more moves like this kind of bring more of the pack together here, fellas, and to me, that's been, I think, one of the most interesting things to see of the huge turnaround that we saw in 206 Sportsman that we're seeing here in 206 Junior, and I think even in KA Senior, right, you saw, I think, a lot more closer racing than I think what we saw all day yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's all ramping up a little bit more, just a little bit more risk being taken today, because as the closer we get to the final, I mean, Brady Shad and Braden Domont, as well as now Gavin Dyer back into the mix. Gavin Dyer had a little bit of a rough heat yesterday. Now he's back into third, pushing Brady Shad up at the Domont.
See Domont taking the lead over Brady Shad this time, the top 3. Starting to make some headway on the carts behind. Able to put some distance, use that draft to their advantage. Not fighting too hard, just making a few decisive moves to not interrupt the flow, keep that momentum up, keep the carts behind from being able to drive up to that rear bumper, make it a 3-cart pack rather than a 10-cart pack. They're certainly using their heads out there, knowing this is early in the race here in heat number 2. Still more than 10 laps left in this session.
Again, you put yourself in the position that Gavin Dyer is, you know, at this stage of the race where, I mean, Kyle, you said it earlier, right? The first heat race didn't go as planned, lost a couple of spots, but in heat race number 3, you find yourself within a good points finish. You know, when, for you, Simon, that, you know, you've still been pretty avid in racing, but for you, when is the time, especially in a class like 206 Junior, to try to go for a move to get up to second, and the reasoning behind it as well?
Well, it's all a giant strategy game. So if you see the carts around you have the pace, and you're making good headway against the karts behind, then there's no reason to really shake up the order a lot, especially in a category like this where you know you're most likely not going to get driven away from. That draft's going to keep you close. Not a whole lot of risk in just sitting behind and pushing the karts around you to get away from everyone else, especially when you're near the front of the field. You have a 3-kart group, and then like we see here, a second of a gap between Dyer and Fieber in 3rd and 4th. So not a whole lot of reason to shake it up. Maybe when you get down a couple laps left to go, then you start seriously thinking about it a little bit more, making slightly more aggressive moves, but I don't expect we'll see anything other than the occasional clean pass just to change the order up a little bit, see who has the best pace out front and the best chance of gapping themselves from the karts behind.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, you know, talking about, you know, the closeness of the racing and putting yourself within, you know, good reason to push, find somebody you're comfortable with, pushing yourself forward and keeping distance as well from drivers behind, I think has been the name of the game, especially in our 206 categories, which I think we're going to see later on today as well when we get into 206 Senior. One of the biggest classes we have here with us this weekend at Route 66, but even then, more battling throughout this mid-pack for Pearson Golseth. He's been going back and forth with Theo Gaffer. And again, almost like a negotiating game from here on out as more moves further back. Jude Lunsky, Ethan Leroy. Lunsky was able to go clear.
Jack Fiber went purple the last 2 laps. Then a 1.3 second gap, catching Gavin Dyer and Brady Shad and Braden Domont.
So this is where we were talking about earlier, Caleb. Knowing where the pace is out front, do you have the pace to leave the karts behind? Because Fieber's certainly looking to make it a 4-kart pack at the front. He's got the assistance of the draft. He'll close up to that rear bumper, and now it's 4 karts in your lead pack. Still, this time, Brady Shad leading the way around. He'll cross the line in P1, able to take that spot over Domont. Not a lot of really aggressive racing, like I said, just the occasional move, but already look at Fieber down the inside into the chicane, looking to take over 3rd place. He'll get the move done this time.
And you talked about it as well earlier today, Simon, where you kind of see battling. It's almost 0.3 of a second. That's about 3 car lengths. You know, the difference in what a battle kind of does to you. And again, we saw the change for the lead there as well, and that put him back about half a second on lap times compared to the lap that Jack Fieber was able to run. So you saw why he's gotten so close and why he's up to 3rd now on his Burrell Art chassis. Get himself up to 3rd and going back by on Gavin Dyer, that time by as well. So again, you're starting to see the closest of the racing, and you know, we talked about the planning game, the strategy. We talked about it all, really. But you're kind of starting to see, right, how much battles like this kind of start to affect the gaps that we're seeing on the racetrack.
So now we take a closer look at the action from 5th on back. Leaders working together out front. Now a 4-kart group there, but 5th on back, still a lot of positions yet to be decided. They are certainly fighting a bit more aggressively than your leaders. So we see a lot of 2x2 up at the top of the hill and back down. Still racing action here in the midfield.
Yeah, a lot of action here in the midfield. A lot of action here in the midfield of Theodore Gaffer. Pearson Golseth up ahead of them in 7th. Everyone just trying to keep in line to get up to the top 3.
This time by, we start lap number 10. Couple of moves here further back. And again, everybody just been single file. We talked about Golseth making moves there as well, but again, a lot of time that's going by for these young drivers. Isaac Rotho there looking for a move. Gianna Lunsky there, sorry, in there as well. But again, your battle for the lead actually opened up for Brady Shad, about half a second back to Fieber. Domont back in 3rd, 2/10 back from that to Dyer, to Leroy, to Golseth.
Earlier in the race, it was certainly a 3-cart pack. Now starting to separate into 2 groups of 2 at the front. Brady Shad still leading the way. He'll bring Domont with him. We'll start to extend that gap to Fieber and Dyer in 3rd and 4th.
We actually had a change for 3rd with Jack Fiber taking the 3rd spot over Gavin Dyer. Let's see if Domont has anything over Brady Shad. See the 2 of Fiber and Dyer actually still closing up to Domont. This could become a 4-cart race.
Yeah, and again, they're going to need some help from your leaders as well to sit here and fight a little bit. So kind of just waiting right for the signal of Domont. Whenever he wants to go, that's gonna go, and it's gonna be now. Domont looking on the inside of turn number 9. He gets clear. A new life for Dyer as Brady Shad wastes no time. Goes right on by into turn number 10. This time we're starting the last couple of laps, but Fieber, Dyer, got to get on the horse now, Simon.
4 to go at the line, and gloves officially off. The most racing action we've seen this race from the front pack here. 2 corners straighted, 2 positions straighted in 2 corners. Now we'll see another move top of the hill. Domont back to the pointy end of this field. Now 4 carts nose to tail. That gap that Domont and Shad had extended over Fieber and Dyer now disappeared completely. 4 carts nose to tail down the hill. Domont wanting to lead the way. We'll see how long Shad's going to put up with that before he makes the diving move back down the inside. But as I say that, Fieber down the inside of Shad, looking for the move side by side into the last couple of corners, not able to get that one done this time. Leader remains Domont. Shad trying to hold on to P2, and Fieber not giving it up quite yet, looking for some assistance from Dyer. He'll push him through down the inside, and Shad going to lose 2 spots out of this one as they head into turn number 1 in the chicane. Up the hill, Shad trying to hold on to the position, ultimately will lose out.
Dyer and Fiber finally breaking up Braden Domont and Brady Shad. Now you're at the front as Fiber's going to look to the outside of Domont. Kind of swings wide, gets a little bit better momentum than Domont now. Let's see if Dyer can push him past Domont as he's going to look for the move on the inside. Just barely gets beside him.
And here we go. Now on the inside.
Is Gavin Dyer going to follow Domont? What's he going to do? He's going to stay to the inside. Hold second. It looks like they're going to let Domont get away here a little bit.
2 sticks in the air this time. 2 laps to go, and look at that. That is Shad pointing forward, telling these guys to get in line. Let's not let Domont drive away with this one. And with a little bit of assistance, they'll get back to that rear bumper and maybe a little bit of corner cutting there. He cleared that curb, Caleb.
Yeah, it looked like he just kind of really went right over the curb, maybe turned in a little bit too early. And, yeah, for Brady Shad. But, I mean, it worked. Gap closed down to the lead, right, to Domont in the 309. So Shad's now closing in. Dyer back in 3rd with Fieber. And, again, Shad was, I mean, you look back to where we were 2 laps ago where asked for a little bit of help, didn't get it from Dyer or Fieber. And now, you know, a lap later, he had to do it all on his own as they were fighting for the lead. And now Shad with new life, trying to get himself a 2nd heat race victory here today. White flag in the air last time around. The Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. As Shad looking to make some room on the inside. He gets through on Domont. Here comes Fieber as well. On the outside, side by side up the hill. Dyer looking for a lane, looking to pick one. Contact in between your 2 leaders. Fieber gets pushed out wide. But what a race for the lead. Domont looking to get one. Fieber gets through. And how about Dyer as well to go up to 3rd?
And Domont falling all the way back to the 4th position there. Shad taking over the lead. His paces looked really strong, able to just separate himself from the carts behind, use that draft to tuck back up to Domont, your leader, able to complete that move even with Domont defending the inside. And now he's well and clear heading into the last corner. Will there be any fighting for 2nd place here? Fieber holding it on. We'll go side by side to the line, but it is Brady Shad taking the victory here in 206 Junior.
How about that for Brady Shad? Took advantage of it all and got it done there, Kyle.
Brady Shad taking the win over Fiber. Dyer yesterday fell back to about 8th and was in the scrum in the battle for the top 5, and now he puts it onto the podium. Braden Domont P4, Ethan Leroy P5, Golseth P6, Trudell in 7th, Lunsky 8th, Gaffer 9th, and Eddie rounding out the top 10. Take a look back at the end of the rest of the field through your top 20. Find your favorite driver, and we're going to hear from our partners, and we'll be right back after this break.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time, it's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR? MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a Kart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
It's time to go racing here in Mini Swift. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Liam 4, the number 4, on pole position alongside Bo Wyatt, Harrison Apel, and Levi Leash on row number 2.
Lawrence Jorgensen, P5, Dylan Braun, P6. Dutch Westbrook in 7th had a rough day yesterday, and Liam Asilis in P8.
Cameron Apel and Diesel Maxwell rounding out your top 10 here in Micro Swift. We'll check down some of the names farther in the order. 15 karts in the class. It's Caton Daly and Bella Brinkman on row number 6. But as we're heading to the line this time, we'll be looking for the green flag. Waiting for the starter to give it. All the karts in the tram lines. Nice slow crawl.
Look for Austin Taylor as well for Tyler Blackwood to work their way through the field this time. Green flag in the air. A good start for the outside. Look at Bo Wyatt to the lead of the race. Liam 4. Not the best start for him. He's going to get swallowed up by Leash, who as well got a good start on that outside line.
You can see Dylan Braun in the 37 kind of getting out of line there from the outside groove at the start. You see Evan Leash already there in 3rd. Liam 4, Harrison Apel there in the 18 kart.
Keep an eye out for Dutch Westbrook starting back in P7 there. Look for him to make his way forward in this field, taking a penalty in yesterday's heat, number 1. Unsuccessfully tried to argue that one. In that one, it was a coin flip. Could have gone either way. Dutch falling on the wrong side of that penalty here. But racing action in the midfield already heating up. That's Braun and Jorgensen going at it, heading to turn number 2.
Dutch Westbrook making it 3 wide to the inside. There he goes over Jorgensen and Dylan Braun. Here into turn number 3. Now he's just got to get to the back. How quickly can he get to the back of Evan Leash?
There you go for Westbrook, up a couple of spots. Started that lap 7th. He's up to 6th now. So that's a pretty good drive up the field to start this one up. He's up 2 spots from where he started this race. For Tyler Blackwood as well. Started on the back row. The kid out of Midland, Texas. Finds himself inside of the top 10 now.
Caleb, they got to call me the Oracle the way I'm seeing the future here. Dutch Westbrook making his way through the field. Look for him to work his way towards the front here as we keep an eye on the latter half of your top 5, top 10. That's Taylor on screen now. Dutch Westbrook already up to P5. A nice big gap inside the top 5, but the back half of the top 10 still nose to tail.
Simon, do me a favor. Never say that again. We're going to work our way through this time with Tyler Blackwood as he's working his way through now on Austin Taylor. They're going to go side by side. Austin Taylor holding on for now on that spot. Dutch Westbrook, I will tell you what, you might have a point here. Kid has been on a tear so far. To get himself up to 5th after the start of this race, he's closing in on Leash here at this point. Evan Leash, that is, on the number 17. So I don't think I'd personally call you an oracle, but he is getting close.
You know what? For the cherry on top, Dutch Westbrook going purple this time by the line. Wait for it here in 3, 2, 1.
It's a personal best. But
it's a personal best, but it was Liam 4 on that lap. Your driver up in P2. You can see how far he's already made it up towards your leader, extending the gap between him and the karts in the back half of the top 5. Now we key in on a few of those drivers in the latter half of your top 10, looking to make some moves, all chasing Dutch Westbrook as they continue to chase down White and 4 up front. Those 2 drivers extending their gap over the field. It's 8 tenths back to 4, and then another second back to April in 3rd.
Yeah, Bo Wyatt got a little bit of a lead here in the beginning, but it's Liam 4 trying to bring it in as we're looking back now that's Jorgensen here in P6, Dylan Braun P7, and there's Tyler Blackwood, who had a disappointing heat number 1 yesterday, the Texas native. Caleb, there's a couple Texas boys in this class this weekend. As you see, one of them, Tyler Blackwood, making a move on the inside of Braun, thinks better of it. But you know, how about the Texas boys on the Benix getting it done here in Micro Swift? Yeah,
I mean, right? Not only out of the state of Texas, but a lot of kids out of Missouri. We have some from Minnesota. Obviously, a lot from Indianapolis and Illinois as well here with us this weekend.
Just off the exit of that corner, coming off the top of the hill, that was Apel dropping a tire, losing a great deal of momentum. That'll tighten up the rest of this group, as now we have 4 or 5 karts all in a line. Apel leading the way of that group there in the number 18 kart. A bit of space in front of him. That's a heavy loss of momentum early in heat number 2.
Yeah, just a little too early as Blackwood finally looking to go back on Braun. Jorgensen just further up the field as well. And I see you point at the screen here, Simon. Dutch Westbrook, you said that fastest lap of the race was coming his way. It arrived. He's up to 3rd now. Got by Evan Leash.
Hey, I was just a lap early. I wasn't wrong. I was just a lap early,
yeah.
Caleb.
I think the thing to look for in that is, you know, Dutch is 2.3 seconds back. Liam 4 has been consistently faster than the leader. So I think Dutch is going to have to hope for Liam and Bo Wyatt to start battling to get back into the fold, because he's definitely setting lap times quick enough to get up there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close as well. When that time comes, we're not even halfway through this race yet, right? We're starting lap number 7 now. And for the drivers further back, Taylor, he's had to work his way through as well. His progression, I don't think, has been, I guess, as fast as we saw Westbrook or Blackwood's, but he's still getting himself through the field. Blackwood there going by on Jorgensen. That time through. Blackwood's up to 6th. Next on the list for Blackwood there is Harrison Apel on the 18.
I'll tell you what, Liam 4 and Dutch Westbrook certainly have the work cut out for them 7/10 between the leader and P2, but Bo Wyatt going purple that time by 53.070. Fastest lap of the race thus far with a strong pace out front. It's going to be a tall order for Liam Ford and Dutch Westbrook to get up to your leader.
Right now on screen, the battle between Harrison Apel and Tyler Blackwood. We just saw Blackwood get into the rack bumper of Apel a little bit. We'll see if he can try and make the move here coming to turn 2. Apel goes low, goes a little bit defensive. Blackwood's going to go around the outside. This is going to be tricky to do, but he does it. He gets around him before the corner.
Yeah, that was a huge run for Tyler Blackwood there to get clear on the outside even before the corner. On Harrison Apel, that's massive there. As we look back into the lead, Liam Ford, the kid out of Wisconsin, we talked about him a lot yesterday, and you know how busy he's been here, especially at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex, running the Tuesday series here. Finished on the podium a whole lot last year at Route 66, and this year looking for a championship. I don't think the number 4 is ever going to come off that cart, but it could be a number 1 at the end of the year if the pace that he's had this weekend transpires into more weekends in the future. And he's getting a lot closer. We talk about the work he had cut out for him, Simon. He's made it look easy.
Short work for sure. Purple 2 laps in a row for Liam Ford, 52.6 that time by, 52.8 for your leader. So that gap has officially closed. You can't put a cart between your 2 leaders anymore. You see Dutch Westbrook there in the distance. He still has a ways to go to catch these 2, but Liam Ford looking the strongest here halfway into this heat number 2.
Yeah, he's definitely not slowed down one bit to get up there. And again, we're going to start lap number 10 here shortly. And for Liam Ford, it's just a matter, right? To me, I've always found that it's been easier to kind of race when I'm following somebody. I think it was a little too close for comfort there where Ford was looking to set up, I think, an over-under up to turn number 2. I think he's still going to have a good enough run. He's not going to be close enough, though. But that was just a little too close there.
Just a bit of contact between your 2 leaders. It looked like Liam Ford taking some wide arcs into the corner. Wyatt charging some speed across the apex and wanted to set back up for the last corner, but lo and behold, there was a cart already there. That number 4 of Liam Ford has closed that gap, and now Bo Wyatt knows for certain that he has a cart in his company at the front of this field.
Under 2/10 is Liam Ford. He was close enough last lap where they made contact going into the final corner this time by. I think he lost a little bit from that contact, but let's see if he can reel it in this lap. The gap under 2/10 still. Just not enough to get right to the rear bumper of Bo Wyatt yet to get underneath of him.
And I have to say, the leaders, while having contact, 52.8s for the pair of them, a 52.9 for Dutch Westbrook, but it was Tyler Blackwood in P4 setting the fastest lap of the race that time by, 52.5, as that second group works to try and close the distance. They're 3.5 seconds back from your leader. We still have 4 laps to go when we cross the line this time by. So is there enough time? I'm not sure if the leaders keep up this pace, but if they battle, anything could happen.
Yeah, a lot can definitely still happen in between our leaders. And again, we've seen Liam have, you know, the runs throughout the straightaway as well, and we just haven't seen him kind of close back in where he's right on that bumper of Bo Wyatt, where he's starting to kind of apply the pressure, you know, even close enough to, I think, attempt to move fairly. And I'm just not entirely sure either what the differences are of kind of what we're seeing in between the 2 drivers, because it looks all the same, and it looks like the lap times they're pretty similar as well, right? 52.8 for Liam, 52.8 for Bo Wyatt. So when you're running the same lap time here, Simon, you're not really gonna catch it. It has to be about a 10th, I think, a lap, or even that half a 10th. And I think this time it's looking a lot better for Liam.
And you can definitely see a difference in line and maybe a bit of gearing in between your 2 leaders. It looks like Wyatt comfortable to charge the entries, roll some speed across the corner. Liam 4, a more measured approach on the entries, looking for that exit speed, ultimately resulting in similar lap times, but 2 different approaches for the top 2, as he will close up to the rear bumper of Bo Wyatt up the top of the hill, and you can see just in front of him traffic looming on the horizon.
Yeah, that lap traffic could be huge, as we saw in the 206 Sportsman division. The traffic really switched up a couple spots. You know, the last couple laps, Bo Wyatt and Liam 4 lap times have been about identical until that last lap where Liam 4 took a bit of a gap, a few hundredths out of Bo Wyatt's lead.
And here we go. This is where it gets tricky, right? For Liam 4, for Bo Wyatt.
Big
luckily, the
exit
two of them.
speed that time. Big exit speed for Liam 4 out of the last corner. 2 sticks in the air, and you can just see the difference in driving preference as he will close up to that rear bumper on the way into the chicane. This time, that lap traffic got in the way just a little bit, but ultimately it's even back out as you already see a bit of the defensive move there from Bo Wyatt out front. Liam 4 looking for a way by, and Dutch Westbrook looming in third, just hoping these two go to work on each other. We'll be coming back to the white flag this time. Are we going to see any more action in the latter half of this lap, or are they going to save it all for the last one?
Well, 4 just has to get himself close enough, has to get himself within striking distance here. Within the last 2 corners, he's been really good out of the exit at turn number 10, where I think it's been the most notable place where he charges into the entry a little bit harder maybe than Bo Wyatt, and you see his kind of run go a little bit wider on the exit as well. So just a little bit of difference in lines in between Bo Wyatt, Liam 4, but it's been pretty stagnant. And if you want to see the likes of Dutch Westbrook get himself up to the top 2, get himself into the fight, he's going to need a lot of help at this point, right, from the drivers in first and second of Wyatt and 4.
With a cart length between the two, it's looking more and more like it's going to come down to the last corner. 4 not quite there yet. Still a bit of a gap to close, as you'll see Wyatt go extremely wide down the hill that time. That's going to help close the gap even more. Liam 4 right on that rear bumper, just a couple of corners left here on the last lap of heat number 2. It's Micro Swift, it's Bo Wyatt, it's Liam 4 looking for any way by. Is he going to have a crossover out of the final corner? They'll go side by side to the line, but Bo Wyatt will reign supreme here in Micro Swift.
How about the 41? Bo Wyatt takes it away in Micro Swift, presented by Top Kart USA. Liam 4 across the line second, Dutch Westbrook third, Tyler Blackwood and Levi Leash, your top 5. Checkered flag in the air. Coming up next, Mini Swift.
So with Micro Swift all wrapped up, it's Mini Swift on deck here in just a few moments' time. You're watching live on Kart Chaser.
Time to go racing in Mini Swift, presented by BBS Race Engines for their second heat here today. Dominic Gaddis and Simon Jack Klein after post-race penalties start on the front row with Santi Orioli and Will Feidinger on row number 2.
Farther back, Sayupka and Harrell, row number 3. Johnson and Hudson Howard on row number 4.
You go back to Eric Wojciechowski, Slayton Baldock, row number 5. Brody Stoffel and Camila Canache on row number 6.
Row number 7, Weldon Vielgut, Rhett Johnson. Row number 8 will be Lewin Mock and Caleb Klimek.
What a way to spell that name. Again, I said it yesterday, say it again today. It's unique, one of a kind, or two of a kind, I should
personally,
say.
I prefer our buddy Caleb Smock in his spelling of the name Caleb, but that just may be because,
Yeah, okay.
We don't even need to get into that. But as the carts are into the tram lines, this time we'll be looking for the green flag at the front of the field.
Look out for Clayton Stiles as well. He's going to have to work his way throughout this field. He's starting at the back of the pack, but that being said, green flag in the air, and that's a great start for Dominic Gaddis and Santi Orioli.
And the midfield taken off to a bit of a slow start. We saw a bit of 3-wide action into turn number 1. That time, the leaders able to stretch themselves out to a nice little gap. It's a healthy lead from the lead back to P2 and 3 this time. So the top 3 already well clear of the rest of the field, as 4th on back already battling hard.
And you see that's the back of the pack working their way through there. And here we have the battles in between. Austin Taylor looking around the outside. There's Cam Johnson just up the road. Slate Harrow as well. Able to find some pace overnight. And again, more movers throughout the middle. Vielgut, one of the ones in there. Rhett Johnson in the mix as well.
Working lap number 2 this time into the chicane. Top 3 well clear. The rest of the field battling hard. You see Orioli there in P2. They've established a nice healthy gap back to 4th and 5th. It's still Gaddis out front, Simon Klein in 3rd. Then it's back to Slate Harrell and Cameron Johnson, the duo on track behind them. And then farther back, quite the battle in the midfield here, Caleb.
Yeah, Eric Wojciechowski, Brody Stoffel, Camila Canache, as well as Hudson Howard, who's a little bit up the road. And Clayton Stiles, how about that as well to get himself up a good number of spots at the start of this race. He's now on the rear bumper here of Brody Stoffel. So that's a great run up the field so far. We'll see what that gap looks like further back. Hudson Howard moved up to 8th. Supaka to 9th. And side by side for the lead of the race, Santi Orioli gets to the front. Simon Jack Klein is 2nd. Dominic Gaddis slots in a 3rd.
Now that's a good name there in P2. Simon Klein working his way past Dominic Gaddis. So it'll be Orioli and Simon Klein, P1 and 2, and they've actually built up just a little bit of a gap. That exchange there up in the hairpin has changed the tide, and now 4th on back with a chance in this race. That's Cameron Johnson now up into P4. What can he do to get onto the back of Dominic Gaddis, your early leader here, who has fallen into the clutches of the midfield?
Yeah, we saw Cam Johnson after post-race penalties yesterday, got moved down the order, but today, taking it on the chin, working his way through, and kept his head down. He's already up into the top 4. This kid's had a very mature drive. How about Eric Wojciechowski? One driver way off into the grass. Very close to the barrier there. Able to get on clear, but wow. That was, I think, a little too close for comfort up here for us in the booth. And as well down there on the racetrack, tuning back in with the battle here. Cam Johnson, Dominic Gaddis. They've gone back and forth throughout this race, and we talked about the drive up the field as well for Cam. Looking now on the inside of turn 10. He gets clear. Cam Johnson. Good move by him, looking to pick up where he left off at the end of the opening weekend this year at Route 66. Pick up another 200 points at the end of it. Here up to 3rd now, so that's a good run for Cam Johnson nonetheless. So we go back up front. Santi Orioli, Simon Jack Klein work their way down the hill, and their gap has kind of stayed consistent here. You look up front, a 51.8 for Santi Orioli, and it's a little bit of the same as well for Simon Jack Klein, a 51.89, where he hasn't really been able to make all too much headway with your leader, but has been consistently within the same lap time.
Orioli holding the early pace here. He's able to extend that gap, almost now out of draft range from Simon Klein there in P2. 0.8 of a second. Probably looking at about 3/4 of a second to start to get the full effect of the draft. And we see a move here from Cameron Johnson sliding through into P2. He was purple last time by, a 51.236, 0.6 of a second quicker than your leader. So plenty of pace in that number 110 machine. We'll see if he can close the gap to Santiago Orioli up front.
Here we go. Talked about Johnson. He just went another spot better, like you said there, Simon. And, I mean, you know, talking about the progression of this kid as well throughout the years. Look back to his move up to Mini Swift, kind of outgrew the Micro Swift class a little bit too early. But even then, progressively, right? Week after week's been getting better. Has been in the seat. Traveling around the country with his mom. I know his dad out here this weekend as well. But this is a huge run for him, and as well for a couple of the younger drivers further back, right? Talk about Slade Harrow and his move up to Mini Swift. He's had a pretty good run here in the second heat race. Wasn't the best in heat race number 1, I must say. But it looks a lot better here in heat 2. Slayton Bolduc just right behind him in 7th. So everybody just kind of biding their time here a little bit. We're in that halfway point here as well, Simon, where, you know, it kind of slows down. But even then, this is where you get to work. This is where you start to learn, right? Where you start to really process everything that's kind of occurring with the time that you do have, right, for the next couple laps.
Certainly, we're halfway in, halfway home this time by the line. That's 7 laps complete, working lap number 8. Everyone well comfortable into their equipment now. We'll take a look at the times that time by Cameron Johnson. 0.2 better than your leader. In fact, the rest of the top 5, at least 1/10 of a second better than Orioli. We'll see if these gaps continue to close, but it's looking good for Cameron Johnson and his hopes of catching your leader, the number 116 machine.
Lap by lap, bit by bit, corner by corner here for Cam Johnson. Still pushing with everything he's got to get there. And again, in Route 66 competition, you look back at the end of 2024 where you got a win over at K1 Circuit Whiteland to end off the year, and the start of this year as well to win the opening round. This has been a good, I guess you could say, 3-run stretch. And Route 66 is going to look to put himself within a good starting spot for the main event later on today. But again, the pace that he's shown, definitely feel confident about that.
Certainly picking up the pace here. Orioli able to dip down into the 51.4 second bracket. But Cameron Johnson, 51.3 on that last lap, so still inching that gap forward little by little, almost back into draft range of your leader. And he's going to bring Simon Jack Klein with him as well. Dominic Gaddis, the gap now about 0.6 back from P3 to P4. So Gaddis, the early leader in this race, still hampered from that early pass that set him back all of those positions. This time by the line, it'll be 6 to go. Orioli still your leader over Cameron Johnson.
We'll keep an eye on it here, and just a quick update, right, on the lap times. Another 1/10 of a second here for Cam Johnson. He's getting close to that drafting range. I think he's going to get it, Simon, this time by whenever we get onto the main straight.
Certainly, we're looking for about 3/4 of a second margin between two karts to really get the full effect of that draft. And with the pace of Cameron Johnson, I have no doubt that he will be within draft range soon, and that gap will close at an exponential rate. It's going to drag us into a 3-kart battle here in just a few laps' time. But this time by still Orioli with the advantage out front, slowing down little by little, 51.6 that time, 0.2 of a second advantage for Cameron Johnson. He's now only a half second behind your leader. And that gap rapidly closing. The end of this race looking to get spicy. 3 karts in the fight currently. We'll see if Gaddis and Feichinger can make any headway into the leader's gap.
Yeah, we look back up front here. And again, talked about the draft here a little bit that Cam Johnson might have gotten from Santi Orioli this time when we get to the straightaway. Again, he's getting closer and closer. 0.2 of a second the last time around. He's going to have to push to get up there. We're getting close to the end here. Starting lap number 12 now.
Personal best that time by for Santiago Orioli. He will borderline match the time of Cameron Johnson. Johnson better by 0.005 of a second on that lap. So Orioli starting to pick it up again, but this time through the chicane, it looks like Cameron Johnson has the pace as we take a quick look back at Gaddis and Feichinger in 4th and 5th, but that gap ever closing. 3 kart lengths now, the difference between P1 and P2, and still closing rapidly. So Cameron Johnson on the move, on the hunt for the lead.
He's looking a lot closer now. How about this battle as well? Will Feichinger, Dominic Gaddis. They're further back, fighting for the 4th spot. Fighting for the 4th spot, and these 2 drivers been pushing each other as much as they could. But we're getting close to the 2 laps to go. Cam Johnson about a car length away from Santi Orioli this time when we get up the hill.
Still watch Gaddis and Feichinger through the top hairpin. The gap between them now equal or to or smaller than the gap for the lead. They are nose to tail, but so are your leaders. Cameron Johnson there on the rear bumper. Less than a kart length separate your 2 leaders. Orioli, Johnson coming to 2 to go this time. Who's going to take top step in heat number 2 of Mini Swift? Currently, the advantage goes the way of Orioli and the MPG Motorsports crew. That 116 machine leading the way. He'll see the sticks this time. 2 to go. What does Cameron Johnson have to offer in terms of a fight for the victory?
And I'll tell you what, both of these kids had to work their way throughout the field after penalties in heat race number 1. And Simon Jack Klein, this puts him within a really good average at the end of it all to, you know, fight for a pole position, I think, later on today. I think Gaddis is another one of the drivers that could probably benefit as well, finishing 4th. But the 2 drivers ahead have been the fastest so far this weekend, and everybody's just kind of been missing a little bit as far as long run pace goes here. But nonetheless, Johnson is getting closer and closer here in the last 2 laps of this race. Gonna need to get everything he's got to try and go a couple of spots better. I think a 1st place and what could have been an 8th place, I believe. That could do Johnson a lot of good as well later on today.
White flag at the stripe. This is the last lap. The pace has been really, really even between your 2 leaders, but this time we're going to see the action heat up. Orioli to the defense, looking for the crossover is Cameron Johnson. He'll get it done at the top of the hill. What does Orioli have to offer in return? They're still nose to tail, heading down into the sweepers, these back and forth corners, and already a kart length of a gap. It's looking good for Cameron Johnson. He's got now 2 kart lengths over Orioli. Just a couple of corners left. And Cameron Johnson with a last lap move. The only lap he's led in this race so far has been the last lap. Isn't enough to get the victory. Is Santiago Orioli close enough to challenge? It doesn't look like it. He'll offer a crossover attempt on the last corner, but just quite not enough. The number 110 machine of Cameron Johnson taking victory here in heat number 2.
Yeah, that's a very mature drive for Cam Johnson there to win this one here in heat race number 2. A couple of spots better. I think that'll put him for the main event. Santi Orioli across the line in 2nd. Simon Jack Klein as well. Good, consistent run throughout the heat races will put him within a good starting spot later on today. Definitely, I think, on the front row. Dominic Gaddis and Will Feichinger, your top 5. That being said, quick commercial break from our side. We'll be right back with 206 Sr.
you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than FitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, FitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out FitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Oh, welcome back here to Route 66 racing action as we get set to go green. As we get set to go green here in 206 Senior. Quentin McPherson, Jerry Fandry on row number 1. You go back to Wyatt Leslie, Shane Reddy, who's had a much better day, or much better weekend, I should say, up to this point in the 206 side of things. A couple of drivers, again, looking to work their way through this field here today. But we get set to go green. Not yet.
This time. It'll be yellow flag waved off the start. We'll have to cycle another lap around to look for the start here in 206 Senior. Officials not liking the look of that one this time, but hopefully we'll get it fired on the next one.
Yeah, it looked a little slow. Yesterday we saw Quentin McPherson and Jerry Fandry push each other to the win. If I had to take a guess, I would say that the rest of the field noticed that, and they'll try and stop that from happening again. We might see something totally different from what we saw yesterday, just like the rest of the heats that have happened so far.
So field into the tram lines this time. McPherson and Fandry, your front row, looking for the green flag on our second attempt here in 206 Senior.
Here we go. Try it one more time. A lot slower than the first try, the first go-around. But again, we saw a 2-car breakaway yesterday for McPherson for Jerry Fandry. And we'll see what they provide for us here today.
Green flag waving, and we're racing here in 206 Senior. Quite the crawl to the line. Everyone taking a moment to get those engines revved up, get those gears turning. Quite a slow start from the entire field, but smooth and clean through the first couple of turns. Fandry offering a move there, moving himself back up to third. We're 3 and 4 wide in the back of the field. Lots of action, mostly clean. Everyone surviving the start. And there you see Fandry on screen, working his way up, still holding that P3 position. Quite the line of karts behind him. That's a long line of 206s right there.
A lot of beating and banging towards the back. Jerry Fandry dropped back to P4 at the start. He's up to P3. He got around the 511 of Connor Fashing See some moves being made. There's Emily DeMaster getting around the 509.
Oh, Adam Maxwell. Adam Maxwell's into the grass early.
Issues for the 578 Coyote machine on lap number 1. Not the result you want to have in heat number 2. That's going to hurt the point standings going into the main events later this afternoon.
That's your round. That's your championship. Actually, not championship leader, but that's your round 1 winner. Your most recent winner in main event racing action here at Route 66 is going to have a lot of work cut out for him in the main event later on today. Unfortunately there for Adam Maxwell. But on the flip side of it all, AJ Roderick, Emily DeMaster, 7th and 8th.
Good starts for the pair, as well as Fashing in that 511 up to P4. Started P7, so a couple of spots made early, and he did those all in turn number 1, taking advantage of the slow start. That's your big winner here on the first couple of opening circuits of Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. You see the 501 of Fandry up on the back of Wyatt Leslie. Those two working together, trying to move forward, and just behind them, Shane Reddy making the move under Wyatt Leslie. Connor Fashing in that 511. Those moves swapping around rapidly for 4th on back.
See the 556 there of AJ Roderick making a move. Leading teammate Emily DeMaster. They're going to try and push up. I don't know if they're truly lined up. It looked like they were making ground on the 511. I see Emily DeMaster now making a move to follow in behind her teammate. Not going to make it stick.
Trying to go on Palmisano. There goes DeMaster again in an 11. She gets clear, and Palmisano not happy at all. The 539 maybe run a little bit out of room.
Hands waving down the front straight. Certainly not happy about that one. DeMaster on the second try gets the move done, but he'll be running out of room on the exit. Fandry now up to P2 as McPherson with a healthy advantage, about 4 kart lengths, as the top 5 have kind of established themselves as a group. Back there, Connor Fashing has slipped back just a ways as we watch 5th on back here in 206 Senior.
Not only did Jerry Fandry make the move on Wyatt Leslie, he went purple this last lap, and I believe he'll be now trying to get back up to McPherson. It's going to be pretty much, as you see,
Braden Zerves going for a move on Emily DeMaster. They go side by side. How about the rookie, Max Kraus, looking on the inside, going to sneak his way by. Along with them, Stoper looking to go by as well in the 523. He gets clear.
So Zerves looking the inside on DeMaster. In exchange, he's going to lose 2 positions. DeMaster will hold the advantage, so not quite the result he was expecting for out of that move. That'll just be a quick reset and go at it again. So we see 2nd through 5th. Fairly tight on the racetrack. McPherson still with a healthy advantage, about 7.5 tenths over Jerry Fandry. And this is the battle just at the latter half of the top 10. As drivers continue to run nose to tail.
How about Max Kraus making his way up through the field now behind Emily DeMaster, moving up a couple spots. He was inside the top 10 yesterday, doing a little bit better today, giving himself a good starting position for the final if this keeps going his way as he tucks behind Emily DeMaster. They're going to try and get back up to Roderick. Shane Reddy last lap went purple in the 4th position.
Yeah, everybody really starting to improve here. You know, we're getting towards lap number 7 here, where it's been an uphill climb towards an improvement, towards the tire pressure, towards the tire warmth as well, starting to improve. But that being said, it's been a good drive up the field, and as well as a weekend at home for the likes of Emily DeMaster. And, you know, if you want to call it a home race, closer than most other tracks on the circuit this year in Route 66 competition from Max Kraus and the Fandry Daniels Racing Team, only 2 hours away from Chicago, Illinois. But that being said, this kid based out of Norway, and he's been impressive so far, as well as his mentor up in Fandry up the order. That time by Zerves, able to get clear on Max Kraus.
This is watching the battling in the latter half of the top 10. Now you see on screen second, third, fourth, all in one tight group. That's Fandry, Leslie, Reddy, all looking to take the fight to McPherson up front. Quentin still running solid times in that 579 machine out in P1, 54.4 last time through. The only one quicker, Shane Reddy, going purple on that last lap. So the pace at the front is picking up. McPherson definitely has some speed in that machine. What can these drivers do to make inroads? Fandry, head tucked low, looking to get any sort of aerodynamic advantage he can as Leslie and Reddy line up nose to tail behind them. And they start to close in on your leader little by little. Fandry, 2/10 quicker last time by, aggressively hopping the seat up the hill. This pack of three certainly wants to get up to McPherson, and as it stands, they have the pace to do so. They just need to make some inroads into that gap. 0.6 of a second. What can they do to close that down?
Yeah, that's something you don't see every day, all the hopping going up the hill. Just a testament to how steep going up to turn number 3 here at Briggs' Stratton Motorplex really is. You see Jerry Fandry telling Wyatt Leslie that give him a push. Fandry went purple last time by, trying to get to Quentin McPherson. Wyatt Leslie purple again. These guys, the third on back, have really just been improving this entire session, but they haven't really made the ground up on McPherson that they've needed to. You can see they're just starting to close in now.
That again, right? You're going to see them kind of start to inch their way closer and closer lap by lap. I think myself and Simon talked about it, of how key the draft was here, but the fact of it is, right, 3 karts right now, there's, in my opinion, there's no way they can't be faster than one. Here in a little bit, a lot of drivers were saying that Quentin was able to, I think, run better gear than everybody else that was keeping him at bay from the rest of the field. Just had a little bit more top end over everybody else. And this time, that's kind of, made likes of Fandry, likes of Leslie take an aggressive approach as far as gearing goes. And really, you're starting to see it here, too, as well, right? You're starting to see separation in between second. Leslie's struggling to kind of stay in the tow. Shane Reddy as well, just right behind Wyatt Leslie. And then Fandry's just closing in on his own, really, to Quentin McPherson here.
Fandry certainly has closed that gap. Only about a kart length separate your 2 leaders as it stands. That gap back to Leslie and Reddy extending little by little, but Fandry using the draft to full advantage. He will catch your leader on this lap. We'll see if he decides to make a move or not. Yesterday in Heat 1, if we remember back, it was Fandry and McPherson going at it for the victory. McPherson ultimately coming out on top, but they waited until about 2 laps to go to really get aggressive. Fandry on the bumper this time through the chicane, offering no attack as we see the moves farther back. Reddy making a move up to 3rd position on Wyatt Leslie, trading the order, seeing if they can find some more pace to catch your 2 leaders.
Jerry right on the back bumper of McPherson. They've kind of separated from Wyatt Leslie and Shane Reddy. And we'll see if maybe Wyatt and Shane can get locked together, and if Fandry and McPherson start battling, this could really be, it's not like yesterday. Yesterday, McPherson and Fandry kind of got together for long enough in the race where they built a big enough gap where they could battle towards the end and not let 3rd and 4th into the fray, but it looks like they might be a little closer. Jerry seems to be really pushing to get to the back of McPherson. How about McPherson?
How about him?
This kid will be racing here in 2 weeks in Pro X30, I believe, as he has been all season in the United States Pro Kart Series.
He's on the cover banner as well.
He's on the cover of our YouTube page. And I believe he even ran a little bit of shifter at some point recently this season. I feel like we've seen Quinn McPherson quite a bit, and obviously here at the Route 66 Sprint Series with the Millwright team, running double duty in KA100 Sr.
These 2 at the front, certainly the standouts in the field so far. Last time through, it was a 54-0 for each, a 54-3 for Shane Reddy and Wyatt Leslie. That time through, it was a 54-7 as Shane Reddy made that pass into the chicane. 54-1 for your leaders. So they are certainly the quickest on track as it stands. And while they're working together, they continue to extend their lead over third and fourth. This will give them a healthy margin to fight it out on the last lap if needed.
A quick update on our top 10 before we get to the finish here. Connor Fashing has fallen back to 8th. Emily DeMaster and Roderick up to 5th and 6th now. They're behind the group of Reddy and Leslie in 3rd and 4th. Tyler Stolper in 7th ahead of Fashing, and then Braden Zers and Max Kraus round at the top 10. Max Kraus was creeping into the 7th and 6th spot earlier in the race, but is now falling back to the 10th position. You see this big group of karts from Roderick on back, 5th on back here. This is 5th to 10th. As you see, Vandry looking to the outside of McPherson. McPherson looks to be going a bit defensive now. With 2 laps to go, Vandry went purple last lap.
It's almost a dead repeat of what we saw in heat number 1, waiting until 2 to go, and then the fight breaks out. Vandry already looking for ways to get by McPherson. McPherson holding a defensive line around the track with a 2-second advantage to the cars behind them. They may have enough to battle here and be well clear, but if they get into it a bit too hard, then they're going to have to deal with Shane Reddy and Wyatt Leslie. Is a bit of a low line there for McPherson into that 3rd to last corner. Fandry setting up wide, still looking for the good exit speed. We'll come back to the white flag in the air, this time by McPherson. Fandry, who's going to take victory.
An exact repeat of what we saw yesterday for the lime green TB kart and the Millwright Racing Coyote of Quentin McPherson, of Jerry Fandry. This time, and again, speaking of Fandry a little bit last night, said it's going to be hard to really try and, you know, compete with McPherson with how comfortable he is at this racetrack, with how good he's been here in the past. And you look at this big battle further back. Emily DeMaster, AJ Roderick holding the pack back. Stolper just a little bit ways back, but again, for the lead of this race, hasn't been close enough for Fandry towards the end of it. About 0.3 of a second, the gap in between your leaders. He's going to need a big dive into 11. He's not going to get it, but that's flawless so far on the weekend for Quentin McPherson. A sweep to this point, and that's the pole position for the main event later on today. Jerry Fandry across the line 2nd to Shane Reddy, Wyatt Leslie, AJ Roderick, Emily DeMaster. That's a good recovery for the 2 of them. Tyler Stolper, Connor Fashing, Braden Zerves, and Louis Palmisano, your top 10.
Taking a look at the rest of your top 20 now. What a heat for the 206 seniors. It's really setting up to be a great final between Jerry Fandry and Quentin McPherson. Interested to see during that race if anything will be said between DeMaster and Palmisano. We saw some contact in the middle of that race. But that'll do it for your 206 seniors.
Coming up next, KA100 Jr live on Kart Chaser. Time to go racing in KA100 Jr. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Venom Abernathy and John Antonino share row number 1. Asen Dromalev and Landon Boer on row number 2.
Isaac Nolan and Nathan Golseth on row number 3. Ryan Mort, Colby Kalmek, row number 4, and Brady Schott and Ezekiel Height round out your top 10.
That's your first 5 rows. You go back to Lincoln Davis, Jackson Baldus, Tucker Trebe, Jack Fieber on row number 7. Brandon Saraki, Jacob Majeski on row number 8. Evan Patton and Benja Fernandez. Back on row number 9, Giovanni D'Antonio alongside Grayson Wolcott. Your top 20 starters, your top 10 rows. Easton Kubinski and Emerson Lane on row number 11. Tyler Johnson and Thomas Greenwood on row number 12. You go back to a couple of more, William Beater and a couple of other notables starting further back in the field, but this time, green flag in the air and around the outside. John Antonino to lead. 1 driver, 3, 4, 5 drivers out of this race at the start.
Lots of chaos heading into turn number 1. It's the biggest crash we've seen thus far this weekend. Multiple drivers getting turned around. A bit of contact there. But it is Buddy Antonino out to the early advantage, getting the most out of that start. They went 3 and 4 wide into turn number 1.
Interesting to see who that was. I believe that was an MPG Academy kart that went around at the start. We'll have to get a read on that. You see, I believe that's Landon Boer in 3rd, so it wasn't Boer. As Nate Golseth goes to 3rd. What a start for the young Texan. Up to P3. Landon Boer behind. It's the battle now as Abernathy goes for the lead over Buddy. John Antonino down to 2nd. That's the fight for the championship. Like we've been saying, as Antonino back to the inside.
Antonino retakes the lead of the race in turn 3 himself and Benham Abernathy. Again, we saw the pace that Benham Abernathy had all day yesterday, and that's scary stuff, right? To see for 15 laps. That's, you're going to want to have control of this second heat race. Keep yourself ahead of Benham, who has been by far the fastest so far this weekend. But again, you're also going to need, I would say, more drivers to kind of get into the mix, to shuffle them a little bit ways back. You talked about Dromalev's pace yesterday. He was quick in the early stages. Landon Boer was up there, Isaac Nolan as well for Haute CD. And here goes Dromalev, wasting no time, 2 spots, 2 corners. He gets it done. Up to 3rd. Isaac Nolan as well goes by on Landon Boer, up to 5th.
See a pass there. There's Boer on Nolan. Nolan not happy as we see Benham Abernathy back to the lead. Let's see if Antonino responds and how quickly he responds. He saw what Abernathy did yesterday. He's already looking down to the inside. Antonino to the lead. That's going to bring Dromalev back into the fold.
A big dive down the inside, no holds barred already early in the running here in heat number 2 for KA100 Jr. Most of the other classes settling out and waiting to the end of the race to really let the action get heated up. But Abernathy and Antonino already dicing it every single corner. There you go, a move. Abernathy to the lead. Antonino falling back to 3rd this time by Dromalev, white lining it up the hill. That's going to give Abernathy a bit of an advantage and move Dromalev up to P2 this time. Not going to be happy with that, though. Antonino back down the inside. Buddy takes over P2 once more.
Yeah, Antonino seems to really think that he has the pace to get back to Abernathy, and either way, he's got to be 2nd if he's not 1st around Benham Abernathy. I mean, you can't let him get away like you did yesterday, and even if you do let him get away, you can't afford to give up that many points. It's a tight battle. So you see going up to turn 2, Ace Dromalev on the rear bumper of John Antonino. I'm sure he's thinking to just try and get back to Benham Abernathy now. I mean, we saw the lap before. He went a bit defensive, let Abernathy get a little bit of a gap. Abernathy went purple last lap, a gap about 6/10. Nate Golseth has just been waiting in the wings in P4 as we look further down the field.
This is a massive battle. Grayson Wolcott's just right in there. I think Benja Fernandez, it looked like, is in this battle as well. A couple of more. Isaac Nolan as well, finding himself all the way back there in 15th. Now trying to recover. He just went by on Majeski. But what in the world happened to Isaac Nolan that we missed. Jackson Baldus is right there with a couple of more. Ezekiel Height, Brandon Zaraki, Fieber, the 881 in the mix, but huge battles further back. Look at Zaraki now looking on the inside of Fieber. Started back in the line with Jackson Baldus as well. We saw him at the opening round. His uncle Pierce as well earlier on the year. Zaraki looking low in a 3. He gets clear side by side with Fieber down the hill.
Brandon Zaraki making a move into P9. Jackson Baldus in 11th. Now trying to get by the 881 of Jack Fiber. As Jackson Baldus now inside of Fiber. They make a little bit of contact. Now Fiber is going to get swallowed up by Ezekiel Height in the 848. As Benja Fernandez now back around. Isaac Nolan. Benja telling him, let's go forward. Let's get these guys. As Nolan doesn't listen. He thinks he's faster. He's going to try and get him into turn 2 as you look back at Jack Fiber and Height. As we look now to the leaders, it looks like John Antonino has caught back up to Brenham Abernathy.
6 laps completed, working lap number 7, and the action has not slowed down one bit. The top 5 still dicing it out. We've seen some of the midfield action as karts passing other karts every single corner of this Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. As we key in on the back half of the top 5 here, Nathan Golseth, Landon Boer working with each other to try and close this gap up to the front. Buddy Antonino now close on that rear bumper of Benham Abernathy. And when we see a move here shortly, we will dive down to the inside. Antonino looking for it, not going to get it done that time. He'll lose just a little bit on the exit, maybe just a little bit far back to make the move that early, but Dromalev back up to P3.
Just the optimal line there, right? You see kind of all the wear and tear on the grass and the chicane in turn 2, and you're seeing a lot of drivers start to go over. I mean, that's the fastest way, right? To cut it as much as possible, go straight as much as possible. As long as you have 2 tires on the racetrack, I think all is good. Just can't find yourself completely cutting the corner, going 4 tires off. But I think that's pretty much just a little bit of difference in line to what we saw with Benham Abernathy and John Antonino. Different approach to the chicane.
2 different approaches, 2 drivers at the front of the field. They've started to separate themselves from Dromalev, Golseth, and Landon Boer. Now it's a pack of 2 and a pack of 3 as we see Antonino on the charge. He's going to look for the lead inside, top of the hill this time. He'll get the move done. A crossover from Abernathy. Is he going to fight it all the way down the hill? Still going to be Antonino in the lead, but Dromalev now P3 from a gap behind to on the rear bumper. A group of 3 at the front. We'll see if any more action happens in these last couple of corners on lap number 9. It's Antonino in the lead, but Abernathy not wanting to settle. He'll throw a nose down the inside. Won't able to get the move done that time, but Dromalev up to P2. He'll push Abernathy back to 3rd as look at that. Landon Boer looking down the inside on Abernathy. Not quite able to complete the move, but all that to help Antonino out front. He's now got a couple of kart links over Dromalev, and Dromalev has been in the conversation all weekend long. Lots of pace out of the 877 machine. It's been the Antonino and Abernathy show, but Dromalev there mixing things up in the middle of our championship fight.
That's exactly what Antonino wanted to see, is Abernathy finally getting swallowed up by a few of the competitors. Landon Boer now tries to get by to send him back to 4th. Antonino's going to try and use this time to get a bit of a gap.
Here we work our way by this time. Getting closer and closer to the end to start lap number 11. This time when we cross the stripe for John Antonino, for Asen Dromalev, who finds himself up in a 2nd. And again, we talk about, staying ahead of the racetrack, staying ahead of the curve, and how you can really close down gaps in between sessions by getting to work. And we've seen Asen Dromalev be fast. And we've seen as well Vormir be fast in Masters earlier today. But for Dromalev on the Techno Kart, he's given everything he's got in heat race number 2 to put himself in a good starting spot later on today in the main event.
So 5 karts nose to tail here for the lead. KA100 Jr Heat number 2. Buddy Antonino leading the way for Dromalev, Abernathy, Boer, and Golseth as they'll round the final corner. Completing lap number 11. working lap number 12. 4 to go here in this session. Will Dromalev look for a move that time through the chicane? No, he will not, but they are all nose to tail. Antonino's got to be feeling the pressure. He won't go defensive just yet. Everybody nose to tail, playing nice up the hill, back down the hill. Maybe a little bit of a look there for Dromalev. Not going to complete or attempt the move just yet. Still plenty of time left to go to sort the positions out, but it's seeming to be 5 karts in the fight here for the lead. They've got a massive gap to the karts behind, 5 seconds, 5.5 from the leader to Brady Shad there in P6. So it's a battle of the top 5. One of these top 5 most likely will come away with the victory in heat number 2. Our 2 championship leaders well in the fight. And down the inside this time, Dromalev looking for the lead. Landon Boer trying to stuff his teammate as well. Not going to get that one done, but Antonino dropping back to P2. Benham Abernathy down the inside of Landon Boer. He will complete that one at the top of the hill. So move Abernathy back up to P3, Antonino to P2. Now our championship battle, P2 and 3 on track as Dromalev leads the way.
Yeah, Boer thought about it, and he might regret it now as he lost the spot to Abernathy. And, you know, the top 5 are all pretty equal here. You know, Simon, at what point when you see there's not really anyone breaking away, nobody with really a real pace advantage, at what point do you start defending? Do you start blocking?
Honestly, my general strategy is if we're all close in pace, if we're all in one big group, I want to be first or second at all times. I don't want to see myself fall farther back down the order. It's just going to make it that much harder at the end of the race. So if you can stay first or second, you know you've got a good shot at the win. Every time you get passed, you know, just looking for a pass back, making sure that the guys behind you aren't taking too much advantage of you out there on the racetrack. And Buddy Antonino doing a good job of that right now. He and Dromalev nose to tail, pushing each other away, trying to create a gap to Benham Abernathy in the 817 machine. But Abernathy, a lot of pace in that kart. We'll see if he can close the gap and when Antonino is going to make another move for the lead. You have to figure that he's going to wait for Abernathy to close up a little bit, make sure he's not too close to make a move on him before he goes on to Dromalev.
About to take the white flag this time. There's lap traffic involved. Maybe they'll catch them by turn 2. White flag in the air. Who's it going to be? Dromalev, Antonino with Abernathy waiting in the wings. They catch that lap traffic. It looks like Dromalev and Antonino. Abernathy got a little bit held up there as Golseth and Boer are now battling it out for 5th.
Just catching the traffic at the wrong time. Benham Abernathy now a big gap out to the 2 leaders. So it is Dromalev and Antonino for the victory here. Which one's going to come away with it? 2 kart links separate Dromalev from Buddy. Buddy looking to maximize these last couple of corners, see if he can't get close enough to make a move. But regardless, a P2 position in this heat will secure him a nice starting spot for the final. Later today, he's going to dive one down the inside, not able to complete it this time. And Dromalev crossing the line, he'll take victory in heat number 2.
What a turnaround for Techno Kart. What a turnaround as well for Asen Dromalev to come away with heat race number 2 in KA Jr. John Antonino, Benham Abernathy, and Nathan Golseth, and Landon Boer, your top 5. Brady Shad, Brandon Siraki. That's a good drive up inside of the top 10 for Siraki, Jackson Baldus, Lincoln Davis, and how about Grayson Walcott as well? What a drive for the 44 to get himself up inside of the top 10. 206 Masters last on the docket before we go into the lunch break. We'll be right back on the other side of the break.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Jr.
Hi, Bob John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil. They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Alrighty, Kyle, you want to try announcing the starting lineup on beat to the song?
Starting on row number 1, Lucas Rennick. I can't do it. McKinnon Grathwall starting P2. Koster Kaminsky P3. Buddy Daly in the 4th spot on row 2. Julian Noel P5 on row 3. And Scott Hamble in 6th, which rounds out your 206 Masters field. Getting ready to take the green flag for our 206 Masters. The crazy old men, as you and Xander have called them a lot. I don't know if they take offense to that or not, but
yeah, I don't know, men and women this weekend. So green flag in the air, you get going. That's a good start by Rennick on the inside. He gets through. A little bit of shuffling as well throughout. You have side by side further back for 3rd. Scott Hamble having to work his way through. Koster Kaminsky just in that mix as well, side by side for him. I think Grothwall was able to get up to the 2nd spot there, it looks like. But we're still fighting here for the 4th spot. Scott Hamble looking for a lane. On the 644, Daly.
627 of Kaminsky. They're still side by side. Finally figuring it out. Buddy Daly takes the spot, the P3. Looks like Grathwall is actually keeping up with Lucas Rennick for the lead here a bit. It's the closest we've seen it all weekend.
Yeah, Rennick's really had about half a second on the field when it comes down to 1 lap pace, and he's been able to translate that over to, long run pace as well here. But the battle for third on back has been pretty close here in 206 Masters. And then you got another move there. Kaminsky looked on the inside. He got clear. You go by to Hamble. Daly now, the 44, finds himself in fourth. To Julian Noel back in the sixth spot. But just back and forth, battling in between third on back. We saw Hamble. He has promising pace, just again an unfortunate DNF in heat race number 1. Put him down the order.
See Koster Kaminsky still leading the 644 of Buddy Daly and Scott Hamble going into turn 3 up the hill.
There goes Hamble on the inside. On Daly. There's enough room for the both of them. They're able to get through. But even then, Scott Hamble still going to try it here for fourth.
Going to the bottom of the hill. Still Koster and Kaminsky. Side by side with Scott Hamble and Buddy Daly going up to turn 2. Looks like Hamble's going to get the draft off of Kaminsky. Kaminsky looks behind him.
What a battle there as well. You saw Hamble, Daly, side by side up to turn number 2. Hamble finally able to get through for the fourth spot. And now Kaminsky with a pretty big camp for himself out here this weekend. Keeping himself into the third spot. Update on your leaders, Rennick, Grathwall. Their gap's opened up by about a second now, so this is the closest battle we have on the racetrack. Here you go, Hamble having a look on the main straight. Nose down low, Kaminsky holding on around the outside. Hamble looking to get clear. Had a very good run on the exit of turn number 11. Here he goes this time on the inside. He gets clear. And Kaminsky going to slot back to fourth. And for Kaminsky, even though he was past that lap of 4 in turn number 2, staying close on the rear bumper of the Coyote machine. Of Scott Hamble. Little update here on the lap times that we're seeing so far out of Scott Hamble. 56.446 for Kaminsky being past that lap prior. 56.829. Buddy Daly struggling to keep up here. 56.90 for him, and then Julian Noel there further back as well in the 59 marks. Your 6 drivers here in 206 Masters. Being the first class here, or the first time that we've had 206 Masters. Again, you look back at the opening round with 30 free entries for everybody who wanted to be a part of it and growing the class. So this is, again, a growth year, right, for the 206 Masters field, which is, I think, one of the coolest things to see. It's presented by Greyhound. And nonetheless, for those of you at home, in the spending mood, if you were in the spending mood yesterday and you're probably in it today for Father's Day, your data races, short term on Micron 6 over at Shop AKR, the official sponsor of Kart Chasers Live coverage. So pop that QR code on your screen and get that for you to purchase.
You know, while you get your Micron 6, get a few other things. As it always, all orders over $200, free shipping.
Inside of the continental U.S.
Inside the continental U.S.
As long as you're not in Canada. As long as you're inside the U.S. Free shipping for orders over $200 or more. You can buy a whole go-kart. I got tires yesterday. You know?
Yeah.
Some cornhole.
Yeah, how about that?
How about that?
Maybe some of the viewers weren't here in the morning at the beginning. You know, tell us about that. You know, Caleb, Team Kart Chaser, Route 66 Cornhole Champions.
Yeah, I mean it's been great, right? I'd like to thank all my sponsors. That made it possible for me to be out here. Trevor Blue for buying my flight to get out here. You know, and I tell you what, yesterday was a long day, right? I kind of look back a little bit to Friday, flight cancellation. Can't make it out, and then, you know, I turn around, 3:30 in the morning. I'm up early to the airport. Get there at about 3:30, hit TSA, pre-check, you know, big time. And then I go through, hop on my flight, hop on standby as well when I get to Chicago. Get on an earlier flight here to Wisconsin. Pay for an Uber that was $100 to get out here to Plymouth, Wisconsin. And I got here just in time for qualifying, which was great. And then, you know, fast forward through the day, working, kind of tired, kind of sleepy. Haven't slept much, only running on 2 hours. Get to the cornhole tournament. You know, I look back to KA100 Circuit Wineland, only made it to round 2. And I was like, you know what? We can make it to the main event, and we did, and we got it done. So it was huge to get that accomplished. But, you know, talking about great accomplishments so far this weekend, Lucas Rennick has been very stellar this weekend in the Masters category, to be out in front, to stay out in front. We talked about a racetrack that's progressing, and staying ahead of it is crazy. But also, I mean, look at the difference in elevation, right? It almost looks like we're not quite literally racing. It kind of looks like, right, with the camera, the way the camera makes it look, we're racing on the side of a mountain almost.
Yeah, almost. I mean, you'll see the rubber starting to get put in. You know, you wouldn't think, honestly, with what I've seen today and some of the dust in the hairpin, you wouldn't know that it rained not even 12 hours ago. So we started with a green racetrack today. The rubber's starting to hit the track now, right before the finals. So we're looking at Lucas Rennick with a 3.1 second gap. Absolute domination this weekend for Lucas Rennick. Yeah, this track, it almost seems like it is on the side of the mountain right here next to the hurry downs of the big track, the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex here at Road America. Such a beautiful circuit. We've been saying all weekend just how much we've enjoyed being here in Wisconsin at Road America. Just a great venue, great area, just all around.
The history about this place as well, right? I think has been one of the coolest things to see, right? Siebken's just down the road, and being there last night, seeing the history on the walls of, you know, stickers of karting drivers, of racing drivers that are just, you know, have worked their way through, you know, through this place, right? And it's kind of weird going in there and, you know, seeing familiar faces, people from around the paddock at a racing, pretty much, yeah. I think one of the staples of Road America, right? A place that's going to be absolutely jam-packed next weekend, and then even 2 weeks from now when the United States Pro Kart Series comes to town. So that to me is I think one of the coolest things about this place, right? And a place with so much history, and as well, you know, it's to me, I think, you know, thinking about this track, especially in the return of it, is something that I wasn't able to be a part of back in 2022 when it was part of the schedule. So now being back this year, I think it's something that I'm excited to see whenever we have the full national camp come into town and, you know, take over for for a week. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see everything kind of play out.
Yeah, I think
pretty soon.
I think we all had this circled on our calendar this year. I mean, like you said, Elkhart Lake is such a beautiful, beautiful town. You know, we went down to Seekins last night, and that's, you know, one of the cool things that I told you last night. Told you guys was, you know, this track was actually built because they started racing here in the late 40s and the 50s on the streets of Elkhart Lake, kind of like they did in Watkins Glen, where, you know, it came a time where they were street racing and it was way too dangerous. So the government stepped in after an incident in Watkins Glen, was just like, hey guys, we need to do this on a closed course. We need to build something. And of course, now we have Watkins Glen, we have Road America, a few other racetracks in the country that way. But there's actually some plaques in downtown Elkhart Lake that tell you about the history of the downtown street racing of Elkhart Lake. So this really is another racing town in the United States. And this track obviously celebrating its 70th anniversary this year since 1955. And the layout of Road America has not changed at all in its 70-year history.
I heard the layout of the karting track as well has been the same for the entire time since it's been open.
Yep, they have not really changed anything. I mean, like, why fix something that isn't broken, right? The Road America, the big circuit as well as the karting track are just two unique, identifiable, you know, circuits in the United States that are just, you know, amazing to drive on and just so fun to race. As we see the white flag now for Lucas Rennick.
Thanks for the history lesson there, Kyle.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man, anytime. I love this track. I love motorsports history. You know, all of you guys know it. This track is perfect. This place is, and you know, the way they've maintained it, if you walk around the circuit, the things they've done, they call it the National Park of Speed, because they've actually, like, they've sunk more money into it to make it nicer. It's not like it's sat here for 70 years and you know, gotten out of touch. You know, they've paved roads, they've added catch fencing, they've made spectator areas better. This place, it really just should be the benchmark for any track in the United States to uphold.
Well, here we go. The benchmark in 206 Masters has been Rennick all weekend long. Gets it done in heat race number 2. Grathwall next across the line. And second to Scott Hamble, to Kaminsky, to Daly and Julia Noel. Lunch break for the hardworking Route 66 crew, for our camera guys and our production crew here in the trailer. We thank you guys for joining us for KC Grassroots. We'll be right back in about half an hour to 40 minutes time with main event action set to come your way live on Kart Chaser. For those of you here in the paddock, please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Let's go racing in Wisconsin, the home of the cheese capital here, the home of everything in between, the home, I guess you could say, this weekend of the Route 66 as we get set to go green for our first race of the day, our KA100 Masters. First of all, Kyle, pleasure being here with you this weekend. You weren't with us at round one. We were in Indy, but here this weekend, it's been great, right? The racing, I think, has improved as the weekend's gone on. Drivers have improved as well, dialing in their setups, dialing in everything else, whether it's motor, whether it's carburation, you name it. And here's your starting grid for the main event in KA Masters. Adam Kreppen and Nicky Coelho starting on row number one. We saw Christian Beaumier, get himself into the mix on his Techno Kart. He's starting on row number two alongside Randy Klemek.
On row number three on the inside will be Ryan Hammond and Nathan Williams. Brad Britton and Dean Lafitte on row number 4, and Bill Vorpagel rounding out the 9 KA Masters, ready to do battle for the first final of the day. Yeah, Caleb, you're right. I feel like throughout the week, as the weekends progressed, now that we're in the final, there's no mind games to be played. It's all just go for the win. 20 laps, long finals, anything can happen.
Hey, I tell you what, we got fed some, what do you call it? The gearbox melt, some cheese curds. Got us fueled up, ready for some more racing action. Discovered something else, something new. I think funnel straws.
Life-changing.
Funnel fries. Life-changing. Absolutely life-changing.
Yeah, it's like a funnel cake, but they're in the shape of fries, so it's not as messy, and you get a little bit more funnel, I think.
A little crunch in there too,
crunch, some good stuff.
Hey, that's great.
See, that's the one thing about Road America and Wisconsin. The thing I love it when places have like things, right? Like, I love going to different states, and it's like they have a food. They have something they do really well, and Road America. It's one of the only racetracks I know where you go and you're excited about like their food. You know what I mean?
I tell you what. For those of you here in the paddock, if you haven't eaten, go over to the cafe here. You won't regret it. Get a gearbox melt, side of cheese curds. You want some dessert? Funnel fries. It'll change your life. It changed my life. I know what I mean. USPKS week. That's enough to be said.
I think the staple here is the double brat. You get a double brat or a brat. The double brat is basically just a bratwurst sandwich. 2 brats in a sandwich.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Some brown mustard on there? You put brown mustard?
Brown mustard, yeah.
There you go.
That's what you look forward to when you come to Road America.
Hey, I'm here. I'm here. That being said, championship standings coming into the weekend. Adam Kreppen, as it stands, will extend his championship points lead here this weekend with good showings throughout the heat races. He leads over Brad Britton at the moment, who's had some pace to find here. He's back in 7th. Gonna have some work to do here in the main event, but finds himself 2nd in the championship. Randy Klemek, another one, he finds himself 4th. I think at the end of the weekend will put himself further up inside of the top 3 to finish on the podium here in the KA100 Masters class. That being said, the amazing route officials that have been hard at work all weekend long under the sun, under the conditions. It was winds this morning. Heading back out to their stations. Our camera guys are ready. Hunter Bolton, Joey as well here this weekend with us. Simon Sykes, Riley Kane in the booth. So a huge pleasure for all of us here at Kart Chaser and at Route 66 to bring you guys the coverage. For those of you watching in the paddock, for those of you watching at home as well, it's been a pleasure joining you guys here this weekend. And again, you got to give a huge shout out to the sponsors that make this possible: Briggs and Stratton, Franklin Motorsports, Miami USA East, Kartlift.com. Actually on site here this weekend, MG Tires, Millwright Incorporated, setting valves in motion, and Mills Pallet Incorporated as well.
KA100 Masters hitting the track for their formation lap. Again, Adam Kreppen on the pole. We saw a pretty decent battle between Kreppen, Coelho, and Beaumier in the heat this morning. Should be a really, really good show here for the KA Masters.
Should be a good showing. Again, we've seen this class kind of grow closer together as the weekend's gone on. And we're excited to see the first main event, I should say, of the weekend take the green flag here today. Again, Adam Kreppen looking to get back up to winning ways in Route 66 competition. He was denied by Brian Broley out at Whiteland. And this weekend he's going to look to get back up and restarting that winning streak. That was 8 races undefeated before the opening round of the year. He's going to try it again this year and this weekend. Green flag in the air. We go racing in KA Masters. That's a good start for the inside line. A little bit out of shape there for Kreppen, but he's able to hold on to it. Here goes Vormier. Looked for it on the inside. Couldn't get it done.
Kreppen over the curbs in turn 2 in the hairpin. Thought he made a little bit of a bobble, but it didn't really hurt him that much as we go into 4, down the hill into the bowl. Vormier is still there. Coelho taking P3. And Kreppen got a great start as we complete lap number 1. Coming into the second to last corner through the final turn. Coelho closing in on Vormier. Vormier started P3, gained a spot on the start. As we make the run up the hill, Kreppen's going to look to try and get a bit of a gap here. Saw the 417 of Brad Britton looking on the inside of Ryan Hamann. Maybe Randy Klimek going to look to the inside of Coelho. Thinks better of it. Coelho maintains P3. Looks like Vormier a little bit of an island. Coelho receiving pressure from Klimek, Hamann, and Britton behind him.
Yeah, single file here for Nicky Coelho, Klimek, Hamann, Britton, and Vorpego got a good start. There goes Britton looking for a move. He was able to get it done up to 5th for Brad Britton here. As we work our way up to turn 2, and this is a really good start for Adam Kreppen. Again, you talk about the long run pace, whether whatever you chose on tire pressures, getting them up to the temperature as well, but making sure you're lasting as well for the 20 laps. I made a point earlier this week about talking about, the amount of load that we have on the left-hand side of the tires, so I wouldn't be surprised to hear or assume that some drivers maybe flip them for this main event to try and, even out the wear. That could be something I think worth looking at.
It wouldn't be surprising as Coelho receiving pressure. That was Klimek to the inside. Looks like Britton's going to try it around the outside, take advantage. Not going to get it done. Almost runs out of room. That was a solid battle there for P3. Looks like Coelho might be set up here to go for the long run. He showed tremendous pace in Heat 2 this morning. Not really the same thing that we're seeing here in the final. As you see Britton about to go down the inside. Doesn't quite get it done. In fact, might actually get passed by Hamann now. Maintains P5. Yeah, it looks like Brad Britton here in the 417 is really showing a lot of pace early. Passed Hamann, trying to get it done on Klimek and Coelho. Maybe Brad Britton can get up there into the 3rd spot and try and contend for 2nd and maybe the lead. Yeah, still a long way to go. There's still 15. We still have the whole heat race to go. We're only 5 laps into this race.
Yeah, he's definitely started to apply pressure here as now Klimek looking on the inside of Coelho. He got out of shape there, and there goes Britton looking on the outside, drops the tire into the grass. That's going to take some time to clean off those tires, but Coelho got caught by surprise by Klimek. And then again, just try to hold on to it deep on the brakes.
Lost a bit of time there on the exit, running wide, but that was that's a long-term gain there if you're going to gain the spot on Coelho. Coelho losing 2 spots. What an impressive drive around the outside by Britton there. Taking a look at the lap times. Kreppen, fastest lap of the race. Vomier just behind. Gap is 1.6 seconds now. We got Klimek running third. They're about 3.6 seconds, so about 2 seconds behind Vomier in second. Britton lost a little bit of time that last lap running wide, so we'll see what Brad can do this time around.
Yeah, he's definitely been trying it at the moment for Brad Britton. He's been kind of going back and forth. They're looking for something. Just hasn't been able to get it yet. He finds himself just in the fourth spot still, making good headway. And again, very, very long race. Not even halfway through.
Coelho not really, again, still not showing the pace he showed in the early heats and in qualifying, and could be under attack from Ryan Amon a bit later on here. As we see, there's Britton closing in on Klimek. Ran about 0.3 faster last lap than Klimek. That Expree is flying right now in the 417 of Brad Britton.
Yeah, the only kind of thing that I'm getting out of Nicky Coelho, looked like he was kind of lacking a little bit of grip early on this race. And, I mean, for me, it could have been a matter of tire pressure, just probably being a little too low for the 20 laps. But in my, I guess, personal opinion, it shouldn't be much different than what you ran in the heat race, maybe a pound lower, pound and a half maybe, I think at most. But even then, you know, talking to a lot of drivers about tire pressures as well, you know, been one of the biggest cases with the new tire compound is, you know, the matter of kind of you don't want to run these too low because, you know, they'll really never come in like as low as we used to go back, you know, I would say 2 years ago, a year ago maybe, where you heard people going down at 7 PSI for long races. You know, I think the fact of it is we don't see much of that anymore. The majority, especially in you know, single speed categories and in 2-cycle, is you're seeing upwards of 10, 11 PSI just to really get that sidewall to kind of hold on, because of, you know, people have said that on the new MG Reds, on, you know, as well on the Avinco tire, pretty much all the same, and that sidewall folds over a lot easier than what it used to, being more real rubber here this year. So that's, I think, one of the biggest things that a lot of people have kind of grown used to, and seeing what you can do, what you can't do as well, is I think a couple of the biggest things, a couple of the big notables as well throughout the weekend. And I think people have struggled with that, right? Even looking back to the Stars Championship Series on the MG tires, where people were either going too low on tire pressure, saying the tire never came in, and it's just been almost in the double digits, it seems like, all year, which is, I think, one of the, you know, different things that we've seen this year on this new compound.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I remember last week at the Stars Championship Series, it was the first time on a Thursday that I'd ever stepped on the racetrack, or on a Friday, and my shoes had stuck to the track. Usually you don't get that until Saturday to Sunday, so these tires are definitely wearing a bit more, and they're a lot different than what we've been used to. So possibly Nicky Coelho made a little too big of a stab at it, as we see setting personal bests lap after lap, and is still in the frame. So could be coming back to the pace that we've been used to seeing him at the rest of the weekend as the race goes on. We're approaching halfway already. This race has flown by. Brad Britton has held, or it was just taken away by Kreppen, but Brad Britton is setting lap times that are comparable of the leader, Adam Kreppen, still on the back of Randy Klimek. This is the fight for the podium. This is the fight to get onto the box. I think Britton is just kind of waiting for the right opportunity to make that move onto the podium. Now, this is pace that we've seen, that we haven't seen out of Britton all weekend long. So, to your point, Caleb, I mean, they might have just gotten it right, gotten it spot on for 5 laps longer.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about the progression of the racetrack, the progression of the weekend as well, being on top, being ahead of the curve, I think is a couple of the biggest things that, you know, to note whenever you come into a race weekend. And, you know, that to me, I think was probably the biggest thing for Adam Kreppen, maybe, looking back to K1 Circuit Whiteland, where, you know, the racetrack has changing session after session every time that you have more and more rubber laid down, and it's just staying ahead of it, right? Staying ahead of your setup, your engine package, you know, your tires as well, pressures. We talked about it all, right? Of very, very little things. I think minimal things can make or break any given weekend. So for Kreppen, he's been, you know, flawless on top of it all to be there when it matters, and he's been a 10th quicker so far in this middle stage of the race. And you're seeing that, you know, pay off at the moment, extending his gap to 2.2. Then you have your battle further back with Brad Britton, Randy Klemek here as well for the 3rd spot. So you're seeing this this trend, right? Kind of start at this point of the race, Kyle.
Yeah, and to your point, as Randy Klemek now goes purple, you know, the K1 circuit Whiteland is a little bit different because it's in 2 halves, right? You know, you have the newer portion and the older portion, and that the circuit has, you know, recently been repaved. That is fresh asphalt. You know, one of the things here at Road America is they repaved the big track about 2 years ago, but I don't believe the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex was repaved. But if you look at it, it doesn't really need it. That was, you know, on the big track they didn't repave for about 20 years. So up here in Wisconsin, you know, where we have snow, and you know the weather over the winter time really affects you know, the asphalt and things of that sort. You know, this place is different. It wears differently, and the grip levels are certainly a lot different than what you'd see as at Whiteland. As you see Brad Britton now looking to the inside of Klemek, gets it done pretty easily. It was a little less dramatic than the last few passes we've seen Britton make this race, but now Britton onto the box over Randy Klemek. But Klemek has been, the last few laps have been pretty competitive. So we'll see if Randy can get back to Britton. You see there was a little mistake there into turn number 4.
Yeah, not bad. Up to this point here for Klemek, for Britton. And interesting you say that because, you know, yesterday, you know, one of our guys, Joey, was walking the track and said, man, this track is very different when you walk it on foot. And I think it's more that way whenever, you know, comparing to seeing it on camera all day long to actually going out there and walking the racetrack, seeing the characteristics of it, the cracks in it. But, you know, the big thing I took out of it was he said this track is very well kept, right? It's a very smooth racetrack, you know, and some of these corners even have, you know, the elevation changes is bigger than you know than it really looks in the eye, right? Whenever you walk the corner and see the banking, maybe the slopes as well, you know, it's I would say it's kept a lot of people on their toes and us as well, right? Seeing how it's racing, where you can pass, but given we're at a racetrack, right, you can pass in any corner if you have a good run. With that being said, you know, whenever you are in the seat, feeling it, it's something else. I compared it a lot to, you know, the amount of elevation change that we see over at Pit Race, which I think adds a lot of, you know, uniqueness and character to the racetrack as well. So I'm excited to see kind of what we see in 2 weeks from now, to see this track kind of play out. And you're seeing the rubber as well start to lay down. You see the marks start to lay down. So the amount of rubber that's been laid down at this place. But not only that, right? I mean, you talk about the club scene here, you know, it isn't as much. So you go from K1 Circuit Whiteland that has a big club scene. They're racing there ever so often. Well, that's not the case here at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex, where you have a couple of races throughout the year come through town, but it's not like it's being raced every single weekend.
Yeah, this track, you know, has given us some great moments throughout the years when we've been here. I remember in 2022 when we came here, 2021, when we were still just doing the YouTube format videos. There's a great clip of when Ryan Norberg won here, pointing the finger guns at a young Connor Zilich in his win. And that was when Connor was in his rookie season of X30 Pro. And Connor won a few races earlier in the year. It dethroned Ryan, and Ryan finally got one back on him here. So, you know, looking forward to the next 2 weekends now. The Joe Turney returning to X30. Right now on track, looking at Brad Britton on the box in third. Still Adam Kreppen leading. Purple last time by again, just continually better throughout the race with 2.5 laps now to go. Just not what we saw in heat number 2. In heat number 2, we saw a mega battle between Kreppen and Vomir and Coelho. Complete opposite here in the final, as Adam Kreppen is just taken off from the get-go. But we see here late in the race, Coelho might be coming back, and Randy Klimek might be falling into the clutches of Nicky Coelho.
I think it might be a little bit too late, unfortunately, for Nicky Coelho. Again, we have podiums for the top 5 later today, but for Adam Kreppen, he's been quite flawless throughout this race to hold it out in front, to stay in front. And again, he's been really fast as well. And again, for a couple of others, this is going to be a good points haul for Brad Britton, who, like I mentioned earlier, comes into the weekend second in the championship. And coming to the last lap now, Adam Kreppen. If you look back at the opening round of the year at K1 Circuit Wyland, coming in, you know, surprised us. And I'm pretty sure surprised himself, right, that he wasn't able to close it out in the Sunday main event on what had been a sweep of the weekend to that point. But this weekend, the story's a lot different. It had been 8 races consecutive where he had been unbeaten, undefeated, and that changed. And to take that on the chin and to come back here at round number 2 and show your pace and win by 2.8, almost 3 seconds here at the second round, that's huge for Adam Kreppen, who's coming across the line this time by. Adam Kreppen wins in Road America. Christian Vomir across the line second. Brad Britton, your top 3 to Klimek, to Nicky Coelho, to Coelho to Klimek. Your top 5, your podium here. How about Adam Kreppen? Back to winning ways in Wisconsin. The 437, back to the top step. Vomir, Britton, Coelho, and Klimek, your top 5.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food. I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Car rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This
206 Sportsman out onto the racetrack now for the second main event of the evening. 206 Sportsman presented by MAC Paving. Well, Feidinger came into the weekend leading the championship after a good points haul out in Indianapolis. He's going to start on the front row alongside Dominic Gaddis, who takes the pole position. Henrik McKay and Austin Taylor on row number 2. Clayton Stiles and Cole Carter on row number 3. Camila Canache, Rhett Johnson on row number 4. Arlo Barr and Evan Leash on row number 5. It's your top 10 starters here today. Jerome Wickham, Colton Gross, Bo Wyatt, Jackson Reynolds, Forrest Thomas, Tory Dangerous Daniels, Caitlin Daly, Luca DeMaria, Diesel Maxwell, and Parker Marsh. Your 20 drivers getting set to take the green flag. Chase Call starting shotgun on the field back in 21st. The MPG Academy boys have been impressive so far this weekend. Henrik McKay has kept them honest. Austin Taylor has still been looking to get himself into the mix. We talked about Clayton Stiles being fast as well in Heat 2. It's all to play for here in the main event. Green flag in the air, and that's a good start for Gaddis. 2, 3, 4. Huge pileup at the back of the field, but it's a good start up front for Dominic Gaddis. Henrik McKay to second, Clayton Stiles up to third. And how about Wolf Feidinger in fourth, Austin Taylor to fifth. This group's starting to form. Again, we'll get names on the drivers that were involved on that incident in the opening lap that I think could have taken away almost half of our field here. Huge incident there at the start.
Dominic Gaddis with the lead. Henrik McKay, Clayton Stiles trying to reel him back in here after the first lap melee. Looks like McKay is going to go a little bit defensive. Stiles tries to get the run out on him. It's going to keep pushing him. McKay still going defensive. Feidinger is there. Feidinger is trying to work a way around the two of Stiles and McKay to get to his teammate Gaddis. Feidinger going to go for a 2-for-1 there in turn number 3. Feidinger now to second. Going to try and get to Gaddis, and now Stiles is going to go around McKay down the inside. There's the 204 of Taylor now making his way around Stiles as well. On the inside of McKay. Doesn't quite get it done. On to lap number 3, Dominic Gaddis. Fetchinger with the fastest lap now. On his way, 9/10 behind Gaddis. As you see Taylor now to the inside of McKay with Stiles behind. Stiles and Taylor now around McKay. McKay falling back.
There you go, single file. We talked about Clayton Stiles having a good showing. One driver into the wall in the main straight. I think one of the ones that was involved in an incident at the start of this race. Give you a little update on drivers that were involved as we go side by side with Austin Taylor, as well as Clayton Stiles. I think Jackson Reynolds, so 10th on back. All were involved in that incident on the first lap, where they're back by good ways. Jackson Reynolds, Tory Dangerous Daniels, Parker Marsh, Jerome Wickham, Rhett Johnson, Colton Gross, Diesel Maxwell, Caitlin Daly, Forrest Thomas, Chase Call, Luca DeMaria, and Bo Wyatt who I'm not sure if he started this race, but almost 11 drivers involved at that incident at the start of the race. And then up front, you have the change where we saw Austin Taylor go up to third, Clayton Stiles fall back to the fourth spot. To McKay to Cole Carter, who currently holds on to the fastest lap of the race, but all the same, right? We're kind of seeing what we saw in heat race number 1 here, Kyle, with Dominic Gaddis, Will Feidinger pull away from the field, and expect these two kids to work together for the entirety of this race, push each other along and get away, right? But another one that's going to be hungry for it, Austin Taylor. He was flawless in Micro Swift out at his home track at Whiteland this weekend. He's been looking for a little bit more in both classes, but I think he's found something in 206 because he's improving lap by lap by lap. Not more than Will Feidinger, just at the fastest lap of the race. They were 2/10 quicker than the driver's third on back.
And we're seeing now an MPG 1, 2, and 3. That's not what the rest of the field wanted to see, is Feidinger and Gaddis get together at the front. Now Stiles is pushing Taylor. This is a good little battle here for third, fourth on back. Austin Taylor being pushed by Clayton Stiles. Henrik McKay in the 5th position. Cole Carter sitting 6th. And Camila Canache in 7th.
Arlo Barr, the driver just right behind Canache. Back to Evan Leash. That's where we talked about the big separation further back to that second group that just unfortunately got caught up in that opening lap incident, opening corner. As Canache fades low, and the 214 of Cole Carter going to go down to defend. Not sure if Carter had to look over his shoulder, but how about these two kids, right? Dominic Gaddis, Will Feidinger, two kids that have been very busy throughout the year racing over at the Indy Karting Challenge. As well, we're starting to see them more and more throughout the national races. Even at Cup Karts North America, where, you know, when we get to their home state of Indianapolis, of Indiana, I should say, over in Spiceland, when we go to Newcastle for the CKNA Grand Nationals at the end of the year, where these two kids are going to be competitors, right, in the Sportsman division. They're going to be up there. They're going to be fighting up at the front, just like we saw last year and I think even the year before that. For Gaddis, for Feidinger, rolled up black flag to Cole Carter, and I think the stewards may have seen that as a reactionary move on Camila Canache, looking over his shoulder and moving over to defend. But just has to be careful with that. But nonetheless, they're working their way on by. Here's the gap for in between your leaders and back to the third spot, about 2 seconds and growing. Because your leaders are running 55.2s compared to the 55.5s that Austin Taylor and company are running at the moment. So I'm not sure halfway through this race they're going to have to find a whole lot of pace here, Kyle. Almost a tenth a lap at least is usually what's helpful from here on out.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to find some speed. Gaddis and Feidinger lapping about 3/10 a lap quicker than the rest of the pack right now. As you see, they're now battling. They're 3 wide going into turn number 2. Henrik McKay, 2-for-1 special, going into turn number 3 on Stiles and Taylor. That was impressive, but that's not what you want to do if you want to catch the leaders. But still a long way to go. Still 12 and a half laps to go as we go into the bowl. Henrik McKay, Clayton Stiles behind him. Yeah, 3 wide into the hairpin. Caleb is it's not ideal, but Henrik McKay got it done.
Yeah, that's a good move there, right? To get clear. And again, we kind of talk about, you know, some of the spots here where you can really pass anywhere, but you know, that being said, it's quite tough sometimes. Is now this is where a wrench gets thrown at it all, as they're gonna have to navigate their way through lap traffic. Gaddis, Feidinger able to get through on the 215 a call. And now McKay, driver in third. going to be the next to arrive on the scene. Again, an update on the championship points coming into the weekend. We talked about Feidinger, Austin Taylor as well. Put themselves in first and second. Rhett Johnson finds himself in third in the championship. Not sure if Rhett's here with us this weekend, and he is, but again, he was involved in that opening lap incident that put him on the back foot. Arlo Barr, Danny O'Gara not here with us either. Arlo Barr is, but we still have that second group working their way through on call through the main straight. McKay gets through. Looked like Styles got through. And Taylor now next on by.
Here we see now Hendrick McKay being hunted down by Clayton Styles. When you look at the lap times, McKay actually caught 2/10 that lap, running a 55.0 to Feidinger's 55.2. The gap at 2.8 seconds. About halfway through this race, I don't know if they have enough time, but you know, some lap traffic and you know, a little bit of luck here needs to be on Hendrick McKay's side as we see the halfway flags now. But I think at this point, it's pretty much just a waiting game between Gaddis and Feidinger on when to make the move.
Yeah, they're kind of just going back and forth right at this point of the race where McKay's gone by for some moves. Clayton Styles as well as kind of tried, but from here on out, you're kind of just fighting for as many points as you can get. Is Styles, McKay. I think McKay going to use Diesel Maxwell a little bit as a pick there, Kyle, and it's like we're seeing a little bit of endurance racing, right? Talk about Le Mans.
Yeah,
Ferrari
we just had,
going,
it looks a little reminiscent of Le Mans this weekend, right? You know, the lap traffic playing a factor. You got to time it right. You have to be in the right spot. You know, it's very reminiscent of my road racing days. You know, you have different classes on track, but, you know, you just got to, you have to catch them in the right spot. Sometimes you even lift a few corners early or a little bit early to get a better run on exit to get around the lap traffic. Whichever way you have to do it. I know Kamui Kobayashi is very well known in endurance racing for doing that. Just letting up a little bit and getting by him at a better time if you're going to catch him in the wrong spot. But they got around him. There may be more on the way. You never know.
We talked about the importance as well, right, of being able to navigate through lap traffic, and that was kind of just talking about, you know, the, I guess, different categories, or I guess you could say disciplines of racing. Talk about NASCAR. You know, you got to drive through. IndyCar, you got to drive through. You can even race back markers. Back markers can race you as well. You go to IMSA. You know, you look at, you know, WEC, 24 Hours of Le Mans this weekend, where you saw so many people, you know, you're sitting there flashing your lights, I think, for 24 hours almost, right, trying to get through traffic. But, you know, that being said, it's so important, right, if these kiddos want to get up into those ranks in quite some time. But there goes McKay looking to go again.
Trying to get around the 220 of Forrest Thomas right now. Not making it easy.
And I think that might help Styles out,
and
maybe.
Thomas
take the
is
inside.
still gonna have the spot in lap traffic.
Whoa.
Styles gets by him. That was tight.
Yeah, that was close for sure. Checking in with your leaders here quickly. Gaddis, Feidinger, not much has changed. And then for McKay, they've stayed single file up in a third. Gaps further back as well, a bit stagnant. As our leaders continue to work their way through the group of Kanache, Taylor, Leash as well. They find themselves single file.
Here's Gaddis and Feidinger on screen. The gap staying about the same as it's been the entire race. Just waiting about coming to 5 laps to go this time, or 6 laps to go. Racing lap 15 out of 20. So back at Henrik McKay, again catching lap traffic, got by him before the chicane. Clayton Stiles still behind. Henrik McKay in terms of lap times just has ran laps similar to the leaders, but hasn't had the consistency he needs or the luck. There's a pass for the lead. Feidinger around the lap traffic.
Oh.
Feidinger and Gaddis swap positions for the lead. Again, the lap traffic really playing a factor in this race.
I think that was a little closer than they would have liked there. That being said, Will Feidinger, Dominic Gaddis to start lap 16.
I'm sure that's not what Gaddis would have preferred to have happened, but you know, at the end of the day, no harm, no foul. Still sitting behind his teammate, and if anything, when we come to the end, now the ball is in Gaddis's court, right? On when to make the move and what to do. It's not like, you know, I feel like in this race, I feel like I would want to be in second as well. How about you, Caleb?
I mean, I always find myself, I think, more relaxed if I am in that second spot. I think maybe for the younger kiddos as well, for the older drivers, if you are in front, you can't see what's behind you. Right? I could almost feel the pressure starting to build up, the nerves as well starting to build up if I am out in the lead, where I just feel kind of more comfortable to be okay. I would say to make a mistake in the second spot, because you have time to kind of close in. But if you make the mistake, I think, and you're in first, then, you know, you run the risk, I think, of getting passed more often than not. So that being said, I would almost prefer to be in the second spot and wait till lap 18, 19, trying to make my move at this point. But that's just the way I find it, and it could be opposite, right? Some people like to be in control of their own destiny and want to be out in front.
Yeah, I mean, it's always easier to follow somebody rather than lead, right? You have somebody in front of you to kind of use as a marker, use as a reference. Whereas in the first spot, you know, you're basically running qualifying laps until the guy in second tries to make a move. So you have to hit all your marks perfectly and basically just rip qualifying laps and hope maybe to pull a gap. But in this class, in this track with the draft, I mean, it's really difficult to almost impossible when you're running similar lap times. Where, you know, yeah, you're right, Gaddis can kind of make a few mistakes, and, you know, the draft will make up for it. And we are about to hit 2.5 laps to go now. That's where we're at. So I don't know. I might actually. I think I would wait until the last lap, based on the heat races we've seen. But you never know. They've built up a 4-second gap on third place, so they have a couple. There's a couple moments here where they have a bit of time to pass each other and battle and not really have to worry about the rest of the field. Dominic Gaddis, speaking of the draft, hit the fastest lap of the race last time by. Let's see what they do this time. Hitting the 2 to go signal right now at the start finish. There's Will Feidinger with the fastest lap out front. As Gaddis thought about it, he looked inside. He had a nose inside of Feidinger. Let's see, is he going to do it here in 3? He's looking, making the move to the inside. Dominic Gaddis takes the lead. Feidinger trying to over-under. Gaddis signals the push. Well, there you go. There it is. Gaddis with the lead with 2 laps to go. About to get the white flag. How will Feidinger respond?
Yeah, Feidinger going to need to find something to try and get back ahead of Dominic Gaddis. And again, you look back to last year, right? Gaddis being the 2024 Route 66 206 Sportsman champion here at the Regional Sports Series. And again, he's found himself within a good spot to go back-to-back here this weekend. Had a good showing throughout the heat races out in Indy. Couldn't capitalize in the end, but now he has a fight from Will Feidinger, who looks on the inside of your championship points leader. gets back up to the lead of the race, and now we have a race in our hands, side by side down the hill. Feidinger to the bottom. Gaddis getting creative, looking high, looking low, trying to find a lane to go back by for the lead of the race, opening up to the high side. Not a good enough run to set up the over-under, but here we go. Down the hill, turn 9. Gaddis looking on the inside on Feidinger. Not enough room for the two of them. We've seen over-unders throughout the last corner. Does Gaddis have enough, or does Feidinger have that much more? Gaddis set up the over-under. Drag race all the way to the line. Dominic Gaddis wins in Wisconsin. He wins in Road America. What a drive for Dominic Gaddis. What a final lap.
Wow, incredible.
In 2:06 Sportsman by MAC Paving.
What a finish.
And Wolf Feidinger as well. What a way to pick up points. What a way to extend his championship points lead here this weekend. Clayton Stiles across the line third. Henrik McKay, Camila Canache, your top 5. That's your podium in 2:06 Sportsman. Quick commercial break. We step aside from the action. When we come back, it's time to go racing in KA100 Sr.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
It's time to go racing in KA100 Sr, presented by BBS Race Engines. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Hayden Jones and Caleb G starting on row number 1. And the suit, I think official date on it, back to 1966, I believe. Mick Gabriel and Brandon Lemke starting on row number 2 with Quentin McPherson, Cale Zimmerman, Charles Roque, Tristan Farber, Braden Zerves, and Wyatt Leslie. Your top 10 starters here today in KA Senior. We get the green flag in the air. We go racing. It's a good start for Caleb G on the outside. Has to cut through the grass. Not enough room for the 2. And Hayden Jones takes the lead of the race. Mick Gabriel goes up to second. Cale Zimmerman, what a start for this kid on his first full year of KA100 Senior racing action. He's looking to get himself up into the mix against some of the best in the nation at the moment in 100cc racing action. But what a start for Hayden Jones.
Not the start Caleb Gaffaro would have wanted. He's got Brandon Lemke right now breathing down his neck. Lemke taking advantage this weekend of Alexander Kardashian's misfortunes in the points championship. I think he's just going to be looking for as good of a result as he can after winning round 1 in Whiteland. Gafera now about to fall into the clutches of Lemke early on in this race. You see the field cycling through the hairpin, or the chicane.
Yeah, and heading into the weekend, I will say with Kardashian coming in, being second in the championship, his heat races, haven't gone the way that he would have wanted. Again, we talked about the DNF in Heat 1 when the fuel line kind of snapped, and as well working his way through the field in Heat 2. Couldn't get inside of the top 10, finished 13th at the end of it. He now looks like he's working his way through now. Down in 19th at the moment. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on Kardashian as soon as he crosses the line the next time around. But this time by for Hayden Jones, for Mick Gabriel, for Caleb Gafera. We're single file working our way up the hill. Couple of moves further back. Mason Surgener looking to go on Wyatt Leslie. Can't get the run on the exit.
That was close. The 942 of Mason Surgener down the inside. Couldn't make it stick. Take a look down the field. There's Surgener. There's Charles Ropke in the 912, as well as Quentin McPherson, who had a great run in 206 Senior, winning. There's Austin Olds from 11th, makes it into the top 10 around Tristan Farber. Or my mistake, he's now 11th. Farber coming back. Down the inside of Olds, doesn't make it stick. If you look back at the leaders, there's Caleb Gafara.
What a drive up the order as well for Eli Warren. A kid out of Kentucky, getting himself up to 6th. That's a really good drive for Eli, looking to get himself up and closer to your leaders, to the top 4. Kel Zimmerman, the only driver kind of in between them at the moment. And he's able to get ahead, so Eli Warren on the Hotes DD machine and goes up another spot up to 5th. Going to chase down your top 4 drivers here, Kyle.
What a run for Cale Zimmerman so far in 6th. As the top 6 have kind of broken away. There's kind of 3 separate groups now. There's the top 4. There's Eli Warren and Cale Zimmerman. And then back 7th on back to Wyatt Leslie in the 7th position. Eli Warren now trying to catch the back of Brandon Lemke, as Gafera has gotten around Mick Gabriel for the 2nd position now, as he'll try to chase down Hayden Jones.
Look at the laps here as they stand. Everybody in the 49.2s. Hayden Jones leading this field away. Look at Lemke looking on the inside of 11. He gets clear on Mick Gabriel. Brandon Lemke, your championship points leader coming into the weekend, who had a clean sweep out at Indy about a month and a half ago. He finds himself in 3rd, looking to pick up a good championship points haul here this weekend. And again, he's going to want to do more than that for the Wisconsin Wonder Kid racing at home. Here sitting in 3rd. We'll look to go 2 spots better on Caleb Gafera, Hayden Jones. They've shared countless battles already this year.
Long way to go, still 15 laps to go. I think Lemke has positioned himself in the right spot here in 3rd, just quietly passing guys, getting up onto the box. You see Eli Warren now pressuring Mick Gabriel on your screen currently. As we go into turn number 2. Gafera has actually made decent ground up on Hayden Jones as Brandon Lemke goes purple.
He's on the rear bumper now. Caleb G on the rear bumper now of Hayden Jones here. So, like you were saying, he's made really good progression to kind of get back up there to stay right with them. And it's been all about Hayden so far this weekend. He's been good in both of the heat races. He's raced really well. His decision-making's been on it.
Yeah, and with the speed that Hayden's shown all weekend, if you're Caleb Gafera, as soon as you can get to Hayden, you want to pass. You'll want to get by him. You don't want to sit behind him because, with what we've seen so far this weekend, the speed, the pace of Hayden Jones. Caleb G is going to be ready to get around him as he closes right up to the rear bumper. Gives him a little push, doesn't do it, as Mick Gabriel now gets around Lemke for third.
Mick Gabriel goes through on Brandon Lemke, and I tell you what, the driver in this group that kind of looks the fastest to me has been, in my opinion, Eli Warren, who's been able to get by, the drivers just outside of the top 5 pretty quickly, and to get himself to the rear bumper, I think I'd be surprised to not see him make a move here on Gabriel. Lemke did it. He goes up to third. Gabriel falls back to fourth. Eli Warren now going to try it again into turn number 10. He's clear.
Good move there by Eli Warren. Didn't really lose a ton of time to the leaders. That's a very dangerous place to be, as Mick Gabriel's going to look back inside of Warren. He's going to get around him. See, this is a very dangerous place to be, because you see Caleb Gaffera and Hayden Jones kind of working together and trying to get away. Lemke sees it. Lemke's now starting to build a gap between himself, Gabriel, and Warren.
And the same for McPherson, right? He's starting to close down his gap. In 6, starting to close in, reel in Gabriel, reel in Eli Warren as well. The more that those two drivers go back and forth. And unfortunately, it's kind of left Brandon Lemke in this no man's land where he's been just about the same pace to a tenth slower than Caleb G and Hayden Jones out in the front of this race.
Quinn McPherson has just been getting quicker and quicker as the race goes on. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a charge up to the podium. He's just come out of nowhere from outside the top 10. Speaking of inside the top 10, look at that. Alexander Kardashian works his way into the top 10 from way back. He's starting to salvage his spot this weekend and try and keep this championship battle alive.
And that's one of the biggest points that we made throughout the weekend, right? You can have bad races throughout the heat races, but you can have those championship drives that make a difference throughout the year. And, even though you probably have a drop to your name, you can drop around, but let's say you tie on points with somebody, you go to that drop race, you need every point that you can get, so getting himself up to 10th is good, and I'm sure there's a lot more to come his way as we're only halfway through this race, as Gabriel now turned it up a little bit, goes by on Brandon Lemke. Lemke going to go right back into turn 3. Eli Warren, and how about McPherson now? Looking for a move on Eli Warren, down to turn 4, looking. He's clear.
I think Warren saw that one coming, didn't want to lose too much time, so just put a Band-Aid on that one as McPherson gets around Warren. See, there's Mick Gabriel, Brandon Lemke. These guys, the battle could still ensue pretty early between Hayden Jones and Caleb Gaffara, so they're not gonna want to battle too hard. As now we see Austin Olds up into the 7th position. He, as well as McPherson, have come through the field pretty quickly. Kardashian's up to 9th as well, gained another spot.
Some pretty big drives. The likes of Olds, from Kardashian, from McPherson. These drivers have made it look easy so far. There you see Kardashian just right behind Cale Zimmerman. Starting to close in. At a car length away for Alexander Kardashian on Cale Zimmerman. He's going to try to work his way on by as quickly as possible. Looking on the inside of turn 10. He gets clear. Turn 9, sorry.
Alex Kardashian on the EOS kart, working further and further in the top 10. And you're right, Caleb. You might have a drop to his name, but it's racing. You never know when something might break or something out of your control might happen. So you want to make your drop, your worst race, as good as it possibly can. Brandon Lemke still on the podium as Kardashian's going to look inside of Olds, and he gets around Olds. Kardashian to 7th position now.
Yeah, we saw Austin Olds start further back in the field, actually at the end of the field in Heat 2 over a motor swap. Just didn't have the top end that he needed to go fast around this place, and he swapped that over, started at the back at heat race number 2. And hearing from Austin, wasn't all too happy with it, but even then, it's better than what they had on. And now he's inside of the top 10. I'm sure they're going to want to go a couple of spots higher. Kardashian, same goes for him, as Gabriel now looking into turn 2. He gets clear. Mick Gabriel's up to 3rd. McPherson looking for a move in a turn 3. Not close enough, and you see the kind of upset, I think, more than anything with himself.
You could see the frustration there. McPherson just put down a 48.4, which in comparison to the rest of the top 4, putting it down a 48.7. So I think he knows he just put down a big lap to get to the back of 3rd and 4th, and he had his opportunity. Probably got a little impatient, but as you see, Lemke all over the rear bumper of Mick Gabriel, trying to do anything he can to get back into 3rd.
I mean, decision-making is the name of the game, right? And it's kind of hard to slow your mind down a little bit while this race is going on, because oftentimes you're thinking about a lot of things at once, right? Especially when you're locked in a battle like they are. So McPherson looks to go back by on Brandon Lemke. Couldn't get clear. Lemke now opens up on Gabriel, but even then, right, slowing your mind down while you're driving at 60, 70 miles an hour is super important, as Lemke went for the move side by side in between the two Millwright Racing OTKs. McPherson on the outside. Slots in a line right behind Brandon. Now he goes into turn 9. Little deep on the brakes. A little correction on the steering wheel. Gets through. Gabriel stuck on the outside. And how about Kardashian getting himself through? And Austin Olds as well. Mick Gabriel unhappy with the way the past couple of corners ensued for him. 4-5 drivers almost to work their way right on by Mick Gabriel.
Man, what a save by Mick Gabriel. I know he's upset, but that was outstanding to just not lose control and crash. As we see going defensive Kardashian down the inside of Warren, following Lemke. Austin Olds is back into the fight. And Kardashian, this run continues. We talked about the championship battle. At one point, Kardashian was 19th. And Lemke was 3rd, and now they're side by side.
Eli Warren now looking on the inside. Kardashian looking to rip the high side. Now on the inside, Austin Olds looking to set up an over-under on 2 for 1 drivers. Here comes Gabriel returning on the scene. How about Adam Maxwell as well? He's just back there in 9th, closing in to this second group. All the while, Hayden Jones, Caleb Gaffera have absolutely ran away with this race. 2 drivers doing a one-off against 2 of the longtime Route 60, or a couple of the longtime Route 66 drivers and competitors. They're your leaders, and you got to look a good ways back, almost 5-6 seconds back to find the group from 3rd, 4th on back.
As you see, there's Brandon Lemke starting to get a gap on Austin Olds and Mick Gabriel. See, there's Kardashian making a move on Eli Warren. All the battling has allowed Adam Maxwell to get back into the fight. Cale Zimmerman down to 10th as Warren and Kardashian go side by side. Kardashian telling him, let's move forward.
Yeah, and you saw, I think Warren just brushed the brakes there at the end of the straightaway to kind of hold off either that, or you saw his dad Keith working on their carb as well. Weren't all too confident with the piece on the side of the cart. And even then, that could have just been a result of what we saw between Kardashian and Warren on that straightaway. But that being said, you have Zimmerman starting to close back in. Maxwell as well getting closer and closer. But McPherson, Lemke, good ways up the field. And now they're starting to close back in. Some lap traffic in the way now. They're working their way through.
Now, Mick Gabriel last time in this fight got a little bit shuffled around. How is he going to react? How is he going to race Lemke and Austin Olds and Kardashian as we get closer to the end here? We're at 2 to go, 2 laps to go. We also got to keep a side eye on Hayden Jones and Caleb Gaffera as they're still 3/10 apart. But Brandon Lemke still sitting on the 4th position. You see there's a crash further on back.
Yeah, and Hayden Jones, Caleb Gaffera actually going to arrive on the scene here now. They're going to get the white flag this time by for the lead of the race. Hayden Jones, Caleb G. coming to the white flag. Actually just started now. They're working their way up to turn number 2. We'll see if Jones has to do anything about Caleb G. inching his way closer. and they're working their way through traffic. Here we go. Caleb Gaffera with Haute CD. Hayden Jones, who's under the Millwright canopies here this weekend, fighting for the race win. 2 drivers with a one-off, looking to get a little bit of time in the seat before we come back here in 2 weeks' time. Hayden just not even planning a race this summer, but an internship in Wisconsin has brought him here, and for Caleb G, staying as busy as possible throughout the summer, but he's not going to have enough to deny Hayden Jones on a one-off weekend here at Route 66 to win at Road America. Caleb Gaffera across the line second to Quentin McPherson, and across the line, Brandon Lemke to finish fourth. Austin Olds, your top 5. Kardashian, a good recovery driver, to 6. Mick Gabriel to Adam Maxwell, Eli Warren, and Kel Zimmerman, your top 5. Some pickup getting set to come your way here. We're live from the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex, the second round of Route 66. You're watching it all live on Kart Chaser. We'll be right back on the other side of this break.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula 1 to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Time to go racing once again with 206 Jr. Brady Shad and Gavin Dyer on row number 1. Braden Domont, Jack Fieber on row number 2. Ethan Leroy, Pearson Golseth on row 3. You go back to Jana Lunsky, Theo Gaffer, Colin Eddy, Porter Trudell. Your top 10 starters, your top 5 rows.
It's going to be an interesting race here. Brady Shad and Braden Domont in the heat race took off. Gavin Dyer and Jack Fiber have been hotly contesting them. We'll see how it all unfolds. Coming to the green, they won't get it.
No start. No start, the first time of asking. This has been a good recovery, I would say, for Dyer. Again, seeing how he ended the first heat race. Good recovery drive in heat 2 to start on the front row in the main event. It's not bad, I would say.
No, not bad at all. He had a little bit of a tumultuous heat race yesterday.
Tumultuous.
And we'll see. He's had speed the whole weekend. We'll see if anyone outside of the top 4, Ethan Leroy, Pearson Golseth, Gianna Lunsky, Theodore Gaffer, Colin Eddy, or Porter Trudell. That's your top 10. Brady Shad bringing the field down nice and slow for the second try at a start. We'll see if they'll give it to him this time. Again, the start box up towards turn number 2 to try and reduce the amount of accidents on the first lap, which I think it's done a pretty decent job at so far this weekend.
Yeah, just got some intel from Emily DeMaster that Road America was actually paved 6 years ago here, so repaved. But that being said, we go green. Green flag in the air. Brady Shad, Dyer side-by-side elbows out racing all the way through the mid-pack. And they're the majority able to work their way through with clean tires, 3 wide. Further back in the field for Clara Mosley and a couple of others, but Dyer, unfortunately, couldn't hold Braden Domont at bay. Jack Fieber's in there as well as 2 drivers off. Pearson Golseth on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin finds himself off the track. Colin Eddy gets through. Moore looking to push their way on by.
Yeah, some hand signals there. Not quite happy with those moves as we're looking now deep in the field. Looking at the 361.
And here we go. How about a couple of good drives up the field to start this race? Alyssa Eddy up to 8th, starting outside of the top 10. And how about a change for the lead? Braden Domont goes up to the front. Dyer just no momentum on the exit. And along here comes Trudell looking now for the 6th spot. Might get clear.
Looking now at the 303 of Theodore Gaffer running in the 6th spot. Porter Trudell behind in the 329. Great livery on the 329, I have to say. Really stands out, as well as the pink Burrell art, number 300.
It's Alyssa Eddy.
Alyssa Eddy.
As her greater brother Colin Eddy got himself into the top 5, I think, podium places, or may have just finished 6th out at Indy, but got a change for the lead. Brady Shad goes up to the front. Domont a 2nd. Back to Fieber to Leroy on the blue Ricardo kart. Back to Gavin Dyer, who's your top 5. Then Theo Gaffer, Porter Trudell. We talked about Alyssa Eddy and her drive through. Evan Benoit, Colin Eddy, up to 10th.
It's pretty crazy what we've been seeing, Caleb. It's turned into a bit of a trend where a guy like Braden Domont will set the fastest lap of the race and then immediately get past the next lap. Brady Shad in the lead.
I mean, you're setting the fastest lap of the race, right? But again, with you, you're bringing everybody on through.
See Domont, Jack Fiber sitting in third. As Gavin Dyer makes a move back into the 4th position over Ethan Leroy. Gavin Dyer now into the 4th spot behind Jack Fiber in the 381. Steel Motorsports Burrell Art. 2 Steel Motorsports Burrell Arts between Jack Fiber and Gavin Dyer. About to complete lap number 4, 5 laps into this race. Still a long way to go, 15 laps to go. As we now see the 329 of Porter Trudell looking inside. A little bit of help there from Alyssa Eddy around Gaffer. At the top of the hill in turn number 3. The top 4 have kind of broken away from the rest of the field. Brady Shad, Braden Domont continue to be the class of the field, followed by Jack Fiber and Gavin Dyer.
Yeah, we talked about Shad in Heat 2 as well, right? He'd get up to the lead and then kind of get no help, and now Domont looking to go right on by. Thank you very much. And it's turn number 9. Domont leads once again. Shad in his 2nd.
Caleb, I think the biggest thing I've noticed, you know, between watching the 206 action to see Brady Shad go for the lead here with Jack Fiber following. But I think the thing I've noticed is it seems a lot easier to make moves and trade positions and not lose too much time versus in KA, where there's I feel like a lot more moments where you lose momentum and will let a pack of carts in on by.
I feel like you end up bogging down, I think, maybe a little bit more in the KA side of things. And in 206, it's a little bit of the same, right? But even then, we're seeing a lot of moves like this, right, where you see the 381 of Fieber looking to go by on Brady Shad, who's going to keep his elbows out and get clear. But, yeah, I mean, you're seeing it there, right? They went side by side for about 2 corners, and they didn't lose all too much time. You would have seen that in KA, and I think you would have seen that gap open up by a lot. And we're seeing this for the 2nd race consecutively, right, where it's almost like Brady Shad asked for a little bit of help from Fieber, from Dyer, and just didn't get it for the 2nd race in a row. The 3 Burrell Arts out in front leading. Ricardo Kart right behind the Coyote of Shad and Leroy. Then you have Trudell, Gaffer, and more. As now Domont going to start to defend. He's going to fade to the bottom of the racetrack.
Jack Fiber looked to the inside. Ooh, wow. A little bit of contact. Brady Shad. A lot of emotion there, exiting the corner. Just, that's it for Gavin Dyer.
For Gavin Dyer. I think he may have hit the wall there on the exit or just looped it around, but again, in no means do I think that was intentional. I think maybe just frustrated a little bit for Brady Shad, and I see him put his hand up in the air, and I think he was more upset because he knows that's probably not going to go his way when the race is over. But a switch up front for Fieber, for Domont, and that's going to promote everybody further back. A couple of spots higher. Alyssa Eddy starting to gain some time. She's up to 7th. Gaffer as well, up to 6th. Trudell up to 5th. Leroy now the driver in 4th. So they're all going to start to bunch up. And again, we've seen Domont, right, want to take control. When Shad was up there, Shad's going to want to split them up. But you also can't forget about Benoit, Lunsky, Rothel, that aren't too far behind here.
Yeah, they aren't too far behind. If things like this continue to happen, you know, it won't be long until 5th on back. That second group starts to make their way towards the top 4. I mean, we're on lap 9 now out of 20. We're just about to get halfway. There's still plenty of time for Gaffer and the rest to make their way as Jack Fiber takes the lead. I believe this is the first time we've seen Jack Fiber take the lead Brady Shad going to look down the inside. 3 wide.
Oh, wow. That's close there, as now Fever going to drop a tire. Domont going to lead. Shad making it 3 wide into turn number 3, getting himself through, and the rest of the pack has now officially joined the party. Trudell, the 329, first up. He's 5th, to Gaffer, to Alyssa Eddy. And then you go back to Benoit and Lunsky, who are all single file. But you got to know, you got to expect, right? We've seen Domont, Shad trade the lead of this race a couple of times already. I think they're going to trade it one more time.
Yeah, for sure. I think the rest of the field here, and as you see again, Brady Shad, you see Leroy go with him, and Jack Fiber, he got the worst out of the 3 wide pass in turn 3. He's going to look inside of Leroy now. He takes the 3rd spot back, and how about Trudell? Trudell now into the 4th spot.
Trudell now looking. Couldn't hold on over Leroy there at 373, getting slotted back into 4th. And holds on, wants to be the one ahead of Trudell. Gafferetti still in line. But we've seen, I think, more battling in 206 Junior here in this heat, in this main event, more than we've seen so far throughout the weekend. Lunsky there, traded the spot with Benoit. That's a good move by Gianna.
Shad and Domont continue to lead over Fiber. Here comes the 303 to the inside. Oh, crash. Not quite sure. That might have been Trudell.
That was Trudell, indeed. We lost Trudell.
There's the 303 coming by, losing a ton of spots, but the 329 of Porter Trudell, unfortunately, in turn number 2, gets taken out at the halfway point.
And that's going to move Alyssa Eddy up to 5th. To my knowledge, I think that might be her first podium in regional racing action, as now looking on the inside. There goes Domont. Shad, we've seen him hold on to it there into turn 10. He makes it stick into turn 11 and onto the main straightaway. Shad with his head in the air. He's going by with Fever. Fever now looking on the inside, picking a lane. Going to open up to the outside. Join Domont. Join Leroy there as well. And we're going to stack this pack up here just some time before Eddy gets back into the mix. Lunsky as well, but unfortunate that we lost Trudell. Update on him. I think
he's back in the 14th position.
Wow.
Back in 14th
Trudell back
for
in 14th.
Trudell. As there goes Domont. How about Isaac Leroy? He's just been silently in 3rd or 4th this entire race, trying to make a move into 3rd. Couldn't quite get it done, but he's been there this entire race as the top 3 have been battling. Ethan Leroy.
Yeah, and they've been kind of going back and forth, right, throughout this race. Shad, Domont, Feber, as one driver drops a tire there.
Domont put a wheel in the dirt. A lot of hand signals going on now, going down the hill between the top 3. They're all trying to tell each other different things, it seems like. I don't think any of them are really agreeing on what they need to be doing or what they want to do. Brady Shad just keeps looking back, and the rest of them are making a lot of hand signals to each other.
A lot of negotiating, I would say, right? Whenever you see hand signals go up in the air, I would see you're kind of negotiating. Standing yellow flag throughout this corner, so there's no passing. That's going to change once we get to the straightaway. There's been a change for the 5th spot. Lunsky gets up to 5th, and now we have a change for the lead again. Domont, Feber looking on the inside of Brady. Shad holds on to it for a second. Kept it pinned and stuck it in there when it mattered for a second. Able to hold on.
Jack Feber waiting in the wings for Brady Shad and Braden Domont. Just waiting for this battle to blow up. Doing everything he can. He gets beside Brady Shad. out of the bull. They're side by side around the outside. Not going to work. Not the preferred line. And he's going to go back around the inside. Still side by side, banging wheels.
I mean, they've tried it on Shad 3, 4, 5 times before, I think, and then Shad has a good enough run, keeps it pinned. They hold on to it around the outside in both corners, turning into the inside. Shad going to look over and kind of just, you know, hand in the air, kind of confused about it all, right, of why they're racing for second as much and giving that gap, letting the gap open up a little bit more to Domon. And now Shad's going to go by on Leroy. Then further back, Alyssa Eddy actually just retook the lead of the second group over Gianna Lunsky.
Seems to be a lot of frustration here, letting Braden Domon get the lead that he has. You saw Jack Fiber kind of point forward and shake his head while Brady Shad kind of put his hand up in the air and pointed to Braden Domon as well. I think they're going for the same goal, but I think they each think that they're the ones who are fast enough to get there. So we'll see Ethan Leroy still behind Brady Shad, going to try and push Shad up to Jack Fiber.
Yeah, and here we go. This time around, Domont still leads us away to Jack Fieber there in the second spot. Shad, Leroy, Alyssa Eddy, Gianna Lunsky. You look back to just recent karting accolades for a couple of drivers here this weekend out of Stockholm Karting for Gianna, also known as Gigi Lunsky, behind the scenes. But here we go. This time for second, Fieber, Shad. And it's, you know, they've really let Domont get away with it, and they just can't, I would say, decide on who's going to lead them up to the leader. But and really, it's Shad that wants to lead. It's Fieber that wants to lead that second group as well. And, you know, the more that they kind of fight and battle for that second spot, it's cost them, I think, more than anything else here, Kyle.
Yeah, I think they need to organize, and they need to organize quick with 3 laps to go. I mean, Jack Fieber's last lap was a 55.8. The leader's last lap was a 55.3. Brady Shad just ran a 55.5 behind Fieber. So I think now Shad really has no choice. I'd say for probably the next 2 laps and seeing how much you can catch Domont over the course of the last few laps. And then if it comes down to the last lap and you don't have a chance, then battle out for second. But, you know, they might have waited too long or battled too early and let Domont get away.
Yeah, that battle further back as well starting to heat up. Alyssa Eddy, Jenna Lunsky, a couple of young ladies fighting against some of the boys back there. Golseth, Pearson Golseth, that is. It's going side by side. One driver actually dropped the tire into the grass there further back as well. Isaac Rotho in the mix, Evan Benoit. We talked about those 5 drivers kind of still fighting for the last podium place here this weekend for round 2 of Route 66. And I think they're finally content to kind of push each other along. But to me, I think it's a little too late here, Kyle, right? We're getting close to the end. We're going into lap number 19. 2 laps to go left in this race. And I'm just not entirely sure that we're going to have enough time to close down the gap to our leader here.
Yeah, 2 laps to go this time. They did gain 0.2 on the leader, but with the gap still being 1.3 seconds, I just, at 0.2, I don't think they have enough time. It might get down to a second, but we'll have to see. So now we're watching for the last lap to see if when Brady Shad might make a move on Jack Fieber.
I think more than anything, right, these 3 drivers had the pace to go out here and win it, and just hasn't really gone their way thus far. But even then, just I think more than anything, a race of what could have been for Fieber, for Shad, for Leroy as well, was just kind of stuck behind it all. And this has given Domont the biggest gap, I think, possible you can have in a 206 class, right? You don't see many runaways in 206 racing action. It has to be given to you, but you got to hold on to it as well. For Braden Domont, he's done that thus far, and with the battling for second, this is looking good for the 309 of Braden, who continues to pull away, still battling for second. Shad Feber gonna battle a stand on the box. And here we go, last lap, well underway. Further back, Pearson Golseth holds on to the podium place over Gigi Lunsky. As you work our way through turn number 9. Fighting just a little bit too soon, further on back. But Braden Domont, the 309, is gonna win at Road America.
Incredible by Braden Domont. What a race, what a drive. Not a mistake the entire way through. Jack Feber running second. Brady Shad running P3. Leroy 4th. Golseth 5th. Lunsky 6th. Rothel 7th. Gaffer 8th. And Eddie 9th with Benoit in 10th.
Alyssa Eddy, I think in an incident there towards the end, she finished 11th. Jude Lunsky 12th. Bit of Porter Trudell, Tyler Catera, Evan Patton here, top 15. There's some pickup coming our way here shortly. More racing action set to come your way. Micro Swift coming up next.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
We're going racing in Micro Swift. Liam 4, hometown kid, has been perfect so far this weekend here on home soil. He's starting alongside Bo Wyatt on row number 1. Evan Leash, Harrison Apel on row number 2.
Dutch Westbrook on row number 3 alongside Austin Taylor. Dylan Braun and Lawrence Jorgensen on row number 4. With Tyler Blackwood and Cameron Apel on row number 5.
Go back to your next couple of rows. Liam Astelis, George Ho, Bella Brinkman. The Mohawk-powered AMAX machine of Diesel Maxwell. Back to Caitlin Daly. Your 15 drivers that are getting set to take the green flag next time around.
Second waved off start of the day of our finals. Wasn't quite what the officials were looking for, so we'll do another lap and get them lined up and try this again.
Is Wisconsin Central Time or Eastern Time?
Central.
I think I've been confused all weekend long.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. That's quite embarrassing out of me, honestly. I'm not going to lie. That being said, I hope you guys here this weekend are a lot better with, because, I mean, I get lost, right? Just the time flux.
And that's, I mean, this is your time. You're from Texas.
Yeah, I know. It shouldn't have changed. But that being said, get ready to go racing. Here for Liam 4. Bo Wyatt, green flag in the air this time by. We go racing. It's a good start for Liam 4. The same for Evan Leash. Get up to second. Dutch Westbrook already up to third after starting fifth. We've seen him work his way through.
Great start for Dutch Westbrook, like you said, as Evan Leash is going to defend on the first lap. A little bumper there from Dutch Westbrook going down the bowl. Liam 4 already with a pretty decent sized lead heading into the infield. And there's the gap. Dutch Westbrook slotting into the second position around Evan Leash. Evan Leash just getting absolutely, a little contact there with Tyler Blackwood.
Yeah.
They're still side by side out of the final corner, heading up the front straight.
Quite strange, that one, honestly. The contact there, just trying to see how it really happened, but looks like almost just hit the side pod and got knocked up in the air. Blackwood able to get ahead.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just misjudge it, right? You know, you just.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. I guess it was just kind of curious how it happened. Just looked like that front tire just, I don't know if it hit the front tire or the side pod maybe, popped Blackwood up in the air just that little bit. But that being said, he's up to fifth. And Liam 4 finally going to be challenged from Dutch Westbrook, who's had a lot of work to do. You talk about heat race number 1. He got wrecked at the start, had to work his way through the field. Heat 2, as well with a penalty at the end of heat 1, starting back in 8th. He had to drive through the field. This time is looking a lot closer than he has before. On the inside, turn number 2, Dutch Westbrook gets clear.
Dutch Westbrook to the lead. This is the battle we've been waiting to see all weekend that we haven't really gotten to see, as Liam 4 and Dutch Westbrook do battle. We haven't really gotten to see this because of Dutch's misfortunes throughout the heat races. But here it is, Dutch to the lead in the final.
Yeah, Dutch able to get up there. Bo Wyatt as well. Now starting to close in. Look in on the inside. Catches Liam Ford by surprise, who looks to get the over-under. We go into turn number 9 now. Bo Wyatt goes up to the second spot.
Yeah, it's interesting to see there. Had the move done in the first place, but just clipped the inside curb a little bit, swung him wide, but was able to get it done in the next corner. Great pass by Bo Wyatt. As Dutch Westbrook now goes purple, he's going to try and take off from here, but now teammate Bo Wyatt is still hot on his heels.
Yeah, Bo Wyatt now starting to pick up the pace here a little bit. Their gap at about 2 car lengths. In between your 2 leaders, Liam Ford starting to get closed in by Braun.
Ooh.
The MPG Academy machine is close on the heels, so.
Bo Wyatt has got a little loose there, went over the exit curb. Did just a little off-roading over the curbs there. That lost him some time. You see Liam Ford got a little bit closer, and there's Dylan Braun. Tyler Blackwood goes purple that time. See the Bennicks really coming alive here in the final.
Yeah, they're really starting to show some pace here in the final. I know team owner Nick is on site here this weekend, overseeing their operation. So with a couple of teams for the younger drivers being here this weekend. Jay Howard was in and around the paddock, going to be here for next weekend as well, I believe, here, Kyle.
Yep.
When USF Pro Championships hit the racetrack here at Road America.
Jay Howard's here. We saw Harley Keeble mechanicking. He'll be racing in the USF Juniors category, which is where some of these drivers are hoping to be someday. So back to the action, Dutch Westbrook. Bo Wyatt has actually caught up a significant amount. Purple that last lap.
By 4/10 of a second.
The gap is now only a 10th, and Liam Ford and Dylan Braun and Tyler Blackwood are still in the fold.
Pass for the lead. Bo Wyatt goes to the lead of the race here. Able to get clear in turn 3. And again, Kyle, you mentioned his pace. 4/10's clear. Able to go back by. So that's a good move there by Bo Wyatt, keeping his teammate on his toes. And Liam Ford finally starting to catch his stride here. It looked like Dylan Braun wanted to put a stop to that and look for a move in a turn number 9. But they are catching your leaders here.
They're catching your leaders for sure. Now, you know, when you get to the lead, it's easy to get a little bit complacent. So it's easy to just keep churning laps. But when you're following, you know, Bo Wyatt was 4/10 clear, like we said, but we'll see if Dutch has anything for him now. As it through turn 3, it looked like Bo had a bit of a better corner there, and Liam Ford still in the mix. You see Liam Ford try to maybe take a look to the inside of Dutch there. They're swinging wide.
Yeah, not much. Ford definitely still, you'd say, within the same zip code. The same goes for Tyler Blackwood, who's starting to pick up the pace. Braun, on the other hand, I mean, given he was passed, lost some time compared to the drivers ahead. But here we go this time. Not much. And we're going to start to see, I think, Kyle, a little bit of patience out of these drivers. I don't want to speak too soon because I feel like every time we say that, we see a pass being made right after. But I really think we're going to start to see a little bit of patience out of them.
Looks like Bo Wyatt just keeps running a little bit wide out of that first corner after the downhill there at the bottom of the hill.
Could be a trouble spot there.
Just a little bit of a trouble spot over the exit curb. Just gets a little a little out of balance. See Dutch Westbrook right back on the bumper. I don't think he's going to try anything yet, but he has to be mindful of Liam 4, the number 4 of Liam 4 behind him.
Yeah, 4 starting to close in here, but we're about to reach the halfway point, and I'm kind of curious, you know, if we're going to see these two work together up front, and if we're going to see this race kind of continue to the same, right, until we get to the last couple laps.
Yeah, this could be huge for Dylan Braun, Bo Wyatt leading the race, sitting 3rd in the championship. This would be a huge points haul for Bo, as well as Liam 4, who came into the event 6th, has a couple of heat race wins to his name. Dylan Braun and Austin Taylor are the top 2, and they're sitting 5th and 6th. So Bo Wyatt and Liam 4 right now bringing in the points here in round 2 out of 4.
Yeah, we've seen these kiddos a whole lot, the likes of Dutch Westbrook. I feel like we see him almost every weekend, everywhere we go throughout the year. Been real busy. Him and his dad up here this weekend. They're going to be here in 2 weeks' time, getting ready for the United States Pro Kart Series. For Bo Wyatt as well, a driver we've seen in, you know, quite recently out of Sweet Springs, Missouri. Very active throughout his career. He's been doing a whole lot of racing. Did the Tulsa Shootout back in January in 2025 at the Tulsa Expo Raceway. The wet winter warm-up. Finished 5th in the Micro Swift class. And then participates in weekly races. Our junior sprints at Sweet Springs Motorplex. But even then, a couple of promising drivers. Talk about Dutch Westbrook as well, multi-time national race winner, Miami Grand National champion. Talked yesterday about the kid local to Wisconsin and Liam 4. And now we're going to see the pass for the lead. Dutch Westbrook into turn 2. He's able to get clear.
Dutch Westbrook to the lead, but not for long as Bo Wyatt makes the pass back in turn 3 at the top of the hill. It's now a Bennick 1, 2, 3 as Blackwood got around 4. As they're going to catch some lap traffic here, I think lap traffic is going to play a factor in yet another one of these races. So maybe Dutch looking ahead at the traffic and kind of plan ahead. Just depends on where they're going to hit them. I think they might catch them down the straightaway, which is going to be the best case scenario. So now the lap traffic was too wide. They're going to catch them right at the kink. Wyatt gets around them safely. They still have another lapped car to get around. And ooh.
Blackwood sideways there. Close. Very close call there for Tyler Blackwood. I think even fell back to 4th. Westbrook retakes the lead of the race over Bo Wyatt.
Saw the lap car get out of the way, but just not quick enough or at the right spot. Unfortunate timing and positioning there for Blackwood. Really not his fault, just nowhere to go. See Dutch Westbrook taking back the lead. The field's still together. Blackwood's not out of this yet. Liam 4 still in 3rd. Really was the benefactor of the lap traffic, as we'll see 7 laps to go now. Working lap number 14 now. Blackwood's going to go back around Liam 4. He gets back to the 3rd spot. So now he's right back where he started before the contact with the lap cars. We'll see if Blackwood can get back up to the top 2.
Yeah, it's been close. for Tyler Blackwood, right? Found himself, I'm sure, just probably seeing his life flash before his eyes, right? A little bit. Losing it, but able to hold back onto it. And again, for that kid who got his maiden regional race victory a couple of months ago when we were at the winter warm-up for the Texas Sprint Racing Series opening round, was able to pick one up in wet conditions, able to get the win there. And again, he was pretty impressive as well out in Amarillo, where he finished second on the weekend. And these three drivers have really been the fastest. We talked about the happy hour sessions where they've been quick. And now here this weekend, they've been quite fast as well.
Yeah, they've been the class of the field. Bo Wyatt, Dutch Westbrook, Liam Four, and then Tyler Blackwood is coming on strong here late in this final. Only working about 5.5 laps to go now. The Bennecks are right where they were to start qualifying, to start the heats, till Liam Four took it away. But now it's Liam Four in the 4th spot as Blackwood looks inside of Bo Wyatt. Blackwood takes the 2nd spot. He tells him to push. They're going to try and go after Dutch Westbrook now. About 4.5 laps to go down the hill into turn number 4 and 5. Dutch Westbrook still in the lead. Bo Wyatt in 3rd behind Tyler Blackwood, who's taking the 2nd position.
Yeah, Tyler Blackwood able to get himself up to the 2nd spot. Bo Wyatt, Liam Four. And again, a race that was spread out. You know, halfway through, Kyle, it's starting to reel back in. Everybody's starting to get closer and closer together as we're getting to the closing stages of it. There's new life for Tyler Blackwood, who almost found himself facing the wrong way, and now he's looking for the lead of the race into turn 2. Tyler Blackwood is clear to the lead.
Whoa.
Dutch Westbrook contact with Bo Wyatt. Popped up a little bit in the air. And Liam Four now looks to take advantage for 3rd.
Yeah, just misjudged it a little bit there. Hopped a wheel. No harm, no foul, though. He's still P3 as Dutch Westbrook back into the 2nd spot. See Liam Four actually getting under fire from Dylan Braun, who kind of faded away in the middle part of this race, but now at the end, here he is, ready to take the 4th position. This would be good for Braun in the point standings if he can get him. You can see the MPG mechanics on the fence line waving him on.
Trying to tell Braun to close down his gap. Austin Taylor as well to get closer and closer, because it's getting closer to the end of this race, right? We're on lap number 18. Next time by, we're going to get the 2.6 in the air. 2 laps to go for Tyler Blackwood, for Dutch Westbrook, for Bo Wyatt. And again, it was a lot closer earlier. But Tyler Blackwood, this could be a 2nd regional race victory in what I think is his 3rd time of asking. That would be huge for this kid with a red helmet.
From going sideways in turn number 2 to the lead, and to the lead by a pretty decent margin. 5/10 last lap. What is it this time by? It'll be 7/10. Building the gap with 2 laps to go for Tyler Blackwood. Really the first time he's seen the lead all weekend long, as we're still looking at the battle for 4th between Liam Four and Dylan Braun. Bo Wyatt goes purple that time by. I don't know if they're going to have enough time to catch up to Blackwood, as we're going to get the white flag this time. I don't know if they have enough.
And I tell you what, I'm sure Morgan LeBaron and Scott Cherry watching on as this kid out of Midland, Texas, comes over to Wisconsin, racing in a foreign racetrack for the first time. Just has 1 more lap to go to get back onto the top step of a regional podium. Dutch Westbrook just right behind him, the 33, chasing him down as much as he can. Bo Wyatt sitting in 3rd. This would be a great result nonetheless for the team, but how about the progression of Tyler? Now Bo going up to second in a turn 3. Bo Wyatt gets clear. But Tyler Blackwood, what a weekend. If I'm honest, wasn't even expecting to see him out here this weekend. But the fact that he's progressed enough that learned a track like it was nothing here for an hometown kid as well. Is going to pick up good points in Liam 4. But Tyler Blackwood, 2 corners to go. A month and a half ago, he got his first one. The second one might be even sweeter. Tyler Blackwood wins in Wisconsin.
Great race by Tyler Blackwood. To think that it was almost over for a second to take the win. Bo Wyatt second, Westbrook third. Braun takes fourth on the last lap over Liam 4, who finishes fifth. Austin Taylor sixth. Evan Leish seventh. Jorgensen eighth. Apel ninth, and Ho in 10th.
Quick commercial break from our side. Double checkers in the air. Tyler Blackwood is a winner in Micro Swift. Quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more racing action.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back here to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Take a look at your starting lineup for Dominic Gaddis, Santiorioli, Simon Jack Klein, Cameron Johnson, and more that are getting set to take the green flag here in Mini Swift. Joining us here in the booth, racing this weekend, Cale Zimmerman, going to bring us some insight to what the racetrack's doing. First of all, Cale, one more go around, but how are you feeling? You're done for the day, but, you know, back here at Road America this year, what is this racetrack? How has it been so far this weekend out there?
Oh, it's changed a ton. Like the grip levels here are normally very, very low. You know, you're a lot of times sliding through almost all the corners. Now, changed a lot. Got to get under the rubber. A lot of rolling speed. But yeah, it completely 180 degrees from Friday.
Yeah, and I think more than anything, right? It's been a lot different than years past. New compound this year as well, right? Talk about a little bit of softer rubber as well on the tires. You know, I was kind of saying there's a lot of load, I feel like, on the left-hand side of the tires. Do you feel like tire flipping is something that maybe you guys have been doing or other people have been doing out there to maybe try to stay ahead of the curve?
We haven't flipped tires at all this weekend, but, I mean, we haven't tested with it all too much. I'm sure there's a couple fast guys who are doing it. But I've heard good and bad things about either of them. But I think if you learn how to handle it, it could probably be huge since you have more rubber on the one side of the tire. But I mean, yeah, we haven't been doing that all too much. We do it more in Briggs than two-stroke. So I bet you people are doing that in 206.
Yeah, that makes sense. Any of the kiddos you're keeping an eye on here in the Mini Swift class? I know you see them running around the paddock, but before we get started, who you got an eye on?
Slayton Baldock. I want. He's been a good friend. His whole family has been great friends with us for forever. I want to see him do well. But I'm just looking for a good race here, to be honest.
Well, here we go. I think we're going to get it. Green flag in the air. Dominic Gaddis, a little bit of a slower start. And Santi Orioli takes advantage around the outside. Cam Johnson already up to third. Simon Jack Klein gets himself to fourth. Look at Johnson looking on the inside of turn 3. He gets clear. Further back, Slate Harrell made a move there as well on what looked to be Will Feidinger. And he was able to get clear up to fifth. Feidinger fighting with Stoffel now. Everybody able to get through the first couple of corners, Kyle.
Yeah, Feidinger looked to be kind of struggling with the tires as we see Orioli with a bit of a lead on Cam Johnson. There's Simon Klein there in third, ahead of, I believe that is the 132 of, that's Simon Klein, excuse me, in the fourth spot. The 114 of Dominic Gaddis has gained a spot into third.
Cam Johnson now starting to close down his gap up to Santi Orioli. And again, we've talked about the big run, especially up to turn number 2. You saw how much Cam Johnson closed there, Kale. How big is the draft here time-wise? What are you kind of thinking that you're gaining on that straightaway there?
At least in KA100 Sr, it's huge. Like it's probably 2 tenths at least, maybe 3, as long as you can control it going into turn 1 there. But no, it's huge. Like if you look at micron data, it's probably like a mile an hour faster going up in the first braking zone there.
Wow, that's actually pretty huge considering, especially in the lower speed categories. That'd be a pretty significant difference. You know what you're kind of seeing compared to you know, just running it normally. But back up at the front, Orioli has had a good start to it. And again, 2 drivers that we've seen very busy on the national schedule. We'll talk about Cam Johnson, Orioli, and you go further back to the couple of rookies that are back there, Slate Harrell, Brody Stoffel, making their debut here this weekend. Hudson Howard is in there as well. A couple of drivers 8, 9 years old. Still racing against some of the bigger kids, I guess you could say, right? 10, 11 for Cam Johnson. For Santi Orioli, I believe, near that age range. As well for Dominic Gaddis, who's been one of the drivers that we've seen very often throughout the Massive class. Simon Jack Klein as well. Got a good starting spot. Not the best start he would have wanted, unfortunately, but this time through, Johnson going to be patient. This is kind of a repeat count of what we saw in heat race number 1. Orioli, Johnson kind of pulling away from the field.
Yeah, Orioli and Johnson look like they have the fastest karts in the field. As you see the 2 J Howard karts get around Slate Harrell. And now Hudson Howard looks like he's going to make a pass. They're 3 wide. Stoffel on the outside gets the worst end of it, unfortunately.
Clayton Stiles looked to have a move there as well. Looked in at turn 3. It was going to be close for sure, but able to hold on to it. Nonetheless, Stoffel, Howard, you saw them work together to get by as well, but your leader's fastest laps of the race. You look at the gaps there on the left-hand side of your pylon, and they're kind of wide open, right? 3 seconds back to Will Feidinger from Santi Orioli. And here's that second group that we were talking about, right? Hudson Howard, a Slate Harrell, a Clayton Stiles now looking low on Harrell. Gonna get a push from Stoffel. Knocks him a little bit out of shape. Holds on to it. And then Baldak, the 178, going through. Stoffel gonna push Clayton Stiles right on by. Slate Harrell, side-by-side contact on the exit of turn number 3.
Yeah, wheel-to-wheel contact at the exit of turn number 3. Is now on your screen. We have Cam Johnson and Orioli. Lots of wheel-to-wheel contact, and you know, Kale, we've been seeing it all day. You know, it looks like the track just keeps getting darker and darker as rubber's getting put down, and you know, breaking offline is really tricky. You know, what's the progression of the track been like, at least since you ran it?
Well, I'll just say this: I've seen a ton of late moves, 3 wide moves, all day, all yesterday. It's crazy because you get to mid-corner and it just grips up, and I think that's because it's a slick surface, so all the rubber that's being laid is right in the center, or like right on apex. So those deep moves, those crazy moves are possible here. But the level of aggression is crazy, and you think about USPCAS in 2 weeks' time, it's just going to get more gripped up when we get there as well.
Like the biggest thing that surprised me, right, is seeing like a lot of moves, especially in turn 3, and how easy it is to hold the outside and make it stick there, which I think why more than I think this weekend we've seen a lot of drivers kind of, you see those moves where somebody's on the inside but the driver on the outside is still there, and they kind of, you know, either get moved to the wayside or just get run out of room, and you know, it's a tire into the grass or 4 tires into the grass, which is never good to see. But even then, right, it's surprising to see nonetheless, because everywhere else, anything offline, super dirty off the racetrack, and you see drivers just kind of not able to even hold it, right? But here they're able to, I think, get a better run. We saw Brady Shadd earlier today making moves stick, and we're seeing Slate Harrell, Baldak still stuck in this fight here, going side by side. Camila Canache, the driver in there as well. Rhett Johnson, Wojciechowski for the Franklin Motorsports Merlin team, getting himself up there as well. Supaka, I believe, another one of the drivers that's in this mix.
The 185 of Supaka, I believe, is the one in the back, and see Slate Harrell there. There's Brody Stoffel on screen right now behind the 178 of Slayton Baldock and Clayton Stiles. Stoffel moving up to the Mini Swift division for this weekend as Slayton Baldock goes to the inside, gets clear, and Brody Stoffel falls on through past Clayton Stiles.
Stoffel able to work his way through as well. They're through on Clayton Stiles. That's going to move Slayton Baldock up to about 7th. Stiles falls back to 9th. Stoffel up to 8th. And how about a change for the lead? Cam Johnson, your new leader. Santi Orioli to 2nd. Simon Jack Klein gets himself to 3rd. And that moved Dominic Gaddis back to 4th. Cam's been quite busy, right? I talked about it a little bit in the second heat race, where you look back to where he finished last year at Whiteland, able to get the win. You look back at the opening round this weekend, Cale, he was able to win, and this weekend he's been, you know, arguably the quickest driver in the field. Stoffel making another move there further back in the field. He goes up to 7th. But Cam Johnson, I mean, being from the Midwest area, seeing this kid, you know, race around, he's definitely, I think, come a long way in the past year and a half.
Oh, 100%. Last year we seen a lot of success from Johnson, and I mean, he only gets better now. We're probably going to see him at PCAS 2 weeks from now, and I'm sure he's going to put on a show just as much as he is here, and his pace is very consistent. I mean, he's fast. We look at the times, and he's running with no push in the lower speed classes, and he's still putting down times. And he just went back to 3rd there.
Yeah, he went back to 3rd. Orioli had a good run, as well as with Simon Jack Klein. So they're trading the position here, and again, it shows you, right? No push for Cam Johnson, and you talk about the lap times he was running. Next time around, Orioli, Klein get a draft, and they're able to, you know, close right on by and just go right by in turn 2 there as well. So that's huge, right? Huge way to close down that gap and to get it back by. But, you you just get past, you're back in second. From a driver's mind, what are you kind of doing, right, to get back into the rhythm, to get back to the driver that just made the move on you?
I mean, if I'm Johnson right now, I'm doing what he's just done. I mean, he went back to P2 right away. I mean, we just seen him get passed again for third, but I'm sure he's not going to sit there too long. He wants to get the momentum back. That's the name of the game in karting at this point in time. Just getting those spots back and rolling your momentum forward. That's huge. That's where everything is. People see you get passed, and they're just going to pass you. You see that at bigger races like USPCAS, Grands, CKNA Grand Nationals, SCUSA, all that big stuff.
Yeah, you're seeing it there, right? Johnson wanted to go right back, and to me, when you have forward momentum, you can't stop it by going backwards. So from here on out, I think the situation changes a little bit, right? Simon has, I think, the pace to be ahead, to be there fighting with Cam Johnson. So now it's a matter of me, right? For me, it's about sitting patient now in third. All right, Simon wants to lead. I'm going to give him 2-3 laps. Let's close down the gap to Santi Orioli, because I don't want to keep fighting for the second spot, because we're going to lose even more time to Santi, who's out in the lead of this race, running away with it at the moment on his OKP MPG machine. And now it's a matter of, all right, I'm going to sit here in third, wait a little bit, be patient, bide my time. But if I feel like we're not making up that time, then I want to take control of the second group. But from what it looks like visibly, from, I guess, the spectator standpoint, it looks like they're starting to make a little bit of headway. We saw how much they made on the straightaway for Orioli, for Johnson. And now you see the straight here, right? And it's just a matter of making these passes, making these moves without losing all too much time. And I think that was perfect there, to get the move for second and have somebody else behind you, right? Like Dominic Gaddis, or like a Simon Jack Klein, who's now back in fourth, but just trading it, who's going to be, either best fit to work themselves back up to their bumper here of Santi Orioli as this race is kind of closing down.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about, I think what Johnson did there was great. If I was him, I would have probably done the same thing, going back to second only if someone can follow you through, because clearly, these drivers are stubborn. They're young. They want to be in the front of the group.
I feel like all of us, right, as racing drivers, more often than not, we find ourselves. Me and Kyle were joking about it earlier, but like, it's the tap on the back of the helmet, right? It's one of the things that I think probably means a lot, but also means so little nowadays, because you tap the back of the helmet and it's like, all right, push me, and then you get past the next corner, and then the driver who just passed you taps the back of his helmet. It's like, all right, are we going to work together? Am I going to pass you? Or are you going to pass me? So it's a matter of just kind of being patient, and maturity to me comes well into effect, right? And I think we're starting to see these young drivers, especially in the mini-sets class, this is where you start to see them grow and learn a little bit more, and we have seen that throughout the weekend. To talk about last weekend over at the Star Championship Series, all these kids, put on a great show, and even throughout this weekend, right? They put on some really mature drives, Cam included, Dom included, Simon included, to get themselves up there, and Santi as well, who's put on a really mature drive to not put a foot wrong up to this point here. And Kyle, I'll take it back over to you, right? At a racetrack that's kind of given us a lot, but with 5 laps to go, it's going to be a lot of asking for Cam Johnson. He's doing a good job of it to cut down 1/10 of a second a lap, but again, it's going to be close getting to the end of this race.
Yeah, personal best every lap, but I don't know if it's going to be enough with a 1.1 second gap. 5 laps is a lot of time, though. If, maybe Orioli pushed a little too hard too early, but we'll have to see. There is enough time, I think, but I think the gap to close is going to have to be more than 1/10 a lap. We'll see this time by Orioli.
It looks better. It looks a lot better.
A lot better.
0.3 of a second for Cam Johnson that time. You said he was going to need a lot more. He got a lot more out of it. He's asking his Merlin machine for a lot more. Gaddis is pushing him along, and they're starting to leave Simon Jack Klein in the 4th spot, but they're closing in here. Cam Johnson, again, wants to go 3 for 3 in the most recent Route 66 races. Santi Orioli only running once this year, here this weekend at Road America, and Johnson is pushing with everything he's got. You see him jumping up on the steering wheel, trying to get a win at home in his home state of Wisconsin, pushing with everything he's got to try and take a main event victory once again here at Route 66 competition.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ass. Let's see what they get this time by. Again, once again, down to 6/10. Dominic Gaddis purple once again, and when your pusher behind you is going purple and you're setting a personal best, that's how you know you're in the right spot. You put yourself in the right position. You can see it visually on your screen now that Cameron Johnson has just absolutely closed the gap late here to Santiago Orioli.
Lap 18, and this is, Kale, where we talked about forward momentum, right? The best momentum right now for Cam Johnson, for Dominic Gaddis. The best way to keep that going is going to be to make a pass as soon as you get to that rear bumper.
Oh, 100%. I mean, both Gaddis and Johnson are moving right now. You look at their last times, 51.45, 51.45. They're identical. Johnson will get the draft here shortly, and we'll see if Gaddis can hold on. But I think he has the pace to do so. Going up that straight, you can just see the amount of power Gaddis has at the end, and just reels Johnson right back in. We're going to definitely have a three-way battle for the lead here at the end of the race.
That was actually incredible. Kale just pointed out on lap 16, Cam Johnson and Dominic Gaddis set the absolute identical lap time, and that was the best lap of the race, both of them. That is how much they are just absolutely flying.
Here we go. We've seen a lot of passes into turn number 9. We've seen turn 10 be a good passing spot. Turn 11, you can surprise your competitor. But Cam Johnson, I think turn 2 is probably going to be the biggest run that he's going to get so far, and he might get the push from Dom Gaddis. If you're Dom Gaddis, do you push Johnson ahead of your teammate? What do you do in this situation? But it's all for the race victory. Cam Johnson, is he going to fade low? Not just yet. Going to wait for it a little bit. And again, you can't wait for too long, because again, you still have another driver right behind you who again wants to be in the same position that you are, wants to be in second, wants to fight for a race win here today.
If I'm Johnson, I want to bring Gaddis with me at this point. Maybe cause a little squabble behind me, get a little. I mean, we're coming at 2 to go here, but like you want to create a little mess behind you, and even if they're teammates, it happens. Those messes happen when someone wants to follow to second. But so we'll see what Cameron Johnson can do here. He knows what he's doing. There's a little space here, so he should get a big run.
It should be another big run, right? White flag in the air that time by. Last lap of the race here. Cam Johnson, Dom Gaddis now looking low. It's looking good for Santi Orioli now. Gaddis goes up to second, putting himself one spot better. You see the tap on the back of the helmet. Johnson going to be okay. Again, this is a perfect situation here for Dom Gaddis, and I think Johnson might have waited one lap, I think, too long, maybe a couple of corners too long. Does Gaddis have enough to get to the rear bumper of Santi Orioli here in Mini Swift? Only 4 corners to go for Santi Orioli, Dom Gaddis as well. I'm not sure if it's going to be close enough, fellas. Santi Orioli has gotten out to the lead of this race. That pass can open up the gap even more. But Santi Orioli, what a drive for him here this weekend. He's going to win at Road America. Dominic Gaddis across the line second. Cameron Johnson third. Simon Jack Klein and Will Feidinger, your podium here in Mini Swift. What a drive for Santi Orioli. Pushed with everything he had to stay out in front. They got close, but not close enough. That's it for your Mini Swift drivers. Coming up next, 206 Jr. getting set to take the green flag. We'll be right back with more racing action.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back. Here's running down your starting lineup in 206 Senior, presented by Lawson Speed Shop. Quentin McPherson and Jerry Fandry on row number 1. Wyatt Leslie and Shane Reddy on row number 2.
Row number 3, we have Louis Palmisano and Tyler Stoper. 4, we got Connor Fashing, Braden Zerves. 5 is the RD teammates, AJ Roderick, Emily DeMaster, and then so on.
You go further back as well. That's your top 10 starters, top 5 rows here in 206 Senior. Again, you look further back to Max Krause, Jack Sutton, Dane Underwood, Kyle Lomar, Oliver Gaffer, Vincent Fritz, Jackson Barr, Logan Lomar, Luke Norris, Adam Maxwell. Starting back in 20th, that's your winner from round number 1. Starting further back, Miles Fodry, River Carlson, Eli Carter, Zach Price, Nagisa Yoshikawa, Thomas Shrek, and more. 38 drivers total getting set to take the green flag here today in 206 Senior. Jerry Fandry, the reigning champ. Quentin McPherson, I don't know.
McPherson.
I've
Caleb.
Tried 10 different times.
McPherson.
Nobody's ever happy with it.
It's like Mick, like Mick Gabriel, and then you go
Mick.
Fear, like you're scared.
All right,
McPherson, and then you're
All right, we'll call it that. McPherson.
There you go. There you go.
McPherson. It's taken me a lot. For those of you guys here in the paddock are probably tired of my accent. All the Midwest people, I think, are probably. I mean, I'm fed up. Right, with me myself getting it wrong. So.
Just eat a cheese curd or two, and yeah, it'll snap right.
I've eaten a whole lot of cheese curds this weekend. Not changing, dude. Not.
Maybe you need ranch with them.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I could do it. McPherson.
There you go.
I got it. This is the race.
Perfect.
I get it right. This is the race I get it right.
The most important one at that.
Yeah, main event. Right. One driver into the pits. That's Adam Maxwell.
Already, we seen it have problems in the last heat as well.
Yeah, Adam Maxwell had problems in heat race number 2, and he's into the pits early. Adam Maxwell not going to be joining us. That's your round 1 winner. Not even going to start the second race of the season. Unfortunate for Adam Maxwell, but we're going to try it one more time for the rest of the field. McPherson, Fandry, got it right that time.
There we go.
Starting on row number 1, the reigning champ starting on the outside, the driver that everybody's been chasing this weekend on the inside. Green flag in the air, and it's a good start for the inside line. Leslie with a good push. Able to go by as well, up to second. Fandry slotting in the line in third, side by side. All the way through this field here, Kale.
Yeah, it just looks like that outside line, terrible starts. I mean, can't do much about it, but it seems like the inside line of every race has a good jump, and it's very slow starts as well. So we see the inside get over that curb, and then you're on the outside again for turn 3. And I mean, you see it for drivers like Jerry. It didn't work out it worked out all right for, but Shane Reddy was started 4th, and you know he's back in 7th, 8th there. So we see them behind AJ Roderick and Connor Fashing there. So I mean, he's had speed. Let's see what he can do from that. But he's getting up the inside for Zerves and Leslie as well. Probably trying to box out McPherson here because how fast he is, how much pace. Oh, McPherson back up the inside with Jerry following as well.
Yeah, and that's the first time we've seen Wyatt Leslie go up to the lead of this race, or any race for that matter, this weekend. And you see McPherson not wasting any time, right? Going right back up, wanting control of this one. Only to start the second lap, and again, that shows a lot about the type of weekend he's had. He's a driver that can do that here this weekend because of the pace he's had. Fans are going right back by on Palmisano. Going through AJ Roderick. Showing us some speed here. Figuring something out. Emily DeMaster not too far back, his teammate. They're right behind Braden Zerves, one of the rookies here this weekend, and Shane Reddy there as well. So single file this time through, and again, we talked about the pace Leslie had. He's been lacking a little bit on the long run side. I would say, in my opinion, as Emily DeMaster looked for a move into turn 2 sideways, but we have a change for the lead now. Wyatt Leslie to the point. Jerry Fandry looking to go through. He's going to point him on by.
Emily's off the track there. Oh, that's not a good spot. That motorcycle track comes back up to the karting track right there. I hope nothing's bent there, but gnarly spot to eat the dirt there.
Yeah, that's tough for DeMaster. We saw her send it in turn 2, sideways, and then into the grass. As Fandry now going to take the lead of the race. The lime green TB car to the front. Leslie holds on.
Oh, and Roderick's off as well there.
Looks like A.J. Roderick went off. Yeah, A.J. Roderick, we lost him just in the background.
And we've only started, Caleb, but oh my goodness, what some action we've had here. Like, changes for the lead that we haven't seen all weekend yet, and back in the mid-pack, you know, it's just gnarly racing here.
Roderick just immediately into the scale line, out of the seat. He's done. Doesn't look very
oh, wow. 2
impressed.
Drivers collected at the back as well. One of the ROV VLR machines. Wow. What a start. I think one of the most chaotic starts.
Chaotic.
Yeah, that's, I mean, for
Probably
lack of better words, right?
Probably the most attrition we've seen in a race, especially only on lap 4. And we see Fandry and McPherson 1-2. You know, that's not what you want to see if you're the rest of the field, because this is how it's been the rest of the weekend. You got to do something to not let these two get away.
And I think the strategy here, but between when Leslie was up in the first and, you know, Jerry now in first, box McPherson out. I think that's the goal. He's just been so quick that you don't want him to run away. And here he's back up the inside of Fandry. And he thinks he has the pace to do it here by himself.
I mean, he has had the pace.
He has,
do it,
yeah.
Right? I mean, we saw what he did in Heat 2. We saw what he did in Heat 1 as well. And, you know, even speaking to Jerry a little bit more, he's like, man, I just don't know if I can keep up or run the gear that I think that McPherson's been running all weekend long. He's faster than us on the straight. He's driving it much better than all of us. And we're all playing catch-up, really, to the driver out of Millwright Raceway, right? And again, to see the drive he had at KA as well to get himself up to third, a race I think, like Kyle said, of attrition in KA100 Sr, and the same thing this time out, right? He's been the driver to beat all weekend long, and you're going to have a lot of guys, right, talking on grid, pointing at each other, hey, we can't let this guy get away. We can't let him be out in front. We need to put him in an uncomfortable situation and give him a new situation to work with as well.
Yeah, it really reminds me of Whiteland Whiteland route last year with Kardashian. He just had all the pace in the world, and you know the whole idea was to box him out of that #1 spot and run away. And you saw that at Whiteland for a route this year as well with Lemke. Everybody was unsuccessful, but the idea was to box him out of that lead and, you know, try and make it a fight instead. And Fandry back up the inside of McPherson. So and we got a stack of about 5 drivers here. So I mean, this could get messy really fast.
Yeah, but this is the closest we've seen this field be as well throughout the weekend, right? Talk about Fandry. Again, you were talking about boxing him out, almost, you know, putting him back in second. You got to get up there to the lead, put them further back on the back foot almost, where they're having to play now defense, or now in his case, right, for McPherson going to have to attack now, being in the second spot. And you see him now sit patient this time around in the second spot with Palmisano right there in third, Wyatt Leslie still right there. Shane Reddy, again, finally starting to reel it back in, pick up that momentum. He's back in fifth. Braden Zerves gets himself to sixth. And we saw, you know, the battles that happened just outside of the top 6, top 5 with DeMaster, A.J. Roderick. They find themselves, you know, out of this race. But that kind of started the separation. You see on your pylon there to the left, it's, you know, Braden Zerves is a second up to Fandry, and then Kraus is another 2 seconds back from that, 3 seconds back from the lead of the race.
And Jerry, you can see Jerry's doing all he can to try and get away here. And I mean, the problem is McPherson pulled it off most of the weekend, but it's just so hard to get away on a track like this with such a long straightaway, especially with Briggs, you know, with all the pushing and shoving up the straightaway and out of the corners. But we're going to see a battle here, I think, for the lead and for this race win. I mean, it's a huge field as well, so I mean, you can brag about this win here at Road America and route all you want. This is almost a national event for 206 racing.
Oh, yes. I mean, Kyle and I were talking about it on the weekend, right? You kind of look at the entry list with 38 and 206 Senior. 37, I think, in KA Senior. Like, Kyle, looking at it, right, you were talking about, you know, what it takes to come out here and win week after week. You have to be better than 37 of the best in the region, and now we have 2 of the best in the region going at it side by side. Fandry going right back by on McPherson on the outside. But the downside to it all, McPherson has some help. Palmisano going to push through. Shane Reddy going to go through as well. Side by side for a second. Palmisano drops a tire into the grass.
And Jerry's not happy with that. Oh my, 3 wide there as well.
What a move by Braden Zerves to go through as well for the 5th spot. Shane Reddy as well taking advantage up to 3rd, and just not enough room really on the exit of turn 2, I would say, to try to fit 2 karts there, Kyle.
Yeah, you know, the best 206 racers in the nation here this weekend. As you were saying, you know, Jerry not very pleased by the move there. You know, another thing to keep an eye on here is Shane Reddy in the 524 has been setting purple lap times this entire race, has not really had the track position, but now he sits 3rd. You know, Kale, I want to ask you, if you were in this race right now and you were within the top 5 and had a piece to win the race, where would you preferably like to be? Would you like to be leading, 2nd? Where would you want to be?
Right now, where Jerry is. I mean, it kind of depends on what's going on behind, but if Jerry gets to the back of McPherson and starts pushing away, it ends up being a 2-car breakaway unless Shane can, you know, keep piling these insane lap times together. But behind him, they're battling, so he doesn't have a partner to work with right now. And so if I'm in Jerry's shoes, I'm pretty happy sitting in 2nd right now and trying to push away if we can.
Yeah, that's I think that's the best spot to be, right? The driver in 1st, you kind of push your prey out into deep waters almost, right? And you're able to pull away. I think in Shane's case, right, it's a matter of, you know, trying to hold on to the 3rd spot, trying to hold on, right, to the coattails of Fandry, to the coattails of McPherson, and, you know, with Fandry and McPherson finally with a little bit of breathing room to stretch their legs where they don't have, you know, 4 karts right behind them, they're starting to pull away about 0.2 of a second. Fandry was 0.2 better than Reddy that time by, and we've seen them kind of start to separate themselves like we saw in Heat 1, where these 2 get out in front. They make it a mano-a-mano battle to the end, and, you know, McPherson had the upper hand on gear. We'll see if Fandry made it any bit of change, and we're gonna find out closer to the end. But halfway through this race, now it falls back into Shane Reddy's hands, right? Brayton Zerves as well. They gotta stay in line. They gotta stay tucked in. They gotta push each other along, because your race victory, your hardware is kind of running away from you right now.
And I mean, Shane has proven to be quick, but they just gotta both Zerves and Leslie also just gotta realize that they gotta push right now. That's the only chance they have at staying close enough to when the blocking starts. And, you know, Zerves thinks he has the pace to do so. So I don't know. They seem stubborn right now, and if I'm any 3 of them, you just gotta push here. That's the name of the game. It's 206 racing. You gotta push.
I was explaining this to Kyle yesterday, right? I think more often than not, when you're racing in 206 Senior especially, I feel more, you know, whenever you are behind somebody, you're always going to feel like you're faster, right? Because you're braking a little bit sooner, because, you know, if you're in a train and you're the 3rd driver in the train, you're braking 2 car lengths before your normal braking zone. So naturally, you're going to feel like you're that little bit faster, and you're going to want to go for a move. But what I was telling Kyle yesterday, what I was explaining, you know, you almost have to bite your tongue a little bit, right? You have to be patient and sit there, and it could be painful to watch or painful to sit there for that long knowing that you could do better or be a spot better, be 2 spots better. But it's just the name of the game in the engine package that we're racing here this weekend, and the engine package that we race on the national scene as well, right? You have to sit there. You have to be patient, because at the end of the day, that's the name of the game, right? If you find yourselves, I think, making desperate moves, you find yourselves going for you know, late moves or late lunges, I think more often than not, you end up hurting yourself more than you end up helping yourself. So that being said, I think we're seeing that now, where you start to see the patience a little bit more from Zerves, from Reddy, from Wyatt Leslie with time. But again, you saw the move there in turn 3. That's about 0.3 of a second from what we were kind of calculating from our point of view of the amount of time looking at the gaps. When there is a group that makes a move back in that corner, that gap opens up a little bit more, and that's usually 0.3 of a second in turn 3, just due to the momentum, due to the you know, these guys are full throttle while the other guys are having to lift off, having a break, having to go side by side, changing line here and there. But that being said, this is where it opens up, and this is where it turns into a mano-a-mano battle for Quentin McPherson fighting McPherson, fighting in home soil at Wisconsin here this weekend at a Millwright Raceway. Badger Kart Club, not too far away.
And it seems, I don't know, from in the regional level of Briggs racing, we race CK&A and all that, it seems more and more that we see these two-car breakaways happen. You know, at CK&A just a couple weeks ago, we had, you know, Nick and Quentin. They were 1-2 for the whole race pretty much, leaving everybody else behind, for medium at least. And then Sunday was me and McPherson, then me and Shane, me and DeMaster. It seems like these the two karts being together, one pusher and one leader, that seems to be the fastest way around a go-kart track.
Yeah, and how about this battle here further back? A couple of the lime green TV karts, a couple of them having a take action, and we make contact. What a way. Hey, shout out to our camera crew as well, catching the action right when it mattered most. But man, two drivers collide. That looks to be the 515.
And more mess.
More, yeah, as well. More drivers kind of finding a lane here. It's been dicey throughout the midfield here, fellas. We've kind of missed a little bit, but the battle for the lead just now starting to tame down, and it's all out war in the midfield.
I have unfortunate news from 7th place. Emily DeMaster is just pulled into the scale line as they keep battling further on back. What a show these guys in the back are giving us right now.
Yeah, this is all the way back to the 513. So this is going to be back near the 20th spot. Miles Fodry in the mix, Max Johnoweg, Zach Price, Thomas Sharek there, Giovanni Vasquez, and more. We're in the mix. Emily DeMaster found herself in 25th, and she just pulled in. Going to be out of this race early. But that being said, tuning back in with your lead group. Palmisano at the back of it. Braden Zerves in between Leslie, Reddy. Fandry McPherson in there as well.
Kale, what's that feeling like right now if you're Shane Reddy and you're doing everything you can, just giving the go-kart 110%, you see the two leaders ahead of you, and there's just nothing you can do?
You know, Jerry to the lead here as well. I just like to point that out. He's been counting laps. But Jerry is a smart racer. I'll get back to that in a second about Shane, but Jerry knows exactly what lap we're on, and we haven't even shown any two-to-go flags or anything like that. He knows that the fight is here. And if I'm Shane, I'm licking my chops right now. I'm looking at this, the battle going on, and hoping, just praying that Leslie wants to work together here instead of battling for that third spot. We're gonna see a battle break out probably halfway through this lap. But Shane, you just gotta hope and pray that you have a teammate behind you instead of a clear opponent. It all lays in the hands of Leslie and Zerves at this point. And I think I just seen Zerves go up the inside in the drop.
Yeah, it's in their hands as well to kind of work together a little bit and be there, but it's almost like a sinking feeling in your stomach when you're sitting in third and you're seeing the two drivers ahead of you pull away. And then at some point, it sinks in that I have absolutely no shot at this win, right? And that's when you start looking over your shoulder. And if you're Fandry, you're going to be looking over your shoulder now to see where the drivers are behind you, because coming to 2 laps to go, we're fighting for the lead of the race. Move across the straightaway. Fandry looked to go on the inside. McPherson going to lead us away here in 206 Senior. And now we talked about it, right? Shane Reddy starting to close in. Wyatt Leslie as well. And this is where you're patient for that second group. This is where you sit still, because we're fighting for the lead of the race, and this is an opportunity getting set to come your way. Side by side for the lead of the race once again. Jerry Fandry on the outside, McPherson on the inside. More company coming their way here. Coming to the last lap. This next time around, they're getting closer, boys.
They are getting very close now. This is, if I'm Shane right now, I'm excited. I am can't sit still in my seat. He's right there. Kart length back to Shane. We're gonna see a huge battle here.
This is going to be huge. Fandry, again, just needs a good run onto the main straightaway. Can't slow down his momentum. Fighting for the win of this race. Up the hill this time by. You're going to expect McPherson to go low. Fandry looking on the outside. He has a good run. Here comes Shane Reddy. Inside or outside for Shane. Not enough. This time, turn 3. We've seen a lot of over-unders throughout this section, but never with this many karts in line. Everybody single file all the way back to Palmisano, who's in the mix. Wyatt Leslie looking for a lane. McPherson fades low again. There's Zerves on the inside looking to go on Leslie. Side by side back for 4th. McPherson holding 5 karts back at this point. A huge train. He's been the driver to beat all weekend long, and he's still the driver to beat with 3 corners to go. Fandry's been the closest. A couple of more shots at it for Jerry to try and take the first win in about 2 years' time. Jerry looking, here comes Shane Reddy on the inside, and that's going to give it to Quinton McPherson. Fandry's into the wall. McPherson wins in Road America.
Fandry off track in the final corner. McPherson with the win. Shane Reddy had to do something to take third, or to take second. Unfortunately, that sends Jerry off the track in the final corner. You can see him slow to get up. Probably can't believe what just happened.
That's a heartbreak ender to it all. Fighting for the win of the race, reigning champ. And it ends 100 feet too soon. But for Quinton McPherson, been the driver everybody's been chasing this weekend. Flawless weekend to sweep it all at the end of it. Quinton McPherson, Millwright Raceway winners here this weekend.
looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than Pitfit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, Pitfit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching and true physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out Pitfit on Instagram or Facebook today. Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
KA100 Jr getting set to go green. Ben Abernathy and John Antonino sharing the rights to the front row. Go back to, or sorry, that's actually Asen Dromalev, I believe. But here's further back to a couple of drivers to look for. Tucker Trebe, a couple of DNFs for him. He's looking to work his way through the field here today. Emerson Lane looking for a little more. Jack Variale and more as we get set to take the green flag here in KA Junior. It's Ben Abernathy, Asen Dromalev with John Antonino Jr., Landon Boer, and All MPG Academy. Row number 2. We get set to take the green flag. We got it. Next time around, hopefully. Saved it there, fellas.
Good catch.
Saved
Good
it there.
catch, Caleb.
I just want to take it. I think I've mentioned the thought of, you know, USPKS being 2 weeks' time, and we look at the entry lists. KA100 Sr, KA100 Jr. These are big classes. I mean,
for sure.
Especially for a route, we have more numbers than usual. That's, in my opinion, because of PKS in 2 weeks.
We were just talking about, you know, the growth of more than anything the sport of the kind of position that we're in today, where you're seeing, you know, all the big three. As Brandon Siraki has issues.
Oh wait, no.
He's able to get back going, but that's scary, to say the least, there for Brandon. I think he got going. He's into the pits though. Ah, that's heartbreaking.
Oh no,
Is he rejoining?
He's gonna
he is rejoining.
He's gonna
all right.
take his spot back.
All right, fake this out there a little bit.
It's going to be interesting to see if he can get back in, and we'll still go green this time by.
He did, so should be good. We were talking about, you know, how healthy the sport's been. The big three kind of good, and another driver with issues.
That's Jacob Majeski.
Majeski, the 878.
Oh.
Out early with an issue.
Another one, another yellow. Oh.
And another waved off start. I think that's due to the DNF of Majeski. Not sure if they're going to invert the front 2 rows or not. But we'll have a look at it. But yeah, I mean, right, you see the growth in Route 66. A lot of drivers here that you don't see normally are joining us here this weekend, which I think is cool to see, and everybody getting ready for 2 weeks' time on what should be another good turnout for the United States Pro Kart Series when they come to town. So that'll be something exciting to see, right? But we're in a really good spot, right, as a sport.
Only growing as time goes on.
Only growing. Only way is up, so it's been good to see. Emerson Lane, I think. All right, that's actually Easton Kubinski. Easton Kubinski.
It's just a
something's
tough break.
vibrating on that. I'm not. Or
it looks like there's a cord hanging off the side of his motor.
I'm not sure. They're looking at getting Majeski refired here. Could be flooded.
Yeah, stubborn motor there. I don't think it's going to go.
Probably going to need an external starter. I don't think they have one.
Yeah, he's trying. Nothing.
Not gonna happen, unfortunately.
No.
Yeah.
You look at like Antonino. You know, he's been a masterclass at the national level. Another one dies.
Emerson Lane there.
What is going on?
No idea, but
another.
Wave it off again.
My
Ace,
goodness.
Ace Dramalov.
Ascend Dramalov just pulled off 2 there.
And I tell you what, I'm not sure if we're seeing these engines kind of flood because of the slow starts.
I mean, you can see on the wall. You can see all the mechanics are kind of laughing it up here, like
another one.
What is happening here?
So that's 4. So this is my thought process now. It's the 4th
Another
lap.
one.
It's the 4th lap that we've gone around slow, and I think everybody's just flooding their carburation.
I think we need to let them. I think we need to let them go.
Everybody's just flooding their
Another
carburation.
one.
This is about 6 or 7 drivers with about 3 laps that we haven't got going, and I'm sure the diagnosis here is flooded carburetors at the moment because of how slow we're kind of building up.
And that's
the race starts.
I think I almost think we have to, refigure this out. Let them open up the motors a little bit. I know time is.
There's Siraki
again. Yeah. I know time is important here, but we lost just 2 of the front runners just now. I mean,
Dramalev's able to get back up there. Yeah, and this is
this is madness.
Well, flooding the carb is interesting because in the warm-up lap between, I mean, they get to go about half speed and get it going.
I just don't know if they're not opening it up enough, and I think we
get
get the green
flag. Green flag this time by.
Shad's up the inside already. He's looking to move.
Ooh.
What a.
See Boer there at the start getting a shuffle back a little bit. Dromalev gets shuffled back to 4th here at the opening lap.
Just look at the carnage. Just look at the carnage off the racetrack, right?
See Benja Fernandez having issues there. That was the 899 struggling to get up the hill at the start.
But
see
Antonino, Benham Abernathy. So
Ooh.
look at this race and very close there as he gets back in a line, back onto the racing line. But I feel like I'm having to catch my breath before this race even starts.
Yeah, that's another thing that happens when you don't start the first time around, and even the second, third.
Yeah.
Nerves start to build up, and you start to get even more antsy. So, yeah, as Abernathy goes again, they got to remember there's still 19 laps to go, and there's a long way to go, boys.
Look at that. We're going to have to get a count on exactly how many we lost before this race, but a couple of drivers have gained a good number of spots here.
I mean,
it looks like we've lost 7.
Just madness.
7 drivers, I think.
Seems like every time I would start talking about one driver pulling off, another one would just go.
Yeah.
We look at it, how those 3 moves by the front 2, it just brings everybody back into it. We see a train of just more karts, probably 10 go-karts starting to close in now. And I wonder if they'll finally, put 2 and 2 together. And no, they don't.
Here we go down the inside. Benham Abernathy looking on Jan Antonino. Asen Dromalev as well, looking for 3rd, side by side with Landon Boer.
He's blocking here now.
And we're battling for the lead of the race here. So that's either Abernathy not confident with the early pace throughout this race, or Antonino just, knowing, either Benham thinking that John is that much quicker, throughout the race on the long run than he is. And it's just a matter of, holding your ground. We've seen pullaways in KA Jr before. We've seen it happen throughout the weekend. We've seen Dromalev have good pace.
Oh.
And Antonino thought about it in a turn number 9. Started back in a line, but even then, step by step, this field is going to get stacked up here. You see almost top 10 drivers in a frame all the way back to Siraki, who's back in 10.
I think the mindset here, what's happening is, I think Abernathy and Antonino both believe that if they're not leading, they're going to get eaten by the Sharks, and I think that's the point of the battling here, which they're just waiting for something to erupt behind them. And it makes sense, the aggression in the KA100 class is just insane. If you're going backwards, more people are going up your inside.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw in Heat 2, the entire top 5 were within a tenth of each other in lap time. So unlike earlier in the weekend where you saw Abernathy kind of get away, you know that there's going to be 4 to 5 guys all at about the same pace looking to pass at any moment. You know, when you look at Antonino and Abernathy, both 8 points within the championship as Antonino takes the lead into turn 2. Abernathy now going to go back again in turn 3. Oh. Antonino got a little loose there.
And then, Asen Dromalev goes through. Landon Boer going side by side. And look at the amount of, I guess, spectators on the infield from drivers that are already kind of, you know, suit off.
Yeah. And that's what I was talking about before. Look at that. Now Abernathy has a lead of probably 5, 6, maybe more kart lengths. I mean, maybe even more, probably 8, 9. But I was talking about that before. The aggression is just so much that you make a move for the lead and stuff behind you starts happening, you can get away.
And that's exactly what we've seen with Benham Abernathy. We saw it in Heat 1, and we're seeing it here in the main event as well. And now it's, you know, up to Asen Dromalev, Landon Boer to kind of sit there, right? You got to push each other. You got to work together. As issues for Benham Abernathy, who I think is slowing.
Whoa!
Contact further back.
Abernathy's
gets
out.
popped up. Benham Abernathy, what happened on the exit of turn 2?
I was just going to talk about how Asen made a mistake going through turn 1. He hit too much curb and slid off, and then all of a sudden Abernathy's on his outside.
Cinema.
Absolute cinema.
In KA100 Jr main event.
Oh,
this
up
is
inside for Boer.
Landon Boer goes through. Antonino now to second.
Shot up the inside of Davis. What? Oh!
More contact further back for 6. Side by side. No idea what has transpired. Only 7 laps into this race. We've lost about 10 drivers total at the start of this KA100 Jr race. And it's not due to, you know, racing incidents. Half of them are mechanical.
We're only working lap 7. There's a lot of attrition in this race for only working lap 7. There's 14 laps to go in this thing.
See, now what I worry about for the likes of Asen and Shad, we see 2 teammates are now together.
Abernathy's in the scales. He's done. He's out.
And frustration, it looks like, on his body language, but just
heartbreak.
Heartbreak
on really a weekend where I don't think I've ever seen him drive as good as he has. You talk about Heat 1, again, a mature drive in the main event, and we just missed it on our cameras as to what happened for Benham, whether it was a mistake, whether it was a mechanical, but a weekend where he was driving better than I think he was ever before. It ends way too early. Unfortunate there for Benham.
And looking at how he was driving, you talk about his mature driving there, and it almost seemed like he knew exactly what was going on throughout for every lap when he was taking the lead. Almost like a master of puppets. He was controlling, very, very controlling throughout the race. But no, I mean, we see Dromalev, he has the pace here. We just, maybe a mistake from Boer or Antonino, and right there, but these drivers really don't make those mistakes.
We've seen it happen as well, right? We were kind of talking about what the gap looks like whenever you do make a move, whenever, you know, there is changes for position. We talk about 3/10, right? 3/10 is about what we're kind of predicting of, you know, how much you can close in, how much your gap can open up. Whether you're in the lead and they pass for second, that's how much your gap can open up from second on back. So we're going to see that, right? And for Asen Dromalev, right, to be in the 3rd spot, now it's about sitting patient, right? We were talking about it earlier, KO Kyle as well, where you know, you're in the first couple laps of the race and it's hectic. You want to make moves. You start bumper to bumper, door to door with 30 drivers out there on the racetrack, so the nerves are naturally going to be high, and you're going to see that transpire into the first 5 laps. After that, it's a matter of taking a deep breath, having a look around. Where am I? Where am I sitting right now? What do I need to do? What am I doing wrong? And that's where you find yourself within this middle stage of the race. I would say really until lap 15 before you start to ramp up, before the heart rate starts to climb up again. And right now we're in that kind of plateau phase, right? Where you're calm, you're relaxed, you're patient. you're starting to plan your race for those last 5 laps. By the time you're at lap 15, you need to have a plan. If you don't have one at that point,
you're done.
You have no sense. You have no sense of direction. Moving forward towards the end of it. But that being said, that's what's going on under the helmet right now. That's what's going on under the visor, and the plan's going to change. Right there's going to be something that's going to happen. Something that's not going to go according to your plan. But we're starting to see 3 drivers, I think, all within contention for a race victory here this weekend.
I think the next shot that Ascend gets, he's going up the inside of Antonino. I'm not going to lie.
And he's up there, right? And for him, that's kind of what he has to do as well. You have 2 drivers that are going to work together, maybe to the last 2 laps. One that's, arguably one of the best in the nation right now, in John Antonino, and then Landon Boer, an up-and-coming superstar that's has had really good results across the national scene as well as local races in the state of Indiana. But, I mean, to my knowledge, I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, Kel, would this be Landon Boer's first regional race win in Route 66 competition, or would it be the first in quite some time?
I think it would be, at least in KA Jr. To my knowledge, I don't think he has that win in the 100cc class, at least, and maybe not even in the cadet classes. I mean, it would make sense. He's been improving so much in the last couple of years. Like the fact that he's P1 right now, very impressive. A lot of growth from him. And to give some comedic relief, I'm pretty sure I just see Nate Gilseth in a T-shirt and shorts with his helmet on.
I saw that. I did see that in the infield there. Nate always finds a way to keep himself entertained. We saw over at MCC, he was snapping some pictures when he unfortunately had a mechanical, I believe, or got taken out in the opening lap in X30 Junior a couple weeks ago at MCC, and had some good time. But yeah, I mean, what other way? Front row, right? What better place to enjoy it there? They're all in the infield there, just kind of hanging around, right? Just watching the racing. Yeah, Cole sets in shorts and a T-shirt
with his helmet on. With his helmet on.
I mean, right?
You gotta give it to Lil Peanut.
I mean, you gotta stay safe, right? You gotta stay safe. That being said, this is great, man. This is awesome. But yeah, I mean, that being said, great drive by our top 3. I mean, can't really say much more about it.
I mean, why would anybody watch Formula 1 or anything like that when you could have Nate sitting at the top of the hill in shorts and a T-shirt?
There's nothing better than
it.
No. There's nothing better than it. They don't have us in IndyCar, Kyle, do they?
We have a willpower, so yeah.
There you go. Well, there you go. Well, here we are. We're about that point where we predicted for the action to start to heat up a little bit for our top 3. Brady Shad, again, kind of no man's land, right? Doesn't have a push from behind. Well, doesn't have a draft from drivers ahead of him. But he is in a good spot.
If I'm Shad, I'm not worried at all right now.
He is in a good spot. And I would agree with that, right?
He can relax a little bit, let it unfold right in front of him, and he doesn't really have too much behind him to worry about either. The next driver is Ryan Mort, but he's all by himself as well. So we look at it, and I think he's kind of relaxed a little bit, putting consistent times down. He doesn't need to be purple right now. Stuff's going to unfold.
And you're waiting, right? He's 2 seconds back at this point, so he's sitting patient. And like I was getting to, right? He's waiting. He's waiting for these 3 to kind of start.
And they will.
And he's going to be the first one up there, right? And then you go back to Ryan Mort, Isaac Nolan as well. Back there, Height, just right behind him. And then Brandon Siraki.
And, wow, Siraki, pretty good drive after dying twice.
Yeah.
I mean, he's top 10 right now. He looks to have the pace to, get the next 2, maybe go further as well as the battle starts to heat up. But we talk about the battle just slowing so much down, right? Like, I mean, easily it could bring in the top 8 right back into the battle if it's that big of one. We talk about how patient will Ascend be, or Antonino, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Ascend's in second.
We saw a move, I think, in between our top 3. We'll take a look at them when they come down the hill.
Oh, and
I tell you what, Dromalev
is P1.
Up to the lead of this race. John Antonino to second. Landon Boer fell back to 3rd, so
maybe he has the pace to run away here.
Don't want to say I predicted it, but we were saying the last 5 laps of this race is when we were expecting to see this battling to start. And that's where we saw Dromalev, all right, we're getting close to the end. Planned his race out. His plan, I'm going to get past both of the MPG drivers, go to the lead of this, try to take control. From here on out, it's on Antonino, it's on Landon Boer. Expect them to work together, which they will.
Antonino's going
and Antonino's going to go right on by into turn number 2. So that's where you see Antonino's plan here. I'm going to take control. I'm going to start to defend. And we were talking about Brady Shadd earlier as well. This is where he puts himself in prime position to start to close in. We talked about 3/10. Antonino's starting to defend. That gap's going to close down, and I'm sure by the end of this lap, Brady Shadd's going to be right there.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we look at Antonino. I mean, this race could go so many ways here, but we talk about Antonino, how much national recognition he has right now in the junior class. The experience he must have at this point in his career to drive through take these wins home. I wonder if we're going to see how much of that we're going to be able to see from him.
Look back at last week as well. John Antonino was in the position that Brady Shadd finds himself in now, where 2 drivers were fighting up front and he was chasing him down with everything he had to try to steal away a race victory. He did it in the end, but now he's in a different position. Now he's in the lead of the race. And Asen Dromalev fighting to try and take it away. Teammate Landon Boer sitting back in 3rd. Brady Shadd continuing to close in. The gap opens up by 2 car lengths. And we saw them kind of get a little loose on the exit of turn number 2 when they went over that curb. But it's getting close here. 2.6 in the air this next time around. 2 laps to go for John Antonino to go back-to-back.
Boer's up the inside here. I wonder if the teammate Kart is coming out right about now. Asen's just going to have to put it away and push at this point. For any race win to happen, he can't battle now.
Yeah, if you're Dromalev, you really didn't want to see Boer go by, because now it's 2 MPG karts ahead of you. And while I think Boer's going to go for the win,
he might have some lap traffic here as well.
Yeah, you're going to have some lap traffic probably, but I mean, the thing about Antonino this year is not only has he been the best in the nation in the junior categories, it's come on the last lap. It's been these last lap showdowns where Antonino's really shined, and he's shown it this weekend with some pretty incredible moves in the final corners. So almost you probably want to leave Antonino on the final lap in that first position to kind of fend for himself.
Right. I mean, we look at how much is the teammate card? Is that thrown out the window at this point, Caleb, or are we still playing a little bit? Because you see Boer blocks here. I mean, they're still gaining on.
I think at the end of the day, we're all racers at heart, and we're all here for one reason, right? That's to come out here and win a race no matter what it is or against who it is. And for Landon Boer, I think he might look for it as much as he can, right? You got to think about yourself a little bit. This is a situation where you got to be a little bit selfish as well. Antonino does find himself 2nd in the championship. Boer finds himself 4th in the championship. And I think
this might get interesting.
He might be playing the team game coming on the last lap with lap traffic on its way as well. Boer defending. But for John Antonino, where he finished 2nd at the home race of his team, he's working his way through traffic. John Antonino back to the top step this weekend. Antonino wins in Wisconsin.
Big win for Antonino. Big points haul, of course, with the DNF of Benham Abernathy, but Ace Dromalev as well.
I mean,
he's sitting 3rd in the points, so a huge points haul.
What a drive for, all this top 3. Boer, great result for him. Antonino, he takes home a win. And Asen, to even be able to reel those 2 teammates back in after no action from the 2 of them is impressive. What a pace drive.
He's been impressive so far this year, right? You've heard his name start to pop up more across the national circuit. And as well, you look back to the opening round at KA100 Circuit Whiteland, where he finds himself 3rd in the championship. But yeah, this is pretty much it. There's a lot of pickup getting set to come your way. These boys are just waving by their fellow competitors.
Yeah, his suit's completely off. It is not at his ankles.
Yeah, you can see Nate.
It is.
Yeah, there you
go. Racing shoes on, suit off.
There you go.
Someone's wearing a hat right about now. Oh, not anymore.
Have these kiddos to back up. But that being said, we'll hit a quick commercial break. A lot of pickup coming our way. A lot of pickup. We'll be right back with 206 Masters. And I think they're just deciding on who wants to go first. Who's going to ride shotgun
down
on
the hill.
truck. Here we go. We'll be right back with more.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charles Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time. It's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR? MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back here. Last race of the weekend. Last race of round number 2 of Route 66. Racing action from the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex on its return to our coverage. Been quite some time, but it's a pleasure to be back. One more left on the weekend. 206 Masters with Lucas Rennick, who has been the driver to beat all weekend long. McKeown Grathwol, Costner Kaminsky, Scott Hamble, Buddy Daly, Julia Noel. Hopefully I said Grathwol's first name right. Somewhat.
Yeah. It was all right.
Here we go. Green flag in the air. Rennick on the inside. Grothwell on the outside. They're going side by side. Julia Noel around. And we have a change for the lead. Grothwell to the point of the field.
That was
very chaotic start there. Finally have a new leader in 206 Masters on the weekend. Let's see how long Grothwell can hold the lead. Lucas Rennick has been gone this entire weekend. What do you think if you're Rennick, you know, being in the battle, this could be kind of fun for him, right?
Yeah. And now you're put on the back foot too, right? It's something that's been new to him, where he's been fighting and to the lead of the race, right? And that shows you the upper hand and pace that he's had so far in the weekend, and wanted to go back in front, right? He's on the back foot for 3 corners max, I think, and then going back up to the front. I think we're going to see him kind of run away with it.
Yeah, you talk about, you know, a lot of these drivers are really up and coming. I know Rennick, he mostly runs at Badger. Grothwell, he's from Stockholm, so Minnesota. And then you look at Hamble and Kaminsky. Kaminsky races here locally. Has improved a lot over the last couple years. That whole sham racing team. You know, Zach Price. He was running as well in medium. Not the best luck for him. A lot of carnage in medium, or 206 medium.
We've been talking about this weekend how the 206 Masters category is kind of new to Route 66. So KL, since you're kind of around this scene in the Midwest, what locally in Wisconsin and even Indiana, what's the Masters scene like around here?
I will say, like, I wish I could say it was bigger than it was. I'm hoping to see some growth. CK&A had to cut out the Masters class at, mistake from Hamble there. It doesn't seem to mess him up too much, but yeah, we look at the 206 racing in the north. It seems to be growing quite a bit nationally. We look at, you're capping out every class at Grand Nationals almost. But regionally, I mean, we've seen at Whiteland what some numbers from the Masters drivers. It was phenomenal to watch the races as well. Here we have only 6 karts, but it's another opportunity for some drivers to start taking over a series and learning, getting experience, all that type of stuff. So
I really think the big thing too, right, when you look at Whiteland, there's a lot of people kind of local to that track, right? A lot of Masters drivers as well, local, based out of Indianapolis, and then going out there with the opportunity that was kind of presented to them with the free entries to start up the class and start something new here within the series. I think it started off in the best way possible. Myself and Nate Dean talked about it that weekend, where it was one of the best races that we saw all weekend long. It was great to see the action all the way to the finish line. It was awesome. It was awesome from start to finish. And now, to keep this class growing, right, it's a matter of, the guys local to the racetrack to go out there, when it's close, right? You're not going to see many of these guys, I would say, travel as much. But when it comes to, you're going to be there in racing. So, looking on at the rest of the year, I won't lie. There's so many races on our schedule where I'm not entirely sure, Kale, but where are we going for round 3 and 4 here later on the year with Route?
Round 3 is at Concept Haulers Motor Speedway in Norway. So now I think it's now Norway Raceway Park.
New racetrack as well. Have you had the chance to go out there and race so far this year? Or?
Well, actually, it's not exactly new. It was redone.
Refurbished.
Refurbished, yeah. I haven't been there yet, but I love that place. When actually CK&A, they ran their first spring nationals there. I was at Sportsman at the time. They gave away these little palm trees. I won that weekend. Me and my dad won that weekend. That was a great race. That was one of the first, other than Grands, that was the first national race that CK&A put on. That place can give you some good racing, and I know you guys will be out there for that. It'll be entertaining. It's a long, very, very straight track. We're going to see a lot of battles in all the classes. We see Hamble going up the inside of McKeon right now, and he seems to have more pace than he's had all weekend here.
Yeah, Scott Hamble, I think, starting to turn it up a little bit, right? Get himself up to second. And it's been, you look back to where he was over at Whiteland. He was up there fighting for the race win there. And again, it seems like a track that he's struggled a little bit to kind of get to grips here this weekend, but it's starting to come back his way, right? He's getting himself up to second now, And McKeon Grathwall finds himself back in the 3rd spot. We saw these two drivers have, very similar pace throughout the weekend. They're kind of finding themselves there. Is the last round over at Newcastle?
No,
the
last round will be over at Badger,
which
we visited last year. Just a beautiful track. I know last year
coming to Wisconsin, I think 4 times this year.
Something like that.
More than I've ever been, or 3 times?
3 times,
yeah. 3 times?
Yeah. More than you've ever been, yeah.
More than I've ever been in my entire life. More cheese curds.
Yeah.
And I love Badger.
Are you complaining about cheese curds?
I'm not.
Well, I wouldn't either.
I'm happy about it. But that being, have you told your dad you're up here? Have you told your dad you're in here, or you just let him hear you over the PA system?
No, he probably, he heard me. He's fine. Yeah.
Have him packing up the trailer on his own?
Well, he had to pull a motor off, so yeah, we're sending it back for getting it ready for PCAS. You gotta have fresh stuff for that stuff.
There you go.
People all are on fresh motors for that. So, I mean, after this, I'll be over there. He'll be fine. We'll pack up the trailer and then ready to go home.
Well, there you go. It's Kel Zimmerman, everybody. Pleasure having you here with us. Making your, I guess you could say, quote-unquote, KC100 debut.
Yeah, I mean,
here this weekend.
Hey, it's a pleasure being here.
Color analyst, racer analyst. Good to have you here with us. Is Scott and McKeon very close together on the racetrack, still fighting it out for second, and for Rennick as well, the 601, kind of up there on his own. We've talked about how hard it is to get away, but in this class, right, only 6 drivers. If you're on it, you're dialed from the start of the weekend, you're going to see what we're seeing out of Rennick.
Right, and I hate to, maybe I'm throwing a long ball here, but if McKeon and Hamble can push together, there might be a chance. I don't know. If Scott's Kart comes in, if there was some mistake here and there, I would love to see a battle for the win. Will probably no, but maybe. Long shot.
There you go. Well, for Scott Hamble, right? I mean, you got to think about it. Long races, long main event, extra 5 laps here, and I think that it's going to be the best chance that he's got to get it done. If not, right, kind of looking in at the championship standings as well, coming into the weekend in Masters, this is going to be a huge, I would say, benefit to Hamble's championship points run. We'll take a look at it here now. But I think for Scott Hamble, coming to the weekend actually as a championship points leader after winning the main event. So there you go. I was saying he was in contention to win it. He actually won it at Whiteland. Matthew Burpo came into this weekend second, busy at work over at KA100 Circuit Whiteland. Chris Linden, and you go back to a couple of drivers. I don't think. Not
Lucas
sure.
Rennick is 7th, but we look at
he's 8th.
8th, sorry.
8th in the championship. So I think,
but we think about it,
it's going to be close. I think going into Norway here in
yeah. I mean,
in a couple of months.
We look at it. You still have a drop to think about, of course, but we go to Badger, and that's Rennick's home track. So we think about it, and for them two, those are going to be the 2 fighters there. And we look at Concept Haulers, Norway Motorsports Park now. They have, I don't know if you've seen the club fields.
About 30 drivers,
big.
I think, on their opening weekend, right, for
right.
206 seniors.
And
so
it's
the
not
club
slowing down all that
there,
much.
Yeah.
So if they bring some more drivers, it's going to end up being whoever can do the best at Norway, probably.
Illinois, right?
Yes.
For Norway?
Yeah,
so
it's southwest of Chicago. Oh, like 2 hours? Something like that? An hour and a half?
So that club scene has grown a whole lot, and they did a lot to get that track back up to what it was, starting the club scene again, and it's been huge, right? You have a lot of drivers, I think, from the state of Illinois here this weekend, right? And I think, to be said that you have 200+ entries here this weekend. I don't have the exact math on, how many we have from the state of Illinois, but there's been a bunch, I'm sure, that have been really, really busy out there. There's about 10 drivers in each class almost, or a couple. There's at least 1 driver in each class that's out of the state of Illinois that I'm sure has already been out there, so that's, I think, going to be huge. It's also going to be huge for the drivers that are local to that track where we hit round number 3, and that's going to be, put aside the fact that, we're coming here in 2 weeks for USPKS, but hitting those small tracks, and I think that's why I like the schedule a lot, especially in route now hearing it. I knew the schedule, and then it kind of, there's so much that we do throughout the year.
You're all over
so
the
much
place.
that we do throughout the year, and it's hard to remember it all, but I like the fact that,
Oh, and Kaminsky's off.
Kaminsky was actually back in 4th, so that's going to be it for him. Not sure what issue he had.
He's looking at either motor or chain, probably.
And you can see it just outside of our window here, but unfortunate there for Kaminsky. But like I was saying, I like the fact that, Chris Kardashian and the entire Route 66 team chose to go to tracks that are, growing and with big club scenes as well, right? You look at Norway, that's going to be huge for the entire area of Illinois, for the racers that are around Norway, to grow, to learn when, you have the series coming to town. That's going to be huge for them, right? The same thing goes for the Badger Kart Club, right? We went there last year at the end of the year at United States Pro Kart Series. Their Geo Cup as well with Gio Siraki out of there as well. So it's huge. There's a lot of history at Badger, a racetrack I think that, it's super historic in its own right. and we're excited to go back there. A lot of teams are based out of there, and I think that's going to be another big weekend for us here at Route 66. And we're excited to be a part of it, right? It's excited to kind of get to cover this. I was messing around with Cal earlier on in the weekend, right? And I'm like, man, like, doing our rounds at the end of the night is super important to get in to meet these people. There's so many stories, right? Every trailer, every tent, there's a different story within it all, and I like seeing the different backgrounds as well, the people that are coming out here and racing, enjoying a good time, family, father-son duos like yourself and your father, and you know, teams that are out here this weekend that are coming out here, you know, being a part of something. I think that's been truly special, and you know, the schedules, the racetracks, the places that we're going to go to this year, I think is super exciting to see.
Yeah, and talking about the schedule here, we looked at Whiteland. They have a pretty good club, like pretty big club. Road America, it's smaller, but we look at PCAS being in 2 weeks. So then you're like, okay, that's going to be a big race, and obviously it was. We had 38 in 206 Senior, we had 37 in KA100 Sr, I believe. Big classes. KA Junior was huge as well. But then you look at Badger Kart Club and Norway, huge clubs at those tracks. Very, very full rosters when you get to those races. And you look at that, the next two races are going to be probably maybe not as big as this, but close. I mean, they're going to be entertaining when you look at the
150 plus at least, and to
100%.
me that's super healthy for a regional series. That's working around the Midwest. That's been cool to see. I mean, Kyle, to have something like this back in your day when you were racing and have a place to go or different places to go at an affordable price, I think has been super cool.
Yeah, it would have been huge. I mean, I had a few in Ohio growing up, but now there's even more. We lost one track, but like we're going to Cleveland in the middle of July for Stars. I mean, the number of tracks that are just improving and growing throughout the United States has been huge for North American karting. And yeah, if I would have had this, if I would have had Kart Chaser growing up, like that would have been so cool.
And yeah, I think it not only does it give, it can grow the sport to people who don't know about it, but also give people who have different stories, like you were talking about, Caleb, like, those father and son duos who are trying to work their way up to the top ranks of karting. It gives everybody a chance to get some recognition for what they're doing in the sport. And it's not in Europe. I think you see a lot of just the big teams everywhere. It's not a lot of, it's like the national, international racing where it's nobody's just a father and son duo there. Let's be serious.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? That's why I'm a huge fan of our grassroots platform, getting to go to these different places. I think my favorite part about it, right, is coming into weekends like this, and you see the little guys that are local to this track, or when we go to Norway or even Badger, those specialists, right? Either at Norway or here at Road America or even at Whiteland, whenever you're coming out here and this is your track. You're like, man, like I'm so excited. They're coming to my home track. I want to do it because I remember being in their shoes as well, right? My home track being at Speed Sports Racing Park. My local regional series came to town, and that was the one on my schedule. That's the one I'm gonna do. That's the one I'm gonna spend money on. And that's the one where I think I've enjoyed the most kind of doing. And as well, you get to travel around the region or around either the state or wherever it is, in a 5-mile radius almost, depending on where you're from, to go from track to track, which I think has been super cool to see and see these different stories, learn as well. I think a lot more of what we're seeing and see new places, right? You talk about the history this weekend of Road America. We've had the motorcycles on the racetrack. You got one of the biggest racing series in the world. Next year, the NTT IndyCar series coming to town, right? You're racing right next to where some of the best drivers in the entire world are going to be racing next week. And I think being a part of that reminds me of Daytona at the start of the year with the United States Pro Kart Series. Talk about the Charlotte Motor Speedway with Cup Karts North America. All these different places, right? Racing inside of a big racetrack with history, with, in the grass, in the air, in the asphalt. I think that's one of the coolest things about it. And then seeing, drivers like Rennick on the drive that he's had, getting to say, I've won at Road America. For Grathwohl, I've been able to podium here. For Scott Hamble as well, I went at Road America, did this. And again, it's probably the norm now, right? That they've done it so often, but even then, this Masters class, I'm going to be excited to see what it looks like in Norway. whenever we do get there. Excited to see, you know, me and Kyle always joke around, right? Some of the crazy old men and women going out there and racing and having a good time. So
we're gonna see a battle here for a second.
Yeah, I saw one of the team members for Scott Hamble kind of give him a signal to go on by, and I think he's going to be patient here in a turn 2. But we're getting close to the end. 2 laps to go left in this race. We haven't talked much about Lucas Rennick, who's out there in the front, and that's probably a good thing. I think more often than not, right? When you're having a flawless weekend,
I think he'd be okay with that. Yeah,
we're kind of, you know, want to stay away from the entire commentator's curse stuff that you see happen every now and then.
I think he's okay with us not talking, because that means he's probably
he's having a good weekend, right?
Yeah.
You're doing so good that you're
there's not much to talk about anymore.
Out of the cameras, right? We highlighted in Heat 1, Heat 2, and now in the main event, kind of just back to business, right? Business as usual.
So white flag lap. Where is Hamble going to make that move? Right up into turn 1. First opportunity he gets. Let's see
got him.
Yeah, let's see what McKeon can respond with. Right back up the inside in the next corner. This might be a cinema. Absolute cinema.
I know you were waiting for that one, Gil.
Of course I was.
Well, last lap here. This is the battle for second. We'll highlight Lucas Rennick here. Last couple of corners for him as he's getting set to come around the last couple of corners here. Last lap on what's been a flawless drive here this weekend for the VLR machine. Lucas Rennick sweeps the weekend. He's going to win at Road America, going to win in Wisconsin. The 601, the number 1 this weekend. Across the line now in second, Scott Hamble.
Hamble takes it.
Able to get it done. McKeon.
I wonder how much of an
Rathwell,
effect that.
third.
I wonder how much effect the lap car had there.
Yeah.
Hopefully not too much.
We'll let's take a look back at it. But that being said, from us here at Kart Chaser, that's it for round number 2 of the Route 66 Sprint Series. It's been a pleasure for myself, Caleb Vieska, from Kyle Cuthbertson, from Kale, who's joining us here in the afternoon, from Riley Can, Simon Sykes, Hunter Bolton, and Joey joining us here on the camera this weekend. From the entire Route 66 group, from the entire sponsorship group, we appreciate you guys for joining us this weekend on what's been an amazing weekend. Kale, it's been cinema.
It's been absolute cinema
all weekend long here in Wisconsin. We thank you guys for joining us from the cheese capital of the world. We'll be back in about, I think, a month and a half, 2 months' time, maybe even less than that, for round number 3 at Norway. We're excited to see that one come your way. From all of us here at KC, we thank you guys for joining us. Have a good night. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time here again for the United States Pro Kart Series round number 3. We'll see you soon. Good night.